Hello, everyone. Welcome to day 3 of Square Enix Presents. I'm glad you're joining us. Thank you very much. I am Alfred Holes, of course, here to kick off the day for you. Let's give you a quick rundown of everything that's going to be happening for our shows today. We've still got some awesome contents for some great games. Starting off, we have Nier Automata, which is a sequel to the previous Nier game, obviously. It's being developed by Platinum Games, and we will have some of the developers in the studio ready to talk about that. It looks great. I don't know if you've seen the trailer. There's that crazy thing with like the opera lady and like there's skeletons on her skirt. I don't know. It's nuts, but it looks great. After that, we have I Am Setsuna, which is the new kind of throwback RPG in a way, made from our Tokyo RPG Factory team. They'll be here to talk about that. And then we have our final Deus Ex program, which is Deus Ex Universe, which is kind of talking about their collaboration with Open Bionics and how they're making prosthetic arms for people based off of the Deus Ex robot arms, basically. We have this awesome display. I don't know if anyone's got a chance to see it, where there's an arm that you can actually mimic your hand with. I'll let you think about what people have been doing with that. After that, we have Just Cause 3, Mech Land Assault. We'll have Kat Karskins and Eric So, who you know from our EMP program. They'll be kicking butt with giant robots and showing you all about that. Then after that, we have Square Enix Square Enix Collective. It's something that I think a lot of people are starting to know about. Sort of a small indie initiative that we've been trying. We've got a couple games, the Turing Test and Black the Fall, to show off. Then after that, we have World of Final Fantasy. I think a lot of people are starting to get interested in this. It's sort of got a chibi look to it, but it brings in a lot of the worlds of Final Fantasy, obviously, and you get to interact with them in new ways. And then after that, another Hitman program, a live gameplay, similar to what we did with Matsuda-san, our CEO, yesterday, but exploring, I think, a little more into the new episode that just came out, which I think is Marrakesh. Then after that, we have Deep Silver coming back again. Will Powers, he's going to show off Mighty Number 9. Yes, finally coming out. And F1 2016. And then to close it out, we have our Final Fantasy? Yeah, 15 program with the top 20 questions with the director, Tabata-san himself. So that kind of does it for me. I'm just here to get you started. Stay tuned. You'll be able to see Nier and all those rest of the programs for the rest of the day, and I'll catch you at the end. Take it easy.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to day 3 of E3 for Square Enix Presents. I am Francis, and I'm joined by Kaori. How are you?
Okay, day 3E3. How's everybody feeling today?
I'm
Well, I'm
good.
really excited actually to be here. Are you?
Yeah. I'm super excited. It's been a while since we updated everyone on Nier Automata, and it's time to help us do that. We have very special guests with us today. Yeah.
Yeah, so Nier Automata hasn't been out for a while because the last update was at Paris Games Week. And today we are joined by three lovely gentlemen.
Mhm.
We have Mr. Saito, Mr. Taro, and Mr. Tara, and I'm going to let them introduce themselves.
まずは自己紹介をお願いできますでしょうか。はい、皆さんおはようございます。こんにちは、こんばんは。ニーアオートマタのプロデューサーの斉藤です。1年ぶり、ちょうど昨年の E3 で発表させていただいたので、1年ぶりの E3 非常に嬉しく思っております。今日は直接ですね、デモプレイをしながらいろいろゲームのお話ができればいいなと思ってます。よろしくお願いします。
Hello, everyone. Good morning, good evening, good night. I'm Yosuke Saito, and I'm the producer of Nier Automata. It's very great to be back at E3. It's been 1 year since we were here last year, of course, but we were very happy to show you a video message from some of the developers in the title last year. But this year, we'd like to go into the game design and mechanics while using the demo that we brought today.
はい、
はい、
横尾さん。
こんにちは、横尾です。このゲームのディレクターをやってます。おじさんばっかり出てもしょうがないんで、今日はプラチナゲームスから若手でイケメンで感じの悪いタウラさんに来てもらいました。よろしくお願いします。
Hello, everyone. I'm Yoko Taro, and I'm the director of Nier. This year, since it's not fun just to look at older men here today, we actually brought a younger, dashing, and a little bit, he doesn't smile much, but we did bring Mr. Tara from Platinum Games today.
はい、こんにちは。ゲームデザイナーの田浦です。全然イケメンではないとは思うんですけども、私からは、特にゲームの戦闘システムについて掘り下げて紹介したいと思いますので、よろしくお願いいたします。
Hello, I'm Takahisa Tara, and I'm the game designer for Nier Automata. And I don't think I'm that dashing as you say, but anyways, I hope you are all excited as we are to dig deeper into the game today, and especially the combat system.
Well, very, very exciting. I know we all want to dive in right away, but just before we start, I want to let you know that we have a Nier Automata Facebook page, and we're going to be talking about how you can win some of our amazing goodies pretty soon.
Okay. What do we have for them?
I think we're wearing them. So these cool T-shirts.
Oh, there you go.
We'll be giving out T-shirts as well as tote bags.
Tote bags,
So
nice.
please tune in onto
Cool.
our Facebook page, and we'll give you some information soon.
Okay. Sounds good.
All right.
So fantastic. So last year we got a great reveal trailer, and fans of the first one were excited to see the sequel is coming. But for gamers who aren't quite familiar with the Nier franchise, Saito-san, can you give us a little bit of a brief introduction to Nier Automata and how the two titles are related?
はい、昨年はとても素晴らしいトレーラーが公開され、1作目のファンは続編が出るニュースに沸いておりましたが、このフランチャイズにさほど親しみのない方々や、そもそも1作目遊ぶ機会がなかった方々に、斉藤さんの方からニーアートマタとはどのような作品であるかを簡単に紹介いただくとともに、2つの作品の関連性についてもお教えいただけますでしょうか。
はい、見ての通りこの変な人が作るですね、世界観、それとイケメンの田浦君をはじめとするね、プラチナゲームズが作るやっぱ最高のアクション、それと今日いらっしゃってないですけど、吉田明彦さんのキャラクターデザイン、岡部圭一さんのサウンドと一流のスタッフが揃った素晴らしい作品だと思っています。
So in a few words, as you can see, this weird guy sitting next to me, he has created the world of this game, and the handsome guy at the very end, Tara-san, has created the top-class action at Platinum Games. And along with that, we do have Yoshida Akihiko-san for the character design and Okabe Keiichi-san for the music. And we really think that this team really brings something great to the play.
はい、で前作の世界とは一応その物語的なつながり、世界観としてのつながりはあるんですけど、お話自体は単独立したお話なので、前作を遊んでなくても十分楽しめるゲームになっていると思うので、そこは安心してもらいたいなと思ってます。
So there are some connections to the previous installment when it comes to the world, but players will still be able to enjoy the game without having played the original game, because the story is a completely different storyline.
Interesting. Okay, cool. So I know the full title of the game was announced at Paris Games Week. However, I don't think we've given a full definition or the full meaning of the title has been explained. Can you elaborate on what Nier Automata means?
パリスゲームズウィークで正式なタイトルを発表されたのですが、タイトルの意味について完全に説明はしていなかったと思います。なので今回はニア・オートマタの、そのどういうような意味が込められているのかをご紹介いただければと思います。
じゃあそこは横尾さんから。
はい。タイトルなんですけれども、もともとニーヤアンドロイドが出てくるお話なので、ニーヤアンドロイズっていうタイトルを考えてたんですね。でスクエニさんにそれを渡したら、なんかGoogle の神の怒りに触れるって言って NG になりまして、結局ニーヤオートマタっていうタイトルになりました。ただその変えた後にいろいろ考えたんですけれど、アンドロイズより物語の中で広い意味に捉えられるような言葉ですごくこの作品に合ったタイトルになったと思います。
So since the story is about androids, we had initially wanted to call the game a Nier Androids. But when I brought it to the Square Enix, we were hampered by the high walls of the Google gods, and we settled on Automata. But at the end, I feel that the wide range of interpretations that the word Automata gives really fits with this title. So I'm very happy that we did this.
So on that note, can you tell us a little bit about the story for Nier Automata?
ではそれに付随してニア・オートマタのストーリーについて少し教えていただけますか。
はい、あんまりネタバレになってしまうことは話せないので簡単にお話ししますと、前作の先ほど言った通り前作のニーヤからははるか未来のお話になっています。
So I cannot give too much of a spoiler, of course, but so simply, I would like to explain that this game takes place a far distant in the future of the previous installment.
で地球を侵略しに来るエイリアン異星人が機械生命体を送り込みます。でその結果人類は月に追われて逃げてしまいます。でその逃げた代わりに代理として人類はアンドロイドをその機械生命体に対抗して地球に送り込んで戦いが繰り広げられるというお話になっています。
The aliens or invaders from another world had came to invade Earth, and they deployed these machine life forms onto Earth. And so humankind had to exile to the moon, but they also created androids that could fight on behalf of mankind against these machine life forms.
あんまりストーリーのお話はやっぱり、ね、ネタバレになってしまうのでできないので、長々とお話しするよりはこの E3 で新しく公開されたトレーラーをまずご覧いただいて、その後、できれば時間の許す限りいろいろ残りのお話なりデモプレイができたらいいなと思ってます。
But since we can't really go dive deep into the storyline today, and I'm pretty sure that audiences would prefer to watch something else or watch something instead of me talking all the time. And so we would first like to show you the new E3 trailer that we have for this year. And then after that, as much as time permits, we would like to showcase the game for you with a demo that we brought.
Great, let's do it.
じゃあ見てもらいましょう。
Okay, let's go into it.
Oh, that was awesome. Yeah, my favorite part of that trailer was when you see the boss. It looks like she was trying to sing, but it was really creepy looking. Can you tell us anything about what the trailer said about the war between machines being feudal?
もう本当にとても素晴らしかったです。個人的にはこのトレーラーで一番好きな部分がそのボスが歌っている感じで、銃撃をされているところなんですけども、このトレーラーに込められた意味というのは何なのでしょうか。また例えばそのメカとの機械生命体との戦争が無駄であるであったりとかっていうところなのでしょうか。
じゃあ横尾さん、そこら辺どうなんですかね。
はい、今びっくりするぐらい耳がかゆいんですけど、
Sorry, my ear itches like really crazy right now.
はい、その無意味であると無駄であるっていうキーワードがあるんですけれども、それストーリーに関わる結構大きなキーワードになっていまして、ここでさっきおっしゃられたように戦争が無意味であるとかそういう話ではなくて、もうちょっと広い意味で捉える言葉になっています。でそれは、ゲームをクリアした時にできればプレイヤーの皆さんに感じていただける意味があることになるといいなというふうに思ってます。
So the key word here, I think, is the futile word, the word futile, but that really goes in line with the story. And the story actually is not only about war, but there's so many things that's going on, and I really want you to feel what it all means when you clear the game.
Got it. So what can you tell us about the current state of the game's development, Saito-san?
はい、では本作の開発状況についてお話しいただけますでしょうか。
そうですね、先ほどのトレーラーにも出てましたけど、2017年の早い時期に世界同時発売を目指して今開発しています。
Yes, it was actually noted at the end of the E3 trailer, but we're currently developing towards a global simultaneous release in early 2017.
でバトルに関しては随分とできてきまして、よりこれから面白くなるためのチューニングを始めるところで、物語ストーリー RPG 部分に関しては、実装が徐々に始まりつつあって、横尾さんのお話の、いい感じに、イベントシーンだったりとかセリフだったりというのが入り始めました。
And we did finish building most of the battle mechanics. We are just fine-tuning it now to make it even more fun to play. We also have started implementing RPG elements, like the storyline that Yoko-san creates, and also cutscenes and event scenes into the game to really build it up.
Early 2017. It's not
Not
far
too
away.
far.
Everybody.
Yeah, that's awesome. So definitely exciting. Let's just dive right into to some questions we have. So one of the things I'd like to discuss, and I know fans out there would like to hear about, is the music for the game. And I know fans got a taste of it with the Paris Games Week trailer. And actually, not too long ago, we had a concert featuring new Nier music from Okabe-san. And how was the response to that concert, and how'd that go?
では改めて質問に飛び込みたいと思うのですが、ファンの皆さんが一番気になっている、要素の一つというのが、本作の音楽だと思うんですけども、パリスゲームズウィークのトレーラーや今回のトレーラーから楽曲の感触をつかむこともできたのですが、先日岡部圭一さんの手掛けたニア、また今作の新たな楽曲をフィーチャーしたコンサートが行われたとお聞きしましたが、コンサートの反応とはいかがでしたか？
そうですね、実際昨年の E3 で発表でパリで続報という形で、実は日本のユーザーにお伝えできる機会がなかったので、日本で発表するときは大々的にやりたいなと思ったのでコンサートを実際開催しました。
Yes, so we did announce at E3 last year, and then we gave a little bit more info on the title at Paris. But since we are revealing something more in Japan, we wanted to do something even bigger, and that is why we decided to hold a concert.
あんまり言っちゃいけないのかもしれないんですけど、実際会場素晴らしい会場だったんですけど、800から900人ぐらい入るところに、結構な倍率で2、3倍とかそういう次元じゃない倍率で応募が実際ありました。だからすごい反響があって、来れなかった人には申し訳ないんですけど、こちらとしては本当驚きがすごかったです。
And I may not be able to say this as much, but the concert was held at a venue that holds 800 to about 900 people, but we had more than double or triple or even more amount of people who wanted to come to see the concert. And so I feel very sorry for those people who were not able to join us in the concert, but I was very surprised about that.
でそこで2曲新曲を発表したんですけど、普通結構過去の曲をやっぱり聴きに来た方が大勢いたと思うんですけど、帰りのアンケートでやっぱり過去の曲人気あるかなと思ったら、意外とその新曲もすごい良かったっていう反響があって、本当に、2番手3番手ぐらいに新曲が入ってたりとかしたので、こちらとしては本当驚きで非常に嬉しく思ってます。
And usually, when we announce new songs, we actually announced 2 new songs, but usually, I think it's customary where people come to listen to the older songs that they already know and love. But when we took a survey at the end, we actually got a lot of fans saying that they like all the new songs, and they actually ranked the new songs to their second or the third favorite song of the night. And so I was very surprised with that, but I was also very happy.
That's awesome. Yeah, and we got a little taste of it in the new trailer as well. During that concert, we released some new arts and some new screenshots, so which we want to show on screen right now. So what can you tell us about the new characters that were revealed, and how do they relate to the character that has already been revealed that's for 2B?
では今回新たに公開されたキャラクターについてお話しいただけますでしょうか。また以前公開された 2B との関係性についてもお聞かせいただければと思います。
それは横尾さんから。
はい。まず最初に2B の説明なんですけれども、彼女はアンドロイドになってます。機械生命体という敵と戦うアンドロイドの兵士です。
So I would like to actually start from explaining who 2B is. She is an android, and she is one of the android that fights against these machine life forms.
次に 9S という少年ですね。はい。多分画像が切り替わるんじゃないでしょうか。
And we do have the next character 9S. He is a young boy.
で 9S は2B と同じ部隊に所属する同じく兵士です。
And 9S is in the same troop as 2B.
で 2B とは友達っていうほど仲良くはなくて、まあ知り合いぐらいの関係ですね。
And he's not really a close friend with 2B. It's more like they're acquaintances.
で 2B は戦闘タイプ、バトラータイプなんですけど、9S はスキャナーモデルといってちょっとタイプが違います。
And 2B is actually a type you would call something like a battler type, but 9S is more of a scanner type.
で9S がプレイヤーキャラとして使えることは発表されているんですけれども、そのゲーム性とかは若干違います。
And we already did announce that 9S, you will be able to play as 9S in the game, but the way that you would control the 2 characters will be slightly different.
Oh, I see.
はい、あともう一個確かキャラクターを発表してたと思うんですけれど、A2 っていうキャラクターを発表させていただきました。
And I believe we actually announced one more character. Her name is A2.
で、こちらは2B たちのアンドロイドのプロトタイプ、過去のモデルになります。
And she's actually a prototype model that existed prior to the creation of 2B and 9S.
で、彼女がどうしてこんな格好をしてるのかとか、9S と 2B と違うところが何かっていうのは物語中で明らかになります。
And as to why she looks that way, and her relationship to the other characters will be revealed in the storyline.
Well, the design of the characters are so beautiful, and if you didn't know, it's done by Mr. Akihiko Yoshida. So I'd love to know the thought process of how you design androids and how you create these costumes that are so beautiful.
ではこの吉明彦さんがデザインされたキャラクターなんですけども、どのような考えのもとこのようなデザインになったのでしょうか。
吉田さんには最初に目隠しをしたりとか黒い服であるっていうお話はさせていただいて、そこでデザインをしていただきました。
So we first asked Yoshida-san, or we told Yoshida-san that these characters will be blindfolded and they'll also be wearing all black. That's where he based his character design.
で、目隠しなんですけど、ゴーグルで彼女たちはアンドロイドなので、ゴーグルを通していろんなものを見てます。
And the blindfolds are actually goggles, and these androids can actually see a lot of things through these goggles.
ただ物語的な意味として、彼女たちがなぜ2B と 9S がなぜ目隠しをしているのかとか、あと A2 がなぜ目隠しをしていないのかっていうのは 物語上の暗喩になっています。
But as to why 2B and 9S have these goggles or blindfolds on, but AS does not have goggles, this will actually be revealed within the story as well.
で、彼女たちの服が黒い、そういう点についても物語のテーマが隠されてるんですけれども、そのあたりはゲームをプレイしていて、もし見つけていただけたら嬉しいなと思ってます。
And they're wearing black clothes. And they're actually used as a metaphor to the overarching story of the theme of the story. And so I would be really happy if you actually could find out what it is within the storyline when you play.
That's interesting. Very interesting.
Yeah.
Because you can't tell their personalities sometimes if they're
Yeah, you can't see their
blindfolded
eyes what
yeah.
they're
and
saying with
their
their eyes.
expressions.
So, yeah.
Like the design's really interesting. Yeah.
So I think you mentioned that we'll be able to play as 9S, but in a different capacity. Will there be any other characters that we might be able to play as well?
9S として9S を操作できるというような話が今上がったのですが、この新しいキャラクターたちを全員操作することは可能なのでしょうか。
そうですね9S 以外もA2 も操作、できるかもしれないしできないかもしれないちょっとそこはまだ秘密ですね。
So 9S, yes, of course you'll be able to control it, but as for A2, you may or may not. That's actually still a secret.
Okay, okay, fair enough.
9S は先ほど横尾さんがおっしゃられてたように全然違うアクションがまた入ってきますので、見た目が違うだけというようなことにはならないようになってますので、そこはお楽しみいただければと。
And so just as Yoko-san mentioned earlier, 9S's movements are generally the same as 2B, but there are some differences that reflects each of the characters' unique abilities. So it wouldn't just be a physical difference. So please look forward to that as well.
I sure will.
Definitely.
I sure will. So last year, I remember at E3, we showcased some new concept art, and everybody was wowed by this concept art. So I hope that we brought some new concept art today. If we can show some of that, that would be awesome.
昨年はそうです、背景や環境の素晴らしいコンセプトアートを多く見せていただいたんですけども、今年も見せていただけるのでしょうか。
はい、コンセプトのアートに関しては、横尾さんから説明してもらった方がいいかな。
はい、どういうアートを見せるかっていうよりも世界観がどんな感じでどういうふうに描いていただいたかっていうのをちょっと説明したいと思います。
Yes, and so for the concept art, I can tell you or wanted to show you what kind of world it is and what kind of environment you will be in.
で、この世界はすごく遠い未来の話です。で、舞台は地球なんですけれども、人類の近代建築が廃墟になっている世界になります。
And this is actually in the distant future of the Earth, and so you will see buildings and environment aspects in there that really resembles more of a modern Earth, but it will all be blended in within the environment.
で、近代的な都市が徐々に森に侵食されていて自然に帰りかけてるそういうちょっと大敗的な美しさがあるようなデザインをアートを描いていただきました。
And I actually had the art drawn so that it will the modern technology, the modern buildings, or that we think is modern, is actually being taken over by the more natural plants and the greenery, and that is the design that we aim for.
I like it.
で、このアートを描いていただいたのがプラチナゲームズさんの社内のアーティストなんですけれども、すごくお上手な方で、またそのアートを実際にゲームに落とし込んでゲームのモデルとしても綺麗な形に若いスタッフの皆さんが頑張って再現してくれました。
And actually, the person that had drawn these artwork is a staff at Platinum Games, which is really, really great. And all of the staff at Platinum Games took a lot of hard work and time into put these artwork right into the game as a model that we could use in the game.
褒めすぎました。
Did I say too much of a good
No,
word?
that was
No.
great.
Daijoubu.
Yeah, it looks awesome. But based on what we've seen so far, though, in the trailers and now this new trailer, what gameplay aspects make Nier Automata different from the first Nier? And also, are there any aspects that's from the first one that you kept?
最新のトレーラーからもですが、これまでのトレーラーから見て取れる限り、ゲームプレイという観点で本作では1作目のニアと、どのように異なるのかっていうのがちょっと気になったんですけども、お教えいただけますか。また、1作目から残した要素などはありますか。
そうですね、ゲームプレイというところでいきますと前作は L1、L2、R1、R2 といったところに機能を自分で割り当てるようなシステムが入っていたんですけども、それが、今回は回避や銃撃などのアクションに関しましては、機能として固定しています。ただボタンの割り振りは、ユーザーが自由に変更できるようになっています。
So the original game actually required players to assign controls to L1, L2, R1, and R2 triggers. But actually for this installment, we've locked down these controllers so that players will have access to the maneuver standard to the action games, like dodging and firing weapons. That being said, we've also left the ability for players to change button configurations to their liking.
あとはですね、前作ロックオン機能がなかったと思うんですけども、今作ではロックオン機能を導入しまして、より快適にバトルができるように調整をかけています。
And on top of that, the previous game did not provide players the ability to lock on to targets, but we added in that feature so that players can comfortably engage in battles even more.
はい、その他バトルで前作を意識した部分としてはやっぱり特徴的ないくら玉に尽きると思います。前作でも特徴的だったんですけども、今回でもいろんな場所で随時発動するようになってますのでご期待いただければと思います。
And the biggest aspect that we were really conscious about was probably nothing other than the very unique bullets, the bullet types that this game has. And one of the prominent features from the previous installment was the barrage. And so we did try to make it so that these kind of attacks will, you'll be able to experience these in many different locations and places.
It's cool.
Yeah, I think a lot of people who've played the previous Nier will recognize this ammunition that's being fired at you. So.
Yeah, so just as a follow-up, what were some of the gameplay elements that you would wanted to really implement in this version of Nier Automata?
それではニアの世界にプラスに働くゲームプレイ要素という観点でどのようなものを考えられていましたか。またそれは実装できたのでしょうか。
そうですね、ニアの世界を表現する上でやっぱり重要だと思うのは物語、素晴らしい物語を支える、世界全体の空気感みたいなものだと思ってますので、その、前作にもあった素晴らしい空気感というものを本作でも、再現、さらにそれを超えれるように、いろいろと努力して、やっています。でそれは今回のトレーラーで見て取れるような感じになってるんじゃないかなと思います。
And I believe that the atmosphere that really supports the entire world of this game is really crucial to expressing the universe of Nier. And so the team is doing everything that we can to create this unique atmosphere from the previous game through everything from like the lighting to texture of the objects. And we actually wanted to even surpass that this time as well. And so I believe that you are able to see that through all of our assets, the artwork today, as well as the trailer that we showed earlier.
Yeah.
一つ提案があるんですけどいいですか。多分デモンストレーションを皆さん見たいと思うんですよ。なのでそろそろゲームを実際プレイしながらゲームの中身を説明すべきなんじゃないかなと思うんですけどどうでしょう。
Is it okay if I give a suggestion right now? I think that everyone actually wants to see the gameplay now, so is it okay if we start going into the
Absolutely.
demo?
I would love to.
I think everyone that would be great. I think everyone's dying to see more of Nier Automata. So yeah, let's do it.
もちろんです。皆さんゲームプレイをもっと見たいと感じていると思うので。
そうですよね。じゃあもう早速田浦君に。
そうですね。はい。
Okay, so let's just have Tara-san just go right into the demo.
今日はちょっと開発途中のバージョンなんですが、デモを持ってきましたので、ぜひ皆さんにご覧いただければと思います。
So we're still actually in development, but we brought a demo to you to show everyone what the game is like today.
開発中なのでフリーズすることもあるかもしれませんが、そこら辺はなんか温かい目で見てください。
So since it's still in development, the gameplay may freeze, but if that does happen or anything like that happens, please just be supportive of us because it is still in development.
はい、では、早速始めていきたいと思うんですが、ちょっとまずは横尾さんの方からご説明いただきながらプレイしようかと思います。
ちょっと新しいお見せしてない場所として、レジスタンスキャンプという場所をご紹介したいと思います。
And so we're just going to start right off. We're going to have Yoko-san explain this place. And this place is called the Resistance Camp.
で今までゲーム プラチナゲームズさんと作ってるので、アクション部分をすごくフィーチャーして皆さんにお届けしてたんですけれども、一応 RPG、アクション RPG なので、RPG 感っていうのがあるのかっていう質問が非常に多くて、それに対してちょっと RPG 感があるところをお見せしようかなと。
And since we have been partnering with the Platinum Games this time, we have been showcasing the battle features of this game more prominently in all of our promotional materials until now. But we have been getting a lot of questions asking us if there will be RPG elements in this game. And so we decided to show you this area today to show you that there are RPG elements in this game.
で、すごくメディアさんの質問を受けるんですけれども、それの代表的なものについてお答えしていくと、まずアイテムはあるのかっていうのはあります。アイテムあって、アイテムの理解がこういう村でできます。あと、サブクエストあります。サブクエストも前作同様にあります。そして武器の強化ですね。そういうものをちゃんと用意してあって、基本的に前作に用意されていたもの、RPG っぽい要素は全部入っているというふうに思っていただいて構いません。
And we actually have been getting a lot of questions at E3 from our media interviews all this time. But the three main questions that we do get is, will there be items? And the answer is yes, you will be able to buy and sell items here. There will also be subquests, as well as you'll be able to upgrade weapons. And so all of these RPG elements that were in the previous installment will be in this game as well.
はい、じゃあちょっと村の奥の方に行っていただきましょうか。
So we're just going to go a little bit deeper into the camp.
で、今見ていただいたように、3D ビューからサイドビューに移行するというニー独特のシステムの経済です。
And so just as you saw, the unique camera angle, the way that the perspective changes, that was in the previous game is still in this game as well.
もちろんこれダンジョンとかでもこういうパーツになったりはします。
And you will definitely be able to battle in here as well.
で、現場で若いスタッフの皆さんがものすごく前作のをですねリスペクトしてくださって、前作に入っていた様子を極力入れるという方向で頑張ってくれました。
And the younger generation of creators at Platinum Games has a really high respect towards our previous title, and so they tried really hard so that this game would still have that same feeling as the previous installment.
そんな感じですので、プラチナさんだからすごくアクション寄りなんじゃないかっていうふうに思われる方もいるかもしれないんですけど、アクションはもちろんいいものになってるんですが、RPG 的な要素もきちんと入ってるというふうに思ってください。
And so a lot of people have been wondering, because it is Platinum Games, is this game skewed towards more of an action game? But please be rest assured that there will be RPG elements in this game as well, and they have been working really hard to get that in there.
That's good to know.
じゃあちょっと村の外に出て、外の景色を見ながら、平さんの方からバトルの紹介をしてもらいたいと思います。
So we're just going to step out of this resistance camp, and Tara-san will be explaining more about the battle.
はい、ではこのレジスタンスキャンプの方から外に出ますと、このような感じで荒廃した都市群が広がっています。
And as you run out of the resistance camp, as you can see, there's this area called the city ruins, and this is the map that will be outside.
この場所が前作の平原にあたるようなこの世界のメインフィールドになります。
So this is like the plains in the last installment, and this will be the main area that you will be in for this title.
でこのように機械生命体敵となる機械生命体がうようよといろんなところにいますので、出会うとバトルになります。
And there are machine life forms like these just roaming around this area, and you will encounter battles here.
アクションなんですが、主人公の 2B は、剣を2本、武器を2本持っておりまして、この2本をそれぞれ四角ボタンと三角ボタンに割り当てて、コンボを繰り出すことになります。
And for the battle, the protagonist of this title, 2B, is wielding two weapons. You could actually equip two weapons, and you could assign weapons freely to the triangle button and the square button.
またこの2本の武器はもう1セット登録することができまして、いつでも自由に切り替えることもできます。
And you could actually have one more set of weapons, and you could freely interchange between those two sets whenever you like, even in battle.
Those look like fist weapons.
No,
はい、でこれまでトレーラー等ではこの小さな剣と大きな剣の2種類をメインとして 告知させていただいてたんですが、今回新たにグローブ型の格闘武器を、発表させていただいてます。
And until now, we've only been showing the short sword as well as a great sword, but we do have one another type of weapon. It's the gauntlet or a glove type of weapon for hand-to-hand combat.
So fast.
あとはキャラクターの上にポットというロボットのキャラクターが浮いているんですが、このキャラクターを使って銃撃を行うことができます。
And there's also a robotic character floating around their head. It's called a pod, but they do long-range attacks.
RPG と好きな方ではちょっと銃撃狙うのが難しいという方もいらっしゃると思うんですが、そういった方はロックオンしていただくと全く狙わなくても勝手に敵に対して、銃撃をしてくれます。
And for those fans of RPG games, they might not feel too comfortable with shooting games. And so we do have this lock-on mechanic where if you just, with the press of a button, you can lock onto a character and the pod will fire in that way, that angle.
あと特徴的な動作としましては R2 ボタンを押すとスライド回避が可能になってます。
And another distinguishing feature of the battle mechanics is that with the R2 button, you'll have this evasion movement.
でこの回避は空中でも出せますし、左スティックを入力することによって移動のように扱うことも可能です。
You could also evade in the air, as well as with the directional, the stick and the left stick, you could move in whatever direction you would like while you're evading.
あとは敵の攻撃をいいタイミングで回避しますとジャスト回避も発動できます。
And if you evade or dodge enemies' attacks at a great timing, it'll become like a perfect dodge.
このジャスト回避発動したときに攻撃ボタンを押しましたら、専用の技が発動するようになっています。
And if you are successful to do a perfect dodge, as with the press of a button, an attack button, you'll get a special attack. The characters will have a special attack associated to it.
でちょっといろいろご説明させていただいたんで複雑に見えるかもしれないんですが、コンボはそれほど複雑ではなく状況に合わせていろいろな技がかっこよく出るようになってますので、誰が触っていただいてもかっこいい動きが出るように調整していっています。
And since we just rushed through all of the controls right now, it might seem a little bit complicated at first or at a glance, but it's actually pretty simple, and it's designed so that anyone will be able to really attack and have something cool showing on their screen while they're fighting.
はい、あとこの銃撃を行っているポットなんですが、攻撃以外にも空中で捕まって滑空するなどのアクションも可能になっています。
And this pod that we've been using to do long range attacks, you can actually hold on to them and glide in the air.
もちろんこの時攻撃することも可能なので、さまざまな使い方がアクションの中に組み入れたりすることができます。
And you can of course attack while you're holding on to these as well, so that really increases the amount of movements or actions you can do in this game.
はい、でこういったアクションを使いまして、ステージはいろいろ起伏があったりする場所もたくさんありますので、さまざまな場所を探索しながら自らルートを広げていけるようなゲームになっていきます。
And this the map is designed so there's a lot of areas that you could climb or jump onto, and you really want to use these kind of new movements and maneuvers to try to explore the world.
はい、例えばこのように上に登れそうな場所があるなと思ったら、そういったところもすべて登れるようになっています。
For example, just like the ledge you saw right now, if it seems like it's climbable, then you're most likely be able to climb.
はい、こんなところですかね、ご
I
紹
think
介
that
できる
would
のは。
conclude what we can show today.
もうちょっと時間あるから危険だけどデバッグモード使ってちょっとチャレンジしてみようよ。
So since we have a little bit more time, it might be a little bit dangerous to do it, but let's just try using the debug mode and
それでフリーズしちゃったら
show
終
a
わりだ
little
よ。
bit more. And so if the game freezes there, then that's the end of it. But let's try doing that.
We're at E3, gotta go all out. Let's
Yeah.
try it.
まあ
Gotta
E3
crowd
なので
out
there.
全て見せないと損ですよね。
はい
そうですね、ちょっと嫌な思い出が蘇りながら
ちょっとやってみよう
ちょっとやってみましょう。
We do have bad memories of doing this, but let's just try it out.
ではですね、
縦やりは面白いね。
敵の中にはこのように盾を持った敵も登場します。
So there will be enemies like this who are hold shields.
でこういった敵は銃撃が効かない状態になっています。
And long range attacks or bullets actually they deflect them, so it wouldn't work on these at all.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
まずは盾を近接攻撃で破壊してから、攻略していくというような敵になっています。
So these enemies, the tactic is that you want to break their shields first, and then any other attacks will be able to go through.
I like the robotic sound effects.
So there's actually a level of difficulty to these enemies.
ということは、敵にそうどうなんていうんですかね、敵によってこう難易度がちょっと変わるというような認識でしょうか。
そうですね、難易度であったり戦い方が異なりますので、ずーっとゲーム通してただ近づいて殴るだけっていうわけではないというようなバランスになってます。
So the difficulty level will definitely change, as well as the way that you want to move around them will change. And so the strategy would, the gameplay would be that you would want to find that kind of strategy to defeat these enemies, depending on what the type of the enemy they are.
Definitely.
あとはこのように武器を持って登場するような敵も存在します。
There also are enemies like this that wield weapons of their own.
で今回ちょっと槍を持たせているんですが、槍以外にもさまざまな武器を持った敵が登場しますので、それによってもまたバトルにいい味付けになっているんじゃないかなと思います。
And so the enemy that we just popped up in this world is holding a spear, but there will be other enemies with different types of weapons, and you really want to figure out what they have, and their movement will be different, so your movement will ultimately be different as well.
弾幕はないの？弾幕。
Do you have any enemies that shoots at you?
弾幕危険なの？大丈夫？
Is
い
that
や違う
dangerous to
いけちゃう？
show right now?
ちょっと空を飛んでかつ弾幕を撃つような敵がいまして、
So this is actually
wow.
an enemy that flies in the air while shooting at you.
弾を撃つ機構がですね、4つついてまして、
It
この
actually
ように
has
近接攻撃もするんですが、
でも
it
ない。
actually can shoot at you from 4 different angles, but it also does these kind of
Wow.
attacks that just really aims at right at you.
撃ってきた。
Oh, there you
来ました
go.
There we go.
はい、このようにパリゲームウィークスの時のトレーラーの方にも紹介させていただいたんですが、こういった弾幕を撃つ敵が、いくつも存在しています。
We actually showcased this a little bit after our Games Week, but we do have enemies like this that will shoot bullets at you.
For dodges and rolls.
Yeah,
like
you
they're
gotta put
so
those dodge
attractive,
moves in
like
effect.
super quick.
Yeah.
回避がとても素早く感じます、
じゃあそろそろもっとなんかでかいやついないのかな、
うん
まあ、ボスモンスター無理だとしてもその雑魚モンスターの中で雑魚ロボットの中で一番大きいやつをちょっと見たいな。
So are there any other bigger enemies? I know that we might not be able to show bosses, but are there any big enemies, like regular enemies?
じゃあちょっと大きめの敵を置いてみたいと思います。
So I would like to show you a big enemy then.
Okay. Yeah, that's big.
そうですね、それは大きいですね。
Oh,
Whoa.
crazy.
なんか今なんか押したでしょ。
いや、何も
You
しな
just
いです。
pressed something, didn't you?
なんか今押したでしょ。
何もしてない
No, I haven't
だっ
pressed
て
it. I
何も
didn't
してない
press
のに
it.
倒してるよ。だって。
You
今
defeated it
僕
without
が念
doing
力で
anything.
倒しました。
I
He's just
destroyed
that
it
good.
with my psychic powers.
はい、これが大きいサイズの敵ですね。
So this is
初めて
the
見
big,
た。
はい。
this is the big
Give us
enemy.
でこのようなサイズの大きい敵は走行が厚い厚い走行に囲われてますので、ちょっとずつ走行を剥がしながら、ダメージを与えていきます。
Wow.
These big enemies are protected by these tough outer shells, and so you'd want to break those first before trying to really defeat these guys.
でボスではなくこういった巨大な雑魚が、要所要所で出現しますので、ステージを徘徊するのにいいアクセントになっているんじゃないかなと思います。
So these enemies aren't bosses, but we do have these kind of big enemies at different areas in the gameplay or in the map, just to give you a really like an accent or spice into when you're roaming around, when you're trying to explore the world.
はいという感じですが、まあこれ以上見せちゃうとね。
そうですね。
困るかもしれないからね、
はい
この辺にしときましょう
Well, I
ね。
think we will want to end it here, just because if
Yeah.
you show any more, then the game might freeze on us.
Well, yeah, that was so fantastic for everyone watching and everyone watching here at E3 to see, behind the scenes a little bit and bigger bosses and things like that. If they weren't as hyped as I am, they definitely are now. So thank you so much, Yoko-san, Saito-san, Taro-san, for joining us today. Do you have any closing messages for the fans out there?
横尾さん、斉藤さん、タオルさんも本当今日お越しいただき本当にありがとうございました。最後にファンに向けて何かメッセージはありますでしょうか。
はい。
えー
じゃあはいどうぞ。
はい。 では、そうですね。前作がまず多くのファンの方に愛されたゲームになっていると思いますので、そういった方々の期待以上のものが出せるように頑張ってますので、その辺は期待していただければと思います。でまた前作未プレイの方でも、新鮮な気持ちで楽しめるようなゲームにはなっていますので、ぜひ今後の情報にも目を光らせてチェックしていただければと思います。
So I believe this is a sequel to a game that has been loved by so many people. And so we're doing our best to deliver something that really exceeds the expectations that everyone has for this title. And even if you haven't played the previous game, this one is still fully enjoyable. So we'd love forward to have you look forward to what's to come to this title.
Awesome.
横尾さん。
はい、横尾さん。
Yeah.
マイクが入ってないかも。
Oh, there. Yeah, there you go. Yep.
Switch on.
はい。あら、
あ、いまいち入ってないかも。
Mic check.
ダメですね。その仮面外しましょうか。
There you go.
The mic is not working, so why don't you just take off your mask?
I think it's good.
ダメかも。
通訳さんマイク借りるか
Oh,
な。
There you go.
聞こえます。
あ、来たかな。
もしもし。はい、聞こえますか？大丈夫。
聞こえます。
大丈夫。
はい、じゃあ、ですね、ニーヤっていうのは、すごくマイナーなタイトルで、闇の中で生まれて、物好きな人たち、神塚たちがですね、めでてた、ちょっと暗いゲームだと思うんですよね。で、そんなマイナーなタイトルが、プラチナゲームズさんっていう会社の手によってすごくゴージャスなゲームになってて、逆にちょっと皆さん不安になってると思うんですよね。正直な話。僕もその気持ちすごく分かって、僕も今すごい不安です。はい、以上です。
So Nier, the previous title was a very more of a minor title. It was born in the dark, and it's a game that has been quietly loved by those with unusual taste, and it's a very dark game as well. But when you see it transformed into something gorgeous in the hands of Platinum Games, you might be a little bit wary as to where the game is going, right? I feel that way too.
はい、じゃあ私最後に、ニアに関しては今回の E3 のトレーラーでようやくその世界観のこんな感じなのかなっていうのが見えてきたと思います。なのでこれからまた続々と情報をお出ししていきますので、ぜひそちらをお楽しみにしていただきたいのと、これ映ってますかね？映ってるかな？
Oh, wow.
はい、こんなものもちょっと今いろいろと頑張って作ってますので、ぜひお楽しみにお待ちいただきたいなと思います。
So we have finally been able to reveal more about the world, and we will be introducing a lot more about this title moving forward. And as we approach our release, we are also working hard to create something like this, if everyone can see it. And
looks
so
amazing.
please look forward to more information.
Nice spin.
ちょっと手動で回してます。
Action.
I'm moving this manually right now.
Very nice.
結構ね、まあ近くに寄らないと分かんないですけど、ディテールまでね凝ってるんですよ。横尾さんにもこれ監修してもらいながら今一生懸命作ってます。
Yeah, you
はい
really have to close in on it to really look at it. But it is very detailed. And Yoko-san is overseeing this project as well. And so it will be a great product at the end.
Well, it's a beautiful prototype. Can
Yeah.
I take it home?
I wish.
Anyway, so to close up this segment, we're gonna just wrap up. I just want everybody to remember the game is gonna come out early 2017. Behind me on the screen, we have our Near Game Facebook page, and we will open a Twitter page pretty soon. So keep your eyes peeled out for that. And last but not least, I have a very special surprise. I heard that the team brought some boss battle footage from Japan. Did you hear that?
Yeah, I did. Let's. Do we have an introduction to it? Do you want to brief it?
皆さん実は最後にボスバトルの映像を持ってきていただいているというのもサプライズがあるそうなんですけども、こちら紹介いただくことは可能でしょうか？
はい、実はこの放送で初出しのボスバトルの映像を頑張って収録してきましたので、ちょっとご覧いただきたいなと思ってます。
Yes, it's actually being revealed here for the first time, and the team did work really hard to get this for us for this event, and so please look forward to it.
じゃあ横尾さんにちょっと説明をしてもらいたいので、 あれ喋れてちょっと喋ってみて。
聞こえますか？入ってる大丈夫。最後にマイクが使えないっていうトラブルがあったんですけど、はい。
So the mic seems to be working.
はい。
よかったよかった。
ボスバトルなんですけど、BGM に合わせてる、タイミング合わせてるっていう、そういうボスバトルになっていて、これ、ギリギリタウラさんにお願いしたら、タウラさんがもう泣きながら1時間ぐらいで作ってくれたボスバトル。
So this actually was a sequence. This boss battle is in sync with the BGM in the background. I asked Tara-san to work on this, and he went into great depths working on it. And I'm sure it was tough, and he seemed like it was a tough task, but he was able to come through with it.
本当に横尾さんの無茶ぶりに応えて大変だったんですけども、ボスバトルのほんの一部のシーンを切り取って今回お見せしようと思いますので、ぜひ、ご期待いただければと思います。
Yeah, and so it was definitely a sudden request from Yoko-san, so it was definitely a difficult task, but I did work really hard to get this right, and it is a part of the boss battle and sequence, and so please be sure to check it out.
Awesome, amazing. So yeah, let's watch the footage as we sign off. Hope you all look forward to Nier Automata and more news to come. Thank you for watching and have a great show.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, team.
バイバイ。
バイバイ。
there was something about those masterpieces. They left a deep impression on us that have yet to fade and still influence us, even to this day. It was their art, their music, their characters, their adventures, their stories. Let's relive the glory. Let's celebrate what made these RPGs great. I am Setsuna.
Hello, I'm Brendan Doherty from Square Enix Marketing. That was I Am Setsuna, which is coming out July 19th digitally on Steam and PSN. I'm joined today by Tokyo RPG Factory, and Usuke Kumagai-san is here with us, and our translator Amelia. Thank you guys so much for being here.
はい、皆さんこんにちは。東京 RPG ファクトリーの熊谷と申します。どうぞ今日はよろしくお願いします。
Hi everyone, I'm Kumagai from Tokyo RPG Factory, and I'm really happy to be here today.
So, I Am Setsuna is a tale of a brave woman with strong inner strength and courage. She's ready to sacrifice herself to save her people, and she needs to go on a quest to be able to do that. And I want to know, what can we look forward to in this quest? What is going on in this game and in the world that we're about to explore?
今少しストーリーの説明があったんですけれども、この作品の世界で私たちはどのような冒険に出られるのでしょうかということです。
はい、この作品なんですけれども、生贄を守る冒険に出ることになります。そうですね、ここで少しコンセプトやストーリーのお話にも触れさせてください。
In this title, you'll be going off on an adventure to protect a sacrifice, and I'd like to take this time to explain a little bit about the concept and the story.
はい、このタイトルなんですけれども、コンセプトは切ないという感情を表現することにあります。で、英語でですね直訳するのが少し難しいんですけれども、その感情をストーリーを通して、表現したいというところをコンセプトにしてこの作品を作りました。
The concept of this title is the Japanese word setsunai, which is a little bit hard to translate, but it means sort of sorrowful or bittersweet. There's no direct translation for it in English, really, but it doesn't just mean sorrowful. And through this game, we wanted to really convey this emotion.
少女の名前がですね、セツナという名前になってますけれども、この名前もですね、この切ないという感情から、来ています。
And the reason why the title character's name is Setsuna is because we really wanted to convey this term setsunai as a concept.
Now, I Am Setsuna is a remarkable game for many reasons. You can tell from its aesthetics, its visuals, the music. But it's also remarkable that a game like this was created in this day and age, that a major publisher would go and make a game like this. And I'm curious, could you tell us more about the story of how, on the development side, how this game came to be?
I Am Setsuna が作られた経緯についてお話しいただけますか？
はい。2年ほど前のことなんですけれども、スクエア・エニックス・ホールディングスの松田社長がですね、欧米の方で、インディーズスタジオが90年代の JRPG をオマージュして作品で成功しているというそういう事例をですねご覧になって、なんでこれが日本で作れないんだというふうに思われたところからこのプロジェクトセツナがですねスタートしています。
So about 2 years ago, Mr. Matsuda, who is the president of Square Enix Holdings, he saw that a Western independent game developer studio had successfully created an homage to a JRPG from the 90s, and he really felt, why can't we create something like this in Japan? And thus, Project Setsuna was started.
で、あの頃の RPG を取り戻そうという企画にですね賛同してもらったクリエイターたちが集まってですね、開発をスタートして、でこのプロジェクトセツナの第1弾として今回の I Am セツナが、作られました。
And I Am Setsuna was created as the first title of Project Setsuna, which is basically, a gathering of many different creators who really agreed with the concept of creating an RPG of the good old days.
でやはりそれぞれのクリエイターの中にいろいろですねあの頃の RPG っていうのがあるんですけれども、そのあの頃の RPG の要素をすごく意識して開発した 作品です。
And every creator has a different memory of what an RPG from the good old days really means to them, but we really honed in on that concept and put those elements into development.
Now, when I think of those RPGs of the good old days, I'm thinking Super Nintendo era, Final Fantasy IV and VI, and Secret of Mana, and of course Chrono Trigger. And it seems that in I Am Setsuna that there's a lot of inspiration from Chrono Trigger in that the battle system is the same. It still uses team attacks and combos, things where both party members, multiple party members are attacking at the same time. And I think that's great. I'm very happy to see that again. So I'm curious, what did the team, when they were looking at this golden era, what were they looking for in inspiration, and how were they going to put their own mark on this era?
そうですね、すごく大事なところになるんですけれども、まず黄金期の JRPG で、大事な要素だったところ、それをまずチームで、整理をしました。
First of all, what was extremely important to us was to take a good look at what were the really important elements of the RPGs of the golden years.
やはり昔の RPG といえばですね、バトルがあったり、マップ移動があって、であとやはり成長要素があってといったのがあるんですけれども、それを詰めていく中でですね、クロノトリガーからシームレスバトルを、あとアイテムの成長などはですね、FF7 のマテリアのシステムなどをからインスピレーションを受けています。
And when we thought about all of these different elements that are important to an RPG, we came across the story, maps, battle system, development system, all of these things. As we considered these elements for the game, we were inspired by the seamless battle system from Chrono Trigger, as well as the materia system for items from Final Fantasy VII.
Two excellent systems to take from. So the art in this game is beautiful. Like, every piece of concept art I see, I want to basically frame and put on my wall. How did the team come about with this artistic style? What made them want to go in this direction?
ですね、とても独特なアートスタイルなんですけれども、このようなアートスタイルになった経緯についてお話しいただけますか？
はい。まずゲームのコンセプトが切ないを表現することだったんですけれども、それを表現するために雪とか紅葉ですね、それが、企画の段階からアートのコンセプトとしてありました。
So as we touched on earlier, Setsunai, or sorrowful and bittersweet, was a very central concept to this game, and within the art, there's elements of snow and autumn leaves, and these concepts really came to mind when we thought of this sorrowful tone.
で、物語で描かないといけないやはり死であったりだとか、生贄であったりと、そういった要素を描くためにですね、雪や紅葉から、白とか赤っていうカラーが、自然に導き出されました。
And the story, it tells concepts such as death and sacrifice, and so in order to express these concepts through snow and autumn leaves, the colors of white and red kind of naturally came about.
それと水彩画のタッチがですね、今回の作品にはすごくマッチしているんじゃないかということになりまして、アート全体がその水彩画で、作られています。
And we really felt that the watercolor style was a very good match for the tone of the entire game, and so the art in the game evokes that watercolor style.
Now, another thing that I associate with the golden era of RPGs are phenomenal soundtracks that have stuck with me for years and years, and so far from what I've heard from I Am Setsuna, it's no different. Can you tell us more about how the composer and the team came about with their audio vision for the title?
楽曲についてもですね、とても引きつけられるものがあるんですが、ゲームに合った音楽を、作成する過程についてお話しいただけますか？
はい、こちらもですね、やはり切ないを表現しないといけなかったんですけれども、なかなか非常に難しくてですね、でそういった曲を探していたところを紹介していただいた方の曲が、ピアノで作られていて、それが非常にマッチするんなとなりまして、ピアノメインで進めることになりました。
So we also wanted to convey this emotion of Setsuna or bittersweet through the sound of the game as well. And we really had a difficult time looking for the right fit, but we fortunately were introduced to an artist who just had the right sound for the game, and their compositions were mainly in piano, and so that's how the sound of the game really came to be.
If I can do a little bit of plugging for the soundtrack, it's available right now on the Square Enix online store. So people who love video game soundtracks or just good music, this would be one you'd probably want to check out. So I think that the fans should definitely do that. So what other Western considerations did you have bringing this game over? What else were you thinking about for Western audiences?
Steam の早期予約特典としてですね、リミックストラックをダウンロードすることができるということですね。で、本題に戻りますが、I am 刹那欧州にリリースするに向けてですね、チームが考慮した点などはありましたか？
はい、あの頃の RPG が大好きなですね、世界中の JRPG ファンがいるんですけれども、彼らにやはりあの頃のようなプレイ体験をしてもらいたいというのがまず、それを、まず一番最初に考えました。
So the first thing that was really our main consideration was that we know that there are fans all over the world that really love JRPGs from that yesteryear, the good old days, and we wanted to create a game that really evoked that same emotion and feeling when people played those games.
その結果ですね、やはり昔のように大きな画面の前で座ってプレイをするというスタイルがいいんじゃないかということで、今回 PS4 と Steam で、デジタル配信をすることになりました。
And that's why we decided to digitally release this game for PlayStation 4 and Steam so that fans can sit in front of a screen and play this game just like they might have in the good old days of the RPGs.
Are there anything else you'd like to say to the fans listening right now?
最後にファンの方へのメッセージはありますか？
はい、そうですね。まず今回このようなですね場を設けていただいて皆さんありがとうございます。そしてあと最後までこれをご覧になってくださった皆さん本当にありがとうございます。
So first of all, I'd like to thank everyone for this opportunity that we have to share, that I had to share this game today, and thank you for sticking through the end and watching this program.
でこの作品はですね、皆さんに、プレイしていただいてエンディングまでやはり行っていただきたいというのがありましたので、2、30時間でクリアできるように作られています。
And with this game, we really wanted anyone who played it to be able to reach the ending and see it through to the end. So we made it so that people can complete it in 20 to 30 hours.
ぜひ皆さんにはですね、この作品をもうあなた自身の手で、最後までプレイしてください。
So we really love for everyone to, pick up this game and see it for themselves firsthand and play it through to the end.
Sounds good. I know I can't wait to pick up my English copy and play it. Everyone, the game comes out July 19th. You can pre-order it today on Steam. You should be able to pre-order it on PSN soon as well. If you do pre-order, you get an exclusive music track that is remixed from the original soundtrack. If you want to see great classic RPGs like this being made, this is the one you want to get behind. Everything I've seen on it is beautiful so far, so I'm really looking forward to it coming out, and I can't wait for everyone to play it. Thank you so much.
どうもありがとうございました。
In a land of sorrow and bitter cold. A tale of sacrifice will be told. A girl destined for death will give everything to save her people.
With Deus Ex, we want it to be the window to the future.
What we're trying to do is change the prosthetics industry so we can offer affordable, functional and beautiful prosthetic devices to amputees.
I'm proud of being one-handed. It doesn't make me feel any different. But wearing this, instead of having people come up to me or give me the sincere look of, oh, you've lost your arm, they go, oh wow, this is fantastic. And I just like to see people have a smile on their face about it. That's what it's all about for me.
Because we're heavily promoting this kind of technology, some people really think we were producing, augmented arms. And some fans or some moms and so on were asking, where can I buy your arm? And unfortunately, we have to say, we're not building any arms, we're just a video game company. But that triggers, the thing where we say, we should do something.
It was a really natural fit when they got in touch with us. We were almost expecting it at some point, and we formed this idea to try and turn Adam Jensen's arm into a real-life bionic limb.
I was actually only born with my left hand, so I've never seen any different, and I've always wanted to have a robotic hand. I've never said I wanted two hands, just a robotic one, just to feel more cyborg, because it's just so much cooler, especially being into sci-fi and comics and stuff.
I developed the first bionic hand when I was 17, just tinkering in my bedroom at my parents' house when I was younger. So when I went to university a few years later, I wanted to take the project a little bit further and found that bionic hands existed for amputees to wear, but they were extremely expensive. And so I used that angle as an excuse to be allowed to create a bionic hand for my final year project at university. And then after university was when I co-founded Open Bionics, and we began working on the same problem with a more kind of definitive goal of being able to offer these bionic hands to people at a really affordable price.
So this is a custom-built one for myself. We use sensors in the top and bottom of my arm. So if I tense my bottom muscles, it will close. And if I loosen up but tense upwards slightly, it will open.
We have a fantastic art director. His name is Jonathan Jack Beltet. This guy is a visionary. He's completely crazy. And the way we wanted to depict, a future world was that human augmentations couldn't be just medical device. We wanted it to be super rewarding. People are wearing this kind of prosthesis in a fashionable way. For Deus Ex, we never wanted to do some gimmicky big robot's hand and so on. We wanted something to touch upon, the high fashion, very refined design, something that looks very slick and very, you could be very proud to wear it.
And then you can change all the functions like that. Kind of cool.
At this point, we've made a semi-functional prototype. So we've made one that's functional and looks similar to Adam Jensen's hand. The next steps for us will be perfecting the functionality of it so that it works really nicely and it's very good at grasping objects. And then making the finish really nice so that it looks the part as well. The design files that we're working on in this project will be open source as well, so people will be able to download them. If they have a 3D printer, they'll be able to make themselves an Adam Jensen arm that will be functional and they'll be able to use it.
We don't want to cut this technology, this accessibility to people who have their both hands and so on. So we partnered with Intel with their RealSense division and Razer with their Stargazer division also.
Multiple points on the hand in motion is captured in real time. The result is a one-to-one mirroring between the user's hand and the bionic hand.
We want to show limb-different people that the products and devices that they're seeing in science fiction, in gaming and in movies can become reality and can become reality very soon.
It's mind-blowing for a lot of people, but I cannot wait for the future of this.
Everything we're doing is somehow a new step forward. We now defining the future.
Hello everyone, welcome to today's segment on Deus Ex. Today is going to be a bit different. We are not specifically going to talk about games, but we are going to talk about our partnership with Open Bionics, which was announced just a few weeks ago. I have a few people with me. Can you just quickly introduce yourselves?
Yeah, I'm Dan, as you saw in that video. I'm the test pilot for the ARM.
I'm Sammy. I'm the co-founder of Open Bionics. We're making affordable prosthetic limbs that are completely 3D printed and open source.
And I'm Jonathan Jacques Belatet, and I'm the executive art director on the Deus Ex franchise.
So Sammy, can you talk a bit about Open Bionics and what you guys do?
Yeah, so we are a startup company, a robotics company from the UK. We started this around a year and a half ago, and we're making bionic limbs super affordable, have high functionality, and look really awesome. So we've partnered with you guys because, well, the fans really wanted it, and they were like always tweeting us like, come on, why aren't you working with these guys? Why aren't you doing this? Like, bring this to life. And making them look really cool. So that's what we're focused on.
Definitely. So how did it start? Obviously, I know the story, but if you could tell it.
It started on Twitter. It started with there's one like major fan like kind of launched a mini like Twitter campaign, just like tagging us in all, getting all of his gamer friends to tag us in all of these tweets.
Do you remember his name?
I can't. It's Oliver Campbell, but I can't remember his Twitter.
But the Twitter,
tag.
okay.
But the gamers will know, and they're going to tag him. I know for sure. And he basically got all of his followers to tweet us almost like every day to like do this. And then we've got in touch with your team, and we got all of the design files. The artist did such a good job. So all of the aesthetics are from the original artist, and we just made it functional and got it working with someone.
Cool. And then how long have you been collaborating with Open Bionics?
Well, they put up with me for about 2 years now. So yeah, so it's a bit weird because I've gone from one version to another, and being like, by the way, Dan, do you want to work with Square Enix? I was like, pardon? And then, I mean, I saw a lot of the posts as well on Twitter about like the Adam Jensen arm, and I was like, I'd love to be part of something like that, and here I am right now.
Yeah.
And it was mind blowing for you because I can't get enough of when I shook your hand. It was just amazing. You loved it.
Yeah,
I loved it as well.
I lost it. It's I probably should have been wearing a diaper, but yeah, it was just like because it's just crazy because we've been working on the Deus Ex Universe for so long.
Yeah.
And we've spent so much energy kind of researching all these texts and imagining how they would be and how they would function and what they would look like, and we never ever would have thought that this kind of collaboration and whatnot would have happened, especially when we started in 2007. So it was like some kind of crazy culmination to just shake your hand and having Adam Jensen's hand just kind of close on mine, and some people actually wrote me or tweeted me and they asked, was that like a glove or whatever?
Yeah, a lot of people think.
And I'm like, no, look at it. It's like way too small. I mean, his hand would be a little baby hand if that was a glove, right? I'm like, this is the real deal.
Yeah, and being a gamer as well, it's been fantastic to be part of, and just being here is seriously surreal. I know I said that in nearly every interview I've been in, but like just being here. A lot of my friends at home would probably hate me right now. So if you're watching, I don't care.
I also like the way that you call yourself like a test pilot, right?
Yeah,
for all this and sounds good. How many iterations have you guys gone through since the 2-year partnership, like with Dan?
Dan's first hand that we made him.
Rock'em sock'em robot, man.
It was ridiculous. It was like that thick.
Yeah,
it looked like
it was.
a brick. Like he had a brick on the end of his arm.
Yeah, I loved it.
But fair play to him because he let us like attach it to him. We'd never done it before. He was the first person actually ever to wear a 3D printed robotic hand and control it. And like Dan's face, we have a video of Dan using it for the first time, and when he closes his fingers for the first time, he's like, "Oh wow!"
And the closing fingers, that was iteration number what? Do you know? Like
1.
Oh, the one already had that. Okay, because the way you were saying that the big kind of.
Oh no, it was massive, but it worked.
Okay, it was massive, but it worked. Cool. And I had this other question that you made that I wanted, but I think I kind of forgot it now. But
in that same video though, shaking my brother's hand, like he always likes to, that's his claim to fame. It's like, my brother that's me shaking my brother's hand. And me and my brother, that was a big step forward. And then, so.
Yeah, it was really emotional for his brother. His brother's like kind of got like a bit welled up and was like, oh, that's the first time. And it actually felt like Dan. It's like a really interesting psychological thing.
Yeah. Of course, yeah.
Because it feels like that's their hand. Like for us, like that's a 3D printed bit of tech.
But for them,
that's their hand.
And that's the key thing, I think. That's the key thing. It's one of the key things, the 3D printing thing. Because what you guys, Open Bionics, are really into, and which I find is is really, really amazing is the whole affordability, accessibility, and open source thing,
Yeah.
which is great, which is what I'm kind of into as a general kind of life philosophy, right? The whole sharing thing and community and whatnot. And this is what's amazing. I mean, I think people can just get the blueprints for these arms, right?
Yeah.
And print
so
them.
many
and,
props to you guys for allowing us to do this. I mean, we've always been an open source company, but we've never had such generosity. Where
yeah,
someone's
not
like, this
because
is
you guys
such
are,
a-
but it doesn't mean that all your partners are going to be so
no,
open.
no,
Yeah.
So this is amazing, and we can't wait to release these. So you're going to see so many people download them and make them at home.
Yes,
which is so
a whole
exciting.
nation of people walking around with Adam's arms and.
I'll go around fist bumping them all when I
Yeah. I want to see that. I want to be there. I
will do that if I see people. I'll be fist bumping. I'm like, hell
If
yeah.
this happens, I might be the first one to get rid of my proper arm then, and just to go with you guys.
So many people have been saying like I'm gonna cut off my arm.
Oh
to
yeah,
get
I've
a
been
bionic
receiving.
one.
Yeah, sorry, go
Yeah,
ahead,
it's-
Sasha. But yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah.
We got asked a question like that the other day about like augmentation.
Oh, it's really terrifying how many people are so keen. They're like, no, seriously,
A
like,
lot of my
I'm
friends
such a
say as
fan that
well.
I'm willing. Like even if I can't feel stuff, like I'm willing to give up the sense of touch to wear that arm, and that's kind of terrifying.
Yeah, and there's been a spike of this week because we often get these kind of questions as the developers of the SX or whatnot. Like, would you augment yourself? Would you sacrifice something? Whatever. So we get kind of these questions often kind of related to the games in a very kind of broad, aspect or whatever. But this week, there's been like this spike of literally people writing, or tweeting or emailing me and like, oh my god, this is like I want to, I want to get rid of my arm, and it's like, okay, is that really where we are now? This is crazy, because it will happen. It will happen eventually. Yeah.
So we are working on two different designs. Obviously, we have the Adam Jensen one, and there is another one which is kind of more inspired by the whole Deus Ex art direction.
Yeah, the other one is more, we call it the franchise arm. It's more, it's not an arm that you can find in any of the games or any of the products that we've developed, but it's like the soul, it's like the essence of the aesthetics of the franchise all into one amazing open bionics arm. Yeah.
That one was a challenge because you
Oh, yeah?
guys, that was a real push for us because we had to make it like a functional prosthetic, but there's an actual whole segment missing.
There's
so
a
we
big
were like,
negative space in the middle.
Yeah, so I was like, how are we supposed to do this? But it actually works, and it looks really cool.
Yeah, and I'm glad we were able to make it work with you guys, because these kind of uncanny things are so important to us in the game, to just show that there's limitations to biology, which we don't necessarily have to like respect in making a fake one or a prosthetic one. So there's a lot of designs that we did in the game where we actually purposely cut holes in the limbs or have like crazy kinks in them or weird bends and whatever. So that's why I was really glad that you guys were able to implement that, because it's such a big part of what we do, and it's such a big part also of saying, hey, look, this is functional, but it's also seriously weird, and that's the whole idea.
Yeah, why would you want to replicate the human hand if you get to design your own arm from scratch? Like, why would you want it to look like?
Yeah, some people would, and some people would want it to be almost perfectly unrecognizable, and that's
I get
perfectly
that a lot,
fine.
actually.
Yeah, but some people also would be just like, no, let's take this opportunity to make something cool and different.
Like I said, you're better off standing out in the right reasons as
Yeah.
well. Like, I mean, I get that some people I know that have prosthetics that stick out, but in that video, the old prosthetic that was there's actually my old one.
Oh, yeah?
And it grosses me out a little bit. Sorry to anyone who wears them, but
is that the red one or the
white one? No, not the 3D printing one.
Oh, the
It
one
was
that you're wearing.
Like, no, not that one. The prosthetic, the actual old
a
style
human
prosthetic.
skin
Yeah, it's human skin
looking.
one.
Okay, I don't. Okay,
Yeah,
fair
and
enough.
I just think just having something like this, or even just something that just makes you stand out, and people just go, like I said in that video, just like really standing out and giving a positive light on it.
Yeah.
Because when I've worn that prosthetic in the past, a lot of people would instantly know that you've lost your hand somehow. And then instead of getting that question now, I'm like, whoa, how does it work? And
Yeah.
what are you wearing
Can
the
I have
hand?
one?
And I'm just like, yeah.
It's like a whole shift of where the point of interest is.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I've noticed also, probably halfway through Human Revolution, a lot of the vets coming back from probably Afghanistan or Iraq or whatever wars were happening at that time, sadly. But there was like this whole shift that they were starting to wear their prosthetics kind of in the open, I guess, and showing them very kind of proudly. And I remember reading an article that were saying, let's say, the vets or accidents or whatever from like the Vietnam War or these kind of things. The whole idea was to hide them, because they were probably made out of wood or made out of I don't know if it was plastic already. Sorry for my ignorance for this, but I guess the idea was that they weren't good enough or interesting enough, and the whole idea was like, I don't want people to know that I have that, so they wouldn't wear their pants all the time. And now you see, I have tons of pictures that you have like this like super cool looking guy in the New York subway wearing shorts with his like bang 2 metal legs with like really nice kicks in his feet, and he's just there, and it's like, it's almost like maybe I'd want to be like him. We're getting there, you know, and you
there's
see
been a
them
huge
showing them
change.
proudly. Yeah.
Yeah, there's been a huge attitude change.
Exactly,
And
an
I think
attitude
it's-
change,
I think
exactly.
it's like there's also a generational different thinking on it. So like the older generation really want to like blend in and have those human-looking arms.
Yeah.
Whereas younger people are like, no, like you just said, like I want to stand out. Like I am different. This
Yeah.
is me. Accept it.
Completely agree
And that's
with
really attractive, I think.
It is. I agree. Yeah.
So when are you guys looking to release the arms and the blueprints to everyone?
So the blueprints will become way before we actually release the arm.
Yeah.
So we're going to release the arm next year.
Mhm.
We're going to get it tested on lots of different people, get it approved, and then the blueprints will come out this year.
Cool.
Yeah, it's
Looking
really
forward
exciting.
to it,
I'm
yeah.
so excited. Yeah, I also know a Marine who lost all of his limbs in Afghanistan, and he 3D printed one of our older versions. So he's going to be all over this one.
Yes.
Yeah.
Can you imagine if like maybe, because I know I have a few friends that are in the army, and they play games and they're in, you know, whatever theater that they're based at, they have their consoles. Can you imagine if like soldiers were playing Mankind Divided, you know, I mean, or are going to play, but I mean, we're playing Human Revolution, I meant, and maybe fell in love with the game and whatnot, and now maybe they'll be having the arm, and it's like such a crazy scenario when you think about it, you know? Yeah.
Cannot wait what people are going to do with the blueprints. It's going to be really interesting to see.
Yeah, I know I'm gonna print it. I mean, for sure, I'm gonna. And also, when I spoke to you a little earlier this week, you told me that if I do put the sensors on my arm, I can just by moving my hands.
Yeah.
And
You
will
just stick
it
them
will.
to your side. I have like 2 extra arms, 3D printed.
Really? Oh yeah. Stick the arms out. I thought you meant.
A friend of mine wants to do that. A friend of mine said that. He said it's like he wants to play more bass and like wave at people and rock out. I was like, oh, maybe I can do that.
That's
Needed
cool.
to get a 3D printer first.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So just going back a bit to building this arm, on your side, was there a lot of work to do to kind of adapt it to being completely functional?
It wasn't so bad. I mean, Open Bionics were so kind of generous with their time and with and also like a very open mind to what you know, we could do, or what actually just let us do what we wanted to do, and then they would tell us if it worked or not, or they would even adapt their own kind of methods or whatnot. It was so it was basically Laura Gallagher, and who she's one of our main character modelers. She's crazy, insane ZBrush modeler. She's done so many of the really good characters, and including Adam. She's like the Adam, I guess, experts because she's been for days on, sometimes zoomed in to like the most minute details on Adam, right? And Nivan Chantara, who's one of her very top concept artists. So they've worked together. So the Adam one, I would never say that it was easy on our side, but I guess what I'm trying to say is that the arm existed already, right? Adam's design, and it was mainly understanding what Open Bionics needed in terms of their metrics, their constraints, the different variables, and kind of refitting the design to that. So a lot of what we needed was already available. The one that we call the franchise arm, like we spoke a few minutes ago, that's the one that Nivan, as a concept artist, spent quite a bit of time on, kind of designing, and again making sure that the whole could work and it was in the proper place for you guys. I guess in relation to where the battery is and where the cables.
Someone
need
has to put their arm in there.
Somebody, somebody. You're right. Somebody has to put their arm in there somehow. So yeah, but I mean, the guys are so talented, and to be honest, like so much of this work is all about, like I said, Open Bionics, Lower Gallagher, and Nivan Chantara. I mean, I was just kind of, you know, keeping an eye to make sure that everything was on brand and whatnot. But I mean, I had it easy. I mean, these guys just work so hard and all that. So that's kind of how it happened, yeah.
Cool. That's all the time we have today to talk about this partnership. If you want more info, you can go on augmentedfuture.com to see a bit of the 2 arms we are working on. and our announcement video, and also see how we worked with Razer and Intel to further this partnership. We have a bit of gameplay to show you. If you were here today and the day before, we've shown you some stealth and some combat. Today we are going to show you some more of Dubai, but a bit more adaptive gameplay, a mix of action and stealth. So
what I call the ballet
yeah,
between all the modes.
Yeah. Enjoy, guys, and see you soon.
Give me something lethal.
Your call, but Singh's undercover in all this.
So watch your fucking sights.
What about range? There's lots of wide spaces and high ceilings in there, but a number of tight and constrained rooms too.
So it's a crapshoot, really.
Never was one to play the odds. Give me something I can use up close.
You got it. One last thing, Jensen. Singh said the Jinn are using some sort of portable Wi-Fi device to boost communications. He's got a better chance of maintaining cover if you disable it.
I'll keep an eye out for it. But aren't we on the clock here? You said there's a sandstorm moving in.
There is, and we got the intel on this mission at the very last minute, so we're scrambling a little. If it comes to it, your #1 priority is keeping the Jinn out of that atrium.
Copy that.
Time to put away your heavy thoughts, gentlemen. We're approaching the target building.
You're up first, Jensen. Let's do this.
Task Force Actual. This is Knife Leader. Engage Hush drives and descend to Angels 1-5.
قبل ما يصل تاجر الأسلحة.
I'll do another sweep in the area, just to make sure.
علمني إذا أي شيء تغير.
Jensen, Mac, listen up. Doppler shows that sandstorm's moving in fast. It's big, and it's gonna hit us hard.
God, I hate the fucking desert. Confirm visual?
I can. Time is not on our side.
Copy that.
Solid copy.
McCready, how you making out?
Slower than expected. It's like someone's tilled a fucking cemetery down here.
Say again?
When the shit hit the fan in 27, the rush must have been for the stairs. There's corpses everywhere. A lot of your cousins are here too, Jensen. You want me to grab you any spare parts?
No parts, but I take mine with cream and 2 sugars while you're asking.
Jensen, what's your 20?
Working my way through the penthouses.
Remember to keep an eye out for the Jin's communications booster. If you can, disable it.
Roger that.
You hear something?
Miller, I disabled the Jin's comms booster. Should make it harder for them to listen in on the deal.
Good work.
Listen.
Jensen, we're inside the atrium, taking up positions on the terraces. What's your 20?
Still moving.
Well, hurry the fuck up. Enemy helo is inbound and this sandstorm's getting close. You get that comms booster disabled?
Affirmative. Booster's fried.
So maybe the Tin Man does have a heart after all. Way to look out for your team. McCready out.
Access granted.
This is Jensen. Penthouse access route secure. Jin shouldn't be a problem. Over.
Copy that.
About fucking time. Enemy helo sighted. All right, Strike Force, position and hold.
Strike 1, in position.
Strike 2, all set. Strike 3, yeah.
Strike 4 in position and holding, boss.
I don't know what their plan is, but it's big and it's about to start.
Then I'll stop them. Just kick back and enjoy the show.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Square Enix Presents Just Cause 3 stream from wonderful sunny LA. My name is Kat Karskens, and with me today is Eric So from the LA office. And we're here to show you some cool tips and tricks for Just Cause 3's Mech Land Assault. So Eric, are you ready?
As ready as I'll ever be. We're third day into E3.
Oh Lord, yes. My feet are so sore.
Yes, we're very sore.
Yes.
So since it is the last day, we're going to mess around with Just Cause 3. For you guys who already have seen Just Cause 3, you know that it is a lot of ridiculousness with a lot of fun as well.
So much ridiculousness. It's
Yes.
cranked up to 11. And
Yes.
now we've added a mech into the game as well.
Mhm.
So if it wasn't crazy enough before,
Mhm.
we added, with the first DLC, we added a jetpack.
With a giant airship.
With a giant airship. And now we've added mechs. So, yeah.
And then, but prior to that, we added dogs.
We
or
did add dogs.
a Doge mode. So we're going to kick off the stream by showing you guys a couple Easter eggs, depending on what we have time for. So we're going to start off with Doge mode,
Oh, Lord.
which
This is one of my favorites.
it's too cute.
It's so adorable.
So, well, let's get started. And I will apologize because this is a Just Cause 3 masterclass, and I'm attending for the first time. So you're gonna see me fly into a lot of walls. So with Doge mode, there's this cute dog over here on this island. If I can find him, he's floating around.
I think it's the cutest thing in the game.
He's like, I actually want a black little puppy like this.
Yeah, me too. Like, I want 12 of them.
So you have your own litter. Where'd he go?
He's hiding.
No, he ran away from me.
He is around here. He just hides in the trash heap.
Okay.
And that unlocks
He's,
one of our
he's
special
scared.
Easter eggs.
I need like bacon.
Oh, I'd love some bacon right now too.
Where's he?
I can hear him.
I definitely hear him. He's whimpering. Oh.
You scared him away.
I did. It's the gruffness of Rico Rodriguez.
He's so
Definitely
gruff.
not giving the water.
So gruff. He's got a jetpack on him.
Uh-huh.
The little dog is just like, no way.
Oh, there he is. I see him. You come over here.
Oh, he's so
Come over
cute.
here. Look at you with your little blue barbarian collar. Okay, you're gonna follow him? Okay. Come over here. Come over here. Come on. Let's go.
This is probably one of the most peaceful things I think you can do
For
in Just
now.
Cause 3.
Oh, I'm not gonna drop kick the dog.
No, please don't hurt the little dog.
Okay, let's go, doggy.
We should give him a name as well.
Yeah. Rocco.
Rocco sounds
Rocco
good.
and Rico?
That sounds really tough.
Very.
This isn't a
'Cause he
very
looks
tough
totes
dog.
tough.
Totes tough.
Uh huh. Come on, buddy.
Come on, little dude, you can do it.
Okay, come on.
So while we're escorting this little pupper
Trying
across
to.
across the
Oh, there you go. Wait, no, I'm not gonna get in that
across
vehicle.
the wonderful island of Medici, our new DLC that we just released is called
Mhm.
Mech Land Assault. We just released it on June 10th, I think, for everyone,
Mhm.
and as long as you have the base game, you'll be able to play that. And the mechs themselves are so much fun. They have a few options as well. We'll take you through all the controls for those once we've escorted this poor little guy to his final
coming?
destination.
Okay, I think he's following me finally.
He is.
Okay, good.
Oh, there he goes.
Okay, okay. I think we just needed some time to introduce ourselves to each other. Okay, he's
Yeah.
definitely
He's
following.
comfortable with you
Hey,
now.
pup. Wait.
He's hiding.
Where did he go? Okay, there he is.
You made him disappear. Oh, he's so shy.
Is it potty break time?
There he is.
Okay.
You got
Oh,
him.
wait, I gotta take him to his house. There's a little dog house over there. Okay, come on, buddy.
Yeah. So anyone that hasn't checked out this Easter egg yet, we won't spoil what happens yet, but if you escort this little guy across the road to his new house, you can. He doesn't want to go. He really doesn't want to go.
Oh, escort missions. How I love them.
escort missions. Especially when it's tiny little dogs.
Udo, he's not old enough to listen to commands. Come on, get over here.
We're training him live right now.
Yes. He's not listening.
He's so not listening.
Oh my gosh, doggy.
He doesn't want to go.
We might have to revisit this if he doesn't come.
Yeah.
Because
he's being very stubborn.
He
We're
needs to
just
come
gonna
to his
leave
house
him
over here.
I don't think he wants to. He's
Okay.
having too much fun in
I'm
that
gonna
junkyard
do
over
one
there.
last attempt, and we might have to walk away from doggy.
Yeah. Oh, we're gonna have to leave this poor little dog behind. He is crying and whimpering, but he doesn't want to go anywhere.
He wants a donut. That's why.
Oh. He could smell the donuts we had earlier.
Yeah. Come on.
Come on, doggy. Nope.
Oh.
Nope, too stubborn.
Ay, oy vey.
Well, from here we'll take a detour up to the island of Lacrima, which is the new region that we added with the DLC as well. So other than the mech itself, which is a toy you can bring into the base game, there's a whole new island with a new story. It's run by the Black Hand, and essentially in the story missions you're going to start freeing the prisoners on that island and empowering them with weapons and tools so that they can start taking back their island. Now the fastest way is probably if we fast travel over
Yeah,
there.
I'm gonna fast travel. I just want to try one more
really
attempt
want to
at
save
finding-
that dog.
Rocco, come with me.
Rocco.
Venga aquí. Okay.
No.
Bye, doggy.
Rocco's a lost cause.
Bye, Doge. Maybe next time, guys. We're
Yeah.
very sorry. Because you know how live streams always works according to plan.
And working with, what does it say about working with children and animals?
What is the expression?
Don't do it.
Oh, yes. Fortunately, I do both. Okay, so we're going to fast travel.
Yeah.
Um,
So this is up to Lacrim. It's up. If you've been playing Just Cause 3 already, you'll be familiar with Medici. This island set is set up in the north as well. So this is Rico with his new jetpack as well. So the normal wingsuit is already pretty maneuverable, but with this one you get a lot more options. Like you can do barrel rolls, you can
shoot.
you can shoot with a machine gun. You've got some Bavarian powered rockets as well. He's pretty much just a one-man army at this stage. I mean, he already was, but this is, you know, cranking it up like crazy.
You're Superman.
Yeah, basically like a
Super Rico.
Super Iron Rico.
Iron Rico. Oh.
What is the situation?
Okay, let's do this.
Yeah, you might as well attack.
I'm scared.
Oh, you can do it, Eric. You can do
I'm
it.
horrible.
Barrel roll around everything.
That's pretty much what I'm gonna do. Oi!
Oh.
Okay.
Masterclass.
Definitely masterclass. Straight into the. I wish I had Doge mode.
Face first. Face first. You hurt them with your face. It's fine.
Here, go up there. Hey.
A lot of action in this base.
I'm scared.
You're scared? You're gonna die?
I'm gonna get out of here. 'Cause I'm scared.
That's close.
You'll see a lot of like near deaths.
Yeah.
Okay, how do I do that? Okay, let's head back down.
Yeah.
Oops.
So I
no.
think it would be cool. I can think of a little area we could head to.
Oh,
where
yeah?
we can show off the mech in a little bit of piece.
Okay.
Maybe get to grips with the
So-
controls and show everyone what it looks like.
Yes, for this student, please show me senpai.
Somewhere nearby. It's a
Okay,
little,
okay. I'm
little
gonna head
bit
over
more
there.
peaceful.
Slightly more peaceful.
Ever so slightly.
Okay, we're gonna make a grand entrance with the mech from this bridge. How about that?
Oh my word. I feel like this is gonna be really dangerous.
Yeah.
This can only go well, right? This can only go well.
Okay. Nice and peaceful. Oi!
Nope. That's not what peace looks like.
We are sending ground support.
Twitch your You took care of those guys.
I just want to shoot a rocket down. There you go.
You're gonna blow up that bridge as well.
Oh yeah, I forgot. We did our first Just Cause live stream back in December when the game first came out, and we ended up destroying a bridge by accident.
Oops.
Okay, let's do our rebel drop.
Now, because we've got a special save here, we've got a few unlocks already that you wouldn't normally have right off the bat.
We're cheating just a little bit.
We're cheating just a little bit, but in a good way.
A smidgen.
Yeah, just a smidgen.
Okay.
So we've got two different mechs here today. I say we go with the Bavarian Splitter mech.
Okay. And then I will pass it on to you to do the other mech.
To do some mech play.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll play with the mechs.
Okay.
So we'll take you through some of the controls. And I just love this Rebel Drop system as well, still.
It's convenient.
After hundreds of hours played in this game, you get like an awesome drop with a mech in a crate. And then there's confetti!
Woohoo! Party time, okay.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Let's get in here.
I wish I could have one of these in real life. It would just make
So much fun.
it would be
You
so
don't-
much fun. It would make life easier.
But it
too.
wouldn't work in LA.
Oh no.
Imagine the traffic.
You would just be
Okay,
sitting in it.
So let's
Just,
see, we got B for jump.
yeah.
Okay. I got left trigger to attract with grip. So I think I can grab one of these bad boys.
You
now.
can grab the little tower.
Okay.
So one of the cool things about this mech is it's basically just a giant toy. It gives you more options on top of what you already had in Just Cause 3. So one of the things we found people did with Just Cause 3 with the base game and the grapple was kind of create these weird, cool situations like this Jenga tower. And that stuff takes forever to put together. It's really intricate, but people are still managing to do that with the grapple. Now, you have a mech with a...
What's
getting attacked by a drone there.
Oh. Bye, drone.
This mech has a grip gun, so you can essentially pick up anything you want here and either throw it at something else or just drop it. Which
This bad boy.
Kind of, yeah. You
Or
almost
just throw him. how far will they fly?
You can try it.
Okay.
That guy was already on fire.
Oh, let's wait.
You're just...
Oh, I picked up a red barrel. I wonder if those things explode.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Just a tad, right?
Yeah. That is one of our sort of key
Tower
indicators.
versus tower action. Eat it. Ah,
Oh, you
short.
just clipped it.
Shoot. Oh, shoot. Here, sniper.
You can pick up people as well.
You can, okay.
So let's just throw this guy as far as he'll go.
Oh,
Nope.
look at that.
Right up with the
It's
fence.
like, oh, that's cute. Okay.
Oh.
Let's see.
One of my favorite things actually about the mech is if you are holding something now and you get out of the mech, it's still going to stay suspended.
Oh,
in
really?
midair. Yeah.
And I can like drop kick him or something? Yeah,
Well, he's going to stay suspended there. If you grapple, for instance, or grip, for instance, a plane, you can then sit on top of the plane.
Oh, wow, cute.
Yeah. So we might do a few cool things with that.
Okay.
That might be part of the masterclass.
Yes, that would be when the master gets the controller, because right now I'm just picking up sandbags. There's gonna be
There's not a formidable
coming
weapon.
in.
I don't know if I would attack a base with just sandbags.
You know what? I think that should be an achievement.
But it should be.
Attacking with sandbag. Because that's
You
hard.
went for them again.
Yeah. Hey, okay, hold on. I didn't mean to get out. Oops. Okay. Okay, let's go back up to that hill.
Oh,
You go by.
sandbags and people.
That's my specialty. I love these kind of mechs. They're like so much cooler than trains.
Yeah, it has this really cool sort of active suspension, so you can kind of roll around the environment. You can jump over stuff as well. It's like a super maneuverable mech.
Oh, and I can charge this up.
Yeah. So that's one of the options the mech has. We call it the force pulse. It's basically a punch option. So you can hit anything with that really, and it is quite context sensitive as well, or at least environment sensitive. So if you are looking up at a chopper, you jump up and punch it, you're going to punch the chopper right out of the air.
Oh, okay.
Or if you jump up and then punch down, you're going to be able to ground pound a tank, for instance.
Oh wow, okay.
Yeah, that's so much fun. You're just punching everything.
I'm just punching air.
Everything. You can grab that guy.
Yeah. I'm stuck.
You can grab. Oh.
Okay.
Nice.
Let's see.
That's one of the objectives here. Or the chaos objectives. You just like being in the middle of all the danger, right?
That's more fun, because actually what I enjoy most about this game is the stupidity of when you're dying.
Yeah.
Because there's so many really derp amazing ways to die, and had we had Doge mode on, the derp factor would have been amazing, especially with beginner me playing. So I think
perfect.
I've showcased a little bit of the tools of this mech. Shall we hand it over to the master? I think we should.
Yes. Crack my knuckles and get ready.
And meanwhile, I've actually got some Just Cause 3 codes on Steam that I will drop into chat for you guys, since I know it's been a long 3 days for you guys as well who have been tuning in with all the exciting exciting announcements. And since we're here, and for those of you guys who have seen Toby and myself on Square Enix stream channels, you know we like to spread the joy.
Yeah, why not? You know, we want everyone to be able to play this game and just go nuts, blowing everything up. So if I get out of this now, that stays suspended there.
So
this is probably one of the better things to show it off with, because it's already a tower.
Oh, nice. So while you do your thing,
So
I should be paying attention, but I gotta spread the love to the
Oh, the
fans.
gravity's gone crazy. I don't know if sitting in a gravity well caused by a mech is necessarily a healthy plan.
Slight radiation.
I don't know how my healthcare providers would feel about me hanging out on top of that sort of radiation, but it is fine. Everything's fine. Right. So let's see. I think we can take on a pretty cool base near here as well. So we will just hop over. Let me see. This one. This is one of my favorite bases to attack. So I'm going to jump out of this guy. And we're just going to call in another rebel drop when we get there. Because why not? We have so many free mechs. We have so many options. Should we blow up this bridge on the way?
Deploying additional troops.
Not gonna make it.
Protocols.
Nope.
And also, guys, I'm going to be dropping them into the Twitch chat. So head over to twitch.tv/Square Enix.
So first come, first serve.
First come,
Grab
first
them while you
serve.
can.
And it will be anti-bot codes, so you won't be able, whoever's running bots out there, you're not going to be able to get this code.
Yeah, get out of there.
Get out of there. Get
I
out
don't
of
like
there. Okay, there's a code. Steam for PC, Just Cause 3. And we'll see if Cat can destroy this base, and I'll drop another code for you guys. So whoever, I mean when, time permitting, we've got a little over 7 minutes
Lord,
left.
we've only got 7 minutes left. Where has the time gone? Alright, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to cheat a little bit, because I want to steal one of these mechs that's already here. What I can do is call in one of our cool new weapons. It's called a power core rifle. Now this will... Normally you can't hijack a mech because there's a guy in there and he obviously doesn't want you to steal his mech. But if we use the power core rifle, we can actually disable a mech already. There we go. More confetti!
I love seeing this game played right.
Yeah.
Because when I'm doing, I'm throwing sandbags.
You do. You really like throwing sandbags.
Are you able to pick...
There's a free mech here, but let's, instead of taking that one, let's steal one. I think there's one around the corner here. We can just show off what it looks like when we steal someone else's mech. Oh, no. That's just a guy.
Can you pick up that big cylinder of the explosive goodness with the mech as well?
Totally attack that.
Yeah, and just
Ow.
like throw it at...
I know we said masterclass, but I just hit my face. So let's just take this mech.
It's okay, we'll edit that out.
We'll do fix it in post.
Yeah.
Oh no! You can do a roll landing, but I totally
Actually, I
messed
think
that
the
one up.
qualifications to be a Just Cause 3 master is not to like sophistically play this game. It's to just go balls to the wall and you know just have fun. I think that defines the a Just Cause 3 master is just to have as much fun as you can.
Oh,
Because
I mean, that's
with all this explosive madness,
Yeah. It's the whole game.
there's no
It's-
finessing.
Well, I mean, there's some finesse.
Just a
The
little
legs
bit.
on this guy. Let's see. This one looks. Oh my god, I'm getting attacked. This might end really badly for me. I really want that to roll instead of just blowing up.
Oh my
Here we
gosh.
go.
Oh. Too far? Too far? Too far?
There we go.
That reminds me of the Incredibles. That bad guy.
Oh yeah. What happens when we throw a motorbike at a fuel tank?
I'm trying to think of something funny, but I can't.
Explosions! It's just cause 3, of course it's explosions.
Much explosions. Oh man, I wish we had.
Oh lord, I'm getting this up here. See, and you get a warning as well, because your mech is...
Yeah.
Oh, I'm gonna bail, because that mech is gonna explode. But luckily I've got this power core. So I can...
Is that the... Oh, that was ours.
Oh, here he is. We shoot that, we can disable this mech.
Lordy. Do you have the... Is the guy
I got a
inside?
free
Oh, you
mech.
can kick
Oh
them
yeah,
out.
his.
Okay, good.
That was his mech, it's now my mech. So
Adios, amigo.
adios.
Oh, are you almost dead? You won't die, I believe in you. I believe in Senpai.
I gotta hide. Gotta hide. Gotta go hide below this up. Oh my word. I'd never get tired of the explosions in this. Where did that come from? Everything's just blowing up. This is crazy. Now, let's see. I think we've killed most of the people around here.
Yeah?
Except this guy. Let's do some mech on mech punching.
Okay.
Oh no, we hit him with that.
Oh.
Great. Here we go.
Oh, beautiful. Wow. Beautiful.
Nice. One more here. Oh, missed him.
Have a nice day.
I was gonna shoot him with the power core, but instead I died. So there is one cool trick I want to show you as well.
Okay.
With suspending items with the grip weapon.
Yes.
We're gonna set something
So
cool up.
since we hit the reset button, I'm going to send over a code over to our lovely viewers. So guys, this is PC Steam code for Just Cause 3.
Can I get one?
Yeah.
Okay,
maybe.
cool.
Don't you have like one? At least one.
I have at least one.
Okay. It's going into chat. Bam. And then I should probably just announce a code later, so that way we have equal opportunity for everyone here.
Ooh, it's nighttime. It's atmospheric.
Yeah, it's better for pretty explosions.
It is better for pretty explosions, but I want to set something up with some planes.
That was a very clean landing.
That was, the landing I attempted to do earlier when I accidentally smashed my face into the ground. Now, let's see. So we've got rebel drops here. We can pretty much drop in any cool stuff we want, but what I really want to drop in is some sweet planes. Oh, have you seen these guys yet? These are like my favorite planes.
I have, honestly.
Now,
they're a little OG.
Yeah. Okay. We're gonna do a little secret cool aerial display.
Okay.
Or we're going to try.
So
you know
a
what
little bit of
physics are
land.
like.
Oh yeah.
So we got one there. I'm gonna get some more. Now, let's see if I.
What do you have
line
installed for
this
us,
up.
Kat?
This is gonna go really well. I swear.
I believe in you.
This game is so full of explosions. You don't know what's gonna happen, right? Believe. We need some belief in the chat as well. Give some plane hype.
I see a lot of kappas. Just kidding. Only one kappa.
If I was in the chat, it would just be all kappas. I bleed purple, folks. It's true.
I love it when our fans troll us when we're playing.
Oh no. These are a little too far apart, so I'm going to try and fix this. Oh! I just headbutted the plane. It's already gone terribly wrong, but it's okay. We'll make it work. And Rico just laughed.
Because he's like, oh, that's really cute. The plane tried to give me a kiss.
Oh no, have I? Let me check. Because there are some different.
Now I'm seeing kappas.
Yeah, no.
It's cat, so we need some cat kappas, people.
So this might go bad. I might have used a slightly wrong C4, but everything's fine.
It's gonna explode.
Also, those planes need some more fixing because this one is facing completely the wrong direction.
Oh, do you guys know what she's doing? I don't.
I'm making the.
But this looks like.
Ooh, look at it.
Looks like it's gonna be a beautiful formation of something.
It's a beautiful formation of way too many planes in one space, and it's going to go terribly, terribly wrong. And it's going to be the most explosive thing ever.
This might be our grand exit here that you're setting up for.
my downfall. Oh no.
Oh lordy.
So here we go.
Lordy. Okay.
Because we placed these guys so close together.
Okay.
Oh no.
What's the most you've seen people pick up?
Planes-wise, this is it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think anyone else has attempted.
I wonder,
more
could you
planes
grapple
than
a plane onto one of these planes and then it'll lift it up?
Even more planes?
Yeah.
How many planes do you want to grapple?
I don't know, the more the merrier, right?
The more the merrier. Now, let's see. I'm gonna leave these guys suspended here.
It's like our adult version of running with a plane.
And then I'm gonna do something fancy. So I'm gonna tether the back of this guy. And what happens when you release that tether is it's going to send whatever you're holding off. Oh no, that's already on fire, almost. So okay, are you ready? Are you ready for this? Because I'm pretty sure we're just gonna get a whole bunch of explosions, but it could go really, really well.
All right.
Okay.
Let's do this.
Ooh. Oh, there goes one of them. We set up an aerial display.
Wow.
That's one way of flying. It's in style.
Fly the friendly skies. That Just Cause 3.
All right. Well, I think
guys.
we've actually run out of time.
We have. Hopefully you guys had a lot of fun. As much fun as we did.
Yeah.
And as much fun as seeing me die a couple times and
The only way they can have more fun is by playing Mech Land Assault themselves in Just Cause 3.
Yep.
Yeah.
Cool.
So I think that's it for us.
I think that's it for us.
Time
Everyone,
flew.
Time definitely flew. Everyone have a good E3.
Time flew more than those planes did. Because one of them went really far. And
so many Doge memes when we needed them. Alrighty, guys.
All right, that's it for us.
Kat from our awesome SCE office.
And this is Eric from our
Eric,
awesome.
aka Soken from Twitch and North America office. Signing off.
All right.
Take care, guys.
Bye, folks.
Bye.
It is an honor to be recognized by the great King Regis, yet permit me to stand on ceremony and introduce myself nonetheless. Arden Izunia, Chancellor of Niflheim. And I come to you on this most auspicious of days to offer terms of peace.
You see, we don't need any of you immigrants jumping around, playing war hero.
I have no choice but to receive the Empire and accept their treaty.
Your Majesty, please, give the order to deploy the Glade.
The King has spoken, and you have heard. All lands beyond the Wall are to be relinquished to the Empire.
Those are our homes out there, our people! And you're just gonna go along with this and abandon them?
Sacrifice Lucian's sons to save his own?
To save the world.
Get out of there, it's a trap!
What a nap.
As far as I can tell, you two have lost everything. All the memories and experience you've ever accumulated.
These gents here have business in the low seas. Who are they? The giants from the hills.
Ah!
Who made all this smoke?
A talking weird thing!
Then what if it's a mirage?
How incredibly rude. I am just as human as you.
That wouldn't even be the tip of the iceberg. Oh no.
Hey now, that is certainly no way for us to treat a lady.
The whole catch about joining the Federation is that you're asked to become an architect.
Me? I'm with Seed, a mercenary group in the League of S. We fight against the Federation.
Good. That's more like it. So where does this prophecy factor in?
When time begins its march anew, they shall return as visitors, giants from the hills of a world not our own. Upon Grimoire, they will wreak two divergent futures. One that brings salvation, and the other ruin. An enigma to confound even the highest mind.
The way you use mirages, only Luz Farna ever held such power over them.
What's happening now?
The keys. There are 4. Earth, fire, water, and shadow, if I remember correctly.
You are a fool to let a medium to champion a fire!
This is it. Home base for the League of S.
Olam Garden.
It has to be destiny!
Who are you? Lon! Shrink, no!
Holy mom bombs!
Lady Yuna!
You leave her to me. Hey, wait up!
So, basically, we've put Grimoire and other worlds in terrible danger.
Luce Farna. If you wish to find her, you must brave the Crystal Tower.
Then our mom's up there somewhere?
Time for us has resumed its march.
This place, I know I remember it.
And you? You aren't going to waver?
We have a prophecy to fulfill.
Easy money is all people care about. An opportunity presented itself, so I seized it. I believe in the law. I respect the law. I used the law. I did nothing illegal. My only crime is being smarter than you. Greed and ignorance are the key ingredients in any good con.
Turing Test is a first-person puzzler set on Jupiter's ice moon Europa.
We started with a common science fiction question: is there life on Europa? And we went to scientific advisors to try and get an idea of what that life would actually be. So we're telling a science fiction story, and it is really fictionalized, and we have lasers and all this kind of stuff, but it's based in an underlying reality of wanting to tell a story that could actually be true.
The original prototype was really cool because what happened when we saw people play it is they instantly understood what was happening and they understood the mechanics of the game. It's kind of a game where you pick up and you can just play it. You learn through the mechanics, and that's something that we wanted to push in terms of design. We wanted people from any background to be able to come and pick up the controller and find it a fun experience to play.
When the team showed me the Turing Test, I thought it was a great development on their last game. You feel a lot more involved in the world, you have a lot more control over the environment, and it just opens the world up to a lot more possibilities, really.
We present the player with, a linear story that they can progress through. But as well as this linear story, there's also elements underneath that will change the meaning of the story for the player as they experience it. Developing the game has been about that challenge of making something functional but beautiful.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 0-point dynamo means energy for all. Limitless and free. Limitless and free.
Some trouble. All right, who needs killing first? Go get him, girl.
Bullets. Ha! Our last Jen. Your pathetic resistance is amusing. But I have better things to do. Ahoy, motherfuckers! You want this orb so much? Well then, you can have it!
Hey, any word from the studio? Actually, Maury, let me call you back. Sorry I'm late. Oh, gotta take this.
Yo, stunt double.
Shit, man, where were you?
Seriously, Babylon got away.
Guys, you worry too much. The sequel just got greenlit.
Miss Brimstone, your so-called specialists just tore up downtown Seoul. We're paying you to raise an army of agents, not a street gang.
If you are getting cold feet, then go beg someone else to save the world from Legion. Otherwise, just sign the checks and shut up. A street gang? Hardly.
Here it comes!
Visions, storied heroes whose dreams transcend even death. Lapis, a world of crystals and the visions within. By the light of the crystals, a realm flourished. But now, a shadow falls. Their world on the edge of ruin. Two knights set out to drive back the shadow. Let a new tale of crystals and heroes begin. Crystals, heroes, and high adventure. As legendary warriors join forces across time and space. Are you the hero of light we seek? Final Fantasy Brave Exvius. Pre-register today. FinalFantasyXvius.com.
Complete this task and return here safely, and I will name you both True Masters.
Look out!
You can leave this one to me.
Take this! Just stop it! You treat people's hearts like bottles on a shelf, but they're not. Are you?
Be gone!
The road collapsed when the clock advanced. If only I made it in time. Not even memories are safe from the darkness. To spend one more night beneath the stars with my best friends. I'm doing it again.
Aqua.
This world is full of light.
What? Did you expect the traitor to give themselves up with that accusation of yours? That was foolish.
I said, that's quite enough.
Hey, maybe talking about the book will cheer you up.
Not a chance.
Darkness will prevail, and the light expire.
Each of our copies were said to contain the events of the future. But this incident, well, it's nowhere to be found.
You can barely stay on your feet. Just give up already.
Why? Why did it have to come to this?
Isn't it our duty as Keyblade wielders to prevent this war from taking place?
Not possible.
We need to defy the Master's teachings to protect the world.
You're saying he was wrong? When the time comes, and there is war, you mustn't fight, but instead you must fly away from here to the world outside.
プロンプト。
大丈夫？
王子、僕と友達を。ノクティ様。
どうしたノクテ？
ルナフレーナって人が、ルナフレーナ様がそれを望んでいる僕に。
Just won't quit.
Your Majesty, please, give the order to deploy the glaive.
The king has spoken, and you have heard. All lands beyond the wall are to be relinquished to the Empire.
Sacrifice Lucian's sons to save his own?
To save the world.
Shattering expectations, Final Fantasy XIV has earned worldwide acclaim. Now, it's your time to become one of its heroes. Join with other adventurers as you embark on an incredible journey. With all the worlds to be explored, none compare to this. Discover the celebrated adventure for yourself. Final Fantasy XIV Online. Play it today.
How did we get here?
Technology is advancing at a phenomenal rate. Artificial eyes to cybernetic limbs.
The promise of a better future.
We now have the choice to free ourselves from any kind of limitation.
Strength, power, speed. Now I focus on what really matters.
Have these augmentations really been
There are
tested?
people who say that what is happening is unnatural, that we're playing God. But people were scared of electricity, and where would the world be without
What
that?
happens if this technology falls into the wrong hands?
Diseases or viruses that could wipe out the human race.
Scenes of terror are being witnessed worldwide.
What kind of madness has gripped the mechanically augmented people? 9 million deaths confirmed and counting.
This is an attack on humanity and the universal values that we share.
These people were hacked. They had no control.
What is the appropriate response? And can we actually protect ourselves from this happening again?
I have no idea what happened. I would never...
You tried to kill me. At what point will governments consider the idea of segregation for all our sakes?
We can be politically correct, or we can be foolish, but it's gonna get worse and worse.
The Czech Republic adds its voice to a growing list of countries calling for the relocation of its augmented citizens.
Reports of severe shortages of the drug neurophazine required to inhibit the rejection of augmentations.
And we will fight for our God-given rights to defend our will.
In a sign of growing anti-augmentation sentiment, thousands more.
It doesn't matter how many idiots you get out there on the street. We will not relinquish our limbs. Do you understand?
What's happening on this planet is a mass fear-mongering, and the mainstream media pushing this narrative.
The officer suffered severe facial
Incident after incident after
You need
incident.
to be afraid, because they are coming for you.
We will not be made slaves to corporations. We will rise up.
To them, we are the enemy.
Have you seen what your kind are doing?
My kind? You sound just like them.
We've come to a tipping point.
We can't live like this anymore.
This violence is completely out of control.
The rules Who's being paid for this corporate militants?
What do they have planned for us? Why are they building concentration camps? What's going on out there?
Reports of multiple fatalities. Only one way to deal with these bloodthirsty fanatics.
A lot of people died. Now you want to take away our freedom? You will pay for it in blood.
Multiple detonations looks like car bombs.
The Augmented Rights Coalition denies responsibility.
The Segregation Act has been passed into law, effective immediately.
Augmented persons are being asked to move to safe and secure segregated districts.
I don't want them to take me.
We are still your neighbors. Your brothers. Your sisters. Who love us. We lost everything. Our dreams. Our innocence. Where are you taking her? Where are you taking her? Our humanity.
We are human beings. Each and every one of us. This must not go on. This injustice must end.
An increase in the number of terrorist attacks highlights the danger posed by augmented citizens.
I once thought... Sometimes, you just have to let go and embrace what you've become. They've worked from the shadows for years, shaping the future, manipulating lives, controlling information. Innocents have died as they play their game.
We will not sit idly by and allow our rights to be eroded out of fear and ignorance any longer. We will not be herded into ghettos and treated as outcasts. We will stop at nothing.
The world is different now. The old rules no longer apply. So much pain. So many lies. Their darkness must end.
The promise of a golden age is over.
I won't let it happen again.
At the Palisade Bank Corporation, we know what top secret means. Your company's files contain valuable information. The state-of-the-art to slander your corporate interest.
For years, they thought their secrets were safe. And they were right, until now. Rippers, protecting institutions that seek to hold us back, profiting while the majority get left behind, is the Palisade's #1 priority. Ours is to breach the Blade's overhyped digital defenses and expose the truth. Fire up your neural subnet kits and join the fight. When you're in the breach, the virtual reality environment will be your playground, and your digital avatar, your tool of extraction. Your primary targets are data towers, but as you progress through the system, server nodes will bring about new objectives to master. Data extraction, enemy elimination, fragment collection. These will allow you to delve deeper into the network. Extract the data, escape the server, expose the truth. As you progress, don't be surprised if mysteries cross your path. The world is a dark place, and people often turn to Rippers to dig for answers. These people had a daughter who died under mysterious circumstances. They believe a pharmaceutical corporation is involved, and information you unlock on VersaLife servers could contain the truth they need. All you have to do is locate the data and exit the server without being destroyed. No problem, right? Not necessarily. The AI core that operates the Palisade servers has security in place. Sentries, drones, turrets, and powerful prime defense units, all programmed to keep that precious data locked away. They'll quickly turn hostile against any intruder they find. But when it comes to virtual warfare, being on the cutting edge is just one way we Rippers stay ahead. Load your avatars with an arsenal of weapons to combat the virtual defenses. Use the credits you earn from successful raids to unlock new models. If a particular loadout wears out its welcome, dismantle the unwanted weapons into parts and use them to upgrade your favorites. Extracting data won't be easy, but as you gain experience, you'll earn praxis points, which can be used to unlock new abilities or improve skills you already have. Your NSN avatar can be equipped with a variety of virtual augmentations that can aid you in accomplishing your goals. But it has limited memory space, so finding the right balance of skills is crucial to leaving the breach with your avatar intact. Not really interested in taking down corrupt mega corporations from within? Fine. Then compete in challenges against your fellow Rippers. Send them your high score. If they can't beat it, you're awarded extra credits. You've motivated others by showing off your skills. But if it turns out you're a cocky failure, you get nothing in return. Of course, if you're really feeling full of yourself, you can also infect the server with modifiers. They'll increase the difficulty of the challenge, offering a more substantial reward. Or give you temporary advantages by changing the rules if you're in a tricky spot. The world is full of conspiracies, Reapers, and the Blades hold the deepest secrets. No matter your motivation, your contribution will further our cause. Join the fight. Extract the data. Expose the truth. Buona fortuna.
And now for something completely different. Welcome along to the Square Enix Collective section of Square Enix Presents. We're really happy to be here for our first E3, and we're delighted to be bringing a couple of games to the show floor, which we're also going to be bringing to you as well. I'm joined by my colleagues here. My name's Phil Elliott. I head up Collective, and this is Amy.
Hi, I'm Amy. I am Community Manager for Square Enix Collective.
And Christian. We're very grateful to be joined by a special guest star.
Hello everyone, I'm Christian and I'm Creative Director of Sandsailor Studio.
So Sandsailor Studio is the developer for a game called Black the Fall, and we're going to be taking a look at that a little bit later. I'm going to be testing out my epic gaming skills.
Maybe.
Yeah, we'll see how that goes. It's okay, because Black the Fall is a nice, easy game to play, and it's not punishing at all, so we'll be fine. So I think we're going to start off, and I just want to explain a little bit about Collective for anybody who maybe doesn't know what it is that we do. We're a part of Square Enix, which is really trying to work with indie developers to help them in a range of ways. First of all, community building. We have the Collective website, which enables teams to build community, raise awareness, and the idea is to prepare teams before they go to crowdfunding, right?
Yep.
So we launched that back in 2014, just over 2 years ago, and we launch one new pitch every week. And then we invite the Square Enix community to go check out those pitches, and we ask them a question, don't we, which is, would you back this game through crowdfunding? Mm-hmm. And it's a pretty straightforward question. But the pitches are kind of like Kickstarter-style pitches, and it's a mix of videos, GIFs, images, and it's really just trying to give people a sense of what that game is about. For some of those games, we can also then support them actually through a crowdfunding campaign as well. We've done that so far on, I think, 10 games, is it now?
Yeah, it's 10 now, yeah.
Wow.
10th one is in progress right now.
The 10th is in progress, and we'll give you a little sneak peek of that one in a bit. So if you like what you see, please do go back it. That would be awesome. But the team's already doing great, so that's good news. In fact, we've got a video here just to show you, because we like variety. You know, we are not trying to specialize in just one type of game. We're not trying to only help teams in, I don't know, the UK or the US. We're trying to help teams all over the world with all kinds of games. So to give you an idea of the projects that we've supported so far through Kickstarter, we have a little trailer for you. So there we go. That's a nice rundown of the first 9 campaigns.
Yeah.
I kind of lost count towards the end. Do you know what? Actually, it's a bit like a rundown of the last 2 years of my life. It's amazing to go back and I mean, Moon Hunters, that was the first one that we supported, and yeah, I mean it was, I guess, best part of 2 years ago, but it feels like more like 10. So it's amazing to go back. I love watching that show reel. I could watch it twice probably. If also the observant among you will also have noticed that 2 things should stand out particularly from that trailer. First of all, that of course Black the Fall was one of the games back in the early days there. High fives. So that was exciting, and obviously, I mean, we'll talk more about Black the Fall shortly, but you know, it's great for us we started, we met you when the game was on Collective. We then supported the Kickstarter, and now we're delighted to be publishing. So, that's one of the things that Collective's about. It's about building relationships. The other thing that's worth noting is the Fear Effect game in there. And some of you may well remember Fear Effect back in the PlayStation era. So something else we do, as well as just kind of helping teams with funding and with community support and with publishing and marketing and so on, is we also license out some of our old legacy IPs from the old IDOS days. Fear Effect was one of them, and that's the first game that we've actually supported to become a thing, and that's looking good to be released next year. But yeah, so we're going to see how that goes. We're hoping to release some more IPs in the coming months. So yeah, stay tuned for that.
Exciting.
Cool. It is exciting times. So talking of Kickstarter, I think it would be massively rude of us not to mention the current campaign that we are supporting right now. So we can actually go live via satellite link or internet to this. Here we are. It's called Moonlighter. It's by a team called Digital Sun Games in Spain. And slight spoilers here, they've already smashed their target. They were after $40,000, and it's currently over $75,500, which means, as I scroll down, you'll see we have the stretch goals, which they've already surpassed. And that basically means that if you back the game now, you're going to get access to a whole lot more stuff than perhaps you might have thought you would have at the start. But look, crucially, there's still some to be unlocked. So check it out, and some great quotes there from some great outlets, and one from me as well, which is kind of but this is kind of what the game looks like. A couple of gifts here to check out. You play a character called Will, who's a shopkeeper, and in the times when you're not tending shop, you're actually down in dungeons killing bad guys and grabbing their loot, which you then take back to your shop to sell, and that's how you make monies. All the monies.
All the monies.
All the monies for all the loot.
Shopkeeper simulator.
Yeah. So that's the kind of Kickstarter side of things that we do. We try to support sort of 6, 7, or 8 of those per year. We do quite a lot of work to kind of prep these teams. We do a due diligence phase, which Christian will probably remember well, where we ask lots of questions, don't we? And we quite a few. Yeah, we try to make sure that teams have got not just the capability but also the passion to really deliver the game they're promising on. So that takes quite a bit of time to go through, and of course marketing support, awareness, which is crucial. So another thing we do is this year a new addition to Collective, which we're very excited and very tired by. I mean, it's definitely keeping us busy.
Haven't slept in months.
Yeah, it's publishing. So yeah, I mean, we're very excited to be with teams as we release the games as well. The first game we released was in April this year, and that's called Goetia. Yeah. So we've got a little trailer for that that we're going to play you, just so you can figure out and see what that's like.
A long time has passed since I've been home. Much has changed. My family is missing. And the house, it's not the same. Something else dwells here with me. I need to uncover the mystery of Blackwood Manor, discovering its long-lost secret, unearthing its hidden truths. My name is Abigail Blackwood, and I died 41 years ago.
So that's Goetia. Spooky stuff.
Scary.
Cool, I like it.
Yeah, it's good. And we're very proud to be working with those guys. And that's actually the same team that we licensed the Fear Effect IP to. So again, you know, we like to build relationships and sort of grow those over time. But yeah, if you're a fan of point-and-click adventures, then it's definitely worth checking out. I think still 100% positive Steam reviews.
Yes.
Yeah.
100% positive.
Good stuff. So right now we have Christian here, and can I just first of all say, what a T-shirt.
Yeah. I like it too.
Good old Chuck. So, obviously we're going to get to the game in a moment. Let's just play a quick trailer for Black the Fall, just so people will have a sense of the game, and then we'll talk a little bit about, you know, I guess your journey, you know, how you started, where the inspiration for the game came from. But first of all, let's check out the trailer. There we have it. What a super cool game that is.
I love the music in that trailer.
So, Christian, I mean, let's start at the beginning. I mean, we've seen the trailer. Tell us about the game.
Okay, let's go back to the beginning. It started 3 years ago. 3, I think.
You're having the same issues with time that I.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a hell of a ride.
Yeah.
So for the past 3 years, so it's hard to remember correctly. But it started like an art project. So we wanted to do something neo-expressionist with new media. So because I had a solid background in gaming, I decided to do like a little game, like a prototype. And it was so well received by all our friends. And we decided to make it a full feature game. So that was the start of it. Oh, the idea was to have something that was black and white-ish, and something that will talk about communism, because there are not that many games that tackle this subject. So we wanted to do like our story, our version of communism. So it's not historical correct. It's more like an ironic comment on communism. So.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's kind of a sort of a sci-fi-ish take, I guess, in some ways.
Yeah.
But the point there, I mean, how much of this is I suppose, inspired by? Is this something from your upbringing, from your childhood? Are there sort of memories of how it felt to be in a communist state at that time, or are you working on other sources? Tell us a bit about the origins of the direct inspiration.
Well, you said it. I mean, it's a mix of a lot of stuff. And I think it's a mix of things that we knew as we grew up. So, I mean, we had like 10 years of communism in Romania. I was born in 1980. Communism fell in 1989. But you also get like Star Wars in there. You also get like Alien. I mean, all the things that inspired us along the way are there. But the main inspiration and the main focus is on what we remembered communism was, and we inserted that in the puzzles of the game.
Yeah. So the scenario of the game is that you play the character
called Black.
Called Black,
yeah.
and the aim is ultimately to try effectively to escape from the oppressive
that's
state sort of slash machine from this environment. And you know, I mean, we'll see some of the environments. You saw some there already on the trailer, but it's kind of almost sort of not steampunk as such, but kind of factory industrial type landscapes.
Yeah. So the name of the character is Black, but we had like an issue figuring out what he is, because he's not a hero, not even a reluctant hero. So we call him a survivor.
Right.
So ultimately, your goal is to escape or to survive. We'll have like the revolution at the end, with an ironic twist. But the idea is that you have to work with what you have in order to survive, and that means that you get also to manipulate other workers like yourself.
Yeah.
So you have to get past. You have to survive. Actually.
Yeah, you have to use the environment and the tools at your disposal.
Yeah.
I mean, the art style is very striking. I mean, for me personally, when it came through collective feedback back in, I guess around 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Or longer now, 2.5, I don't know. It really stood out as particularly striking. And I mean, talk a little bit about the inspiration for the art style specifically. I know you mentioned the new media, the black and white stuff there, but I look at it and I sort of feel sort of elements of Limbo or maybe Flashback or Another World, those kinds of games. Were those things that sort of...
Well, like I said in the beginning, we wanted to do something neo-expressionist. So they work a lot with charcoal.
Right.
Oh, okay.
So you get that black and white and shades of gray, but I can honestly say that my all-time favorite game is Another World.
Right. Okay.
So yeah, when I started thinking about the project, that came in my mind, like Another World and the animations from Flashback. But also I was working back then on some other projects, and I was doing a lot of Z-depth rendering. And if you look at Z-depth, it's like distance in colors, in shades of gray, and it's exactly how the game looked at the beginning. So you have black in front, all the way to a shade of gray or even white. So that was also part of the inspiration.
Yeah, now and it's come on a long way. I mean, obviously the journey of development. There are always changes. There are always things. Sometimes things are cut. Sometimes things are added. But the way it looks today is very different from the way it looked even back during the Kickstarter campaign. So what would you say are the main changes that you've added?
Well, at the beginning we were 3 people, me, Nicole, and Andre, the programmer. But as we added people along the way, we thought that this is like an open project, and we all welcome all input, and we should try to experiment as much as possible with it. So what you see today is rather the result of a process of experimentation.
Yeah.
So we played a lot with it. I mean, we put out the first prototype that was quite different, and then we tried to add camera movement. We tried to add something more to make it more like than a 2.75D.
Yeah.
So we played with it, and this is the outcome.
Okay. Well, let's dive in and actually check out some of the gameplay. I'm going to play it live.
Okay. Good luck. Good luck.
Yeah, good luck.
People have been playing the game the past 3 days on the show floor and having a lot of fun.
Yep.
So let's switch to that now. And here we go. Let's select new game. Now, obviously, the build we're going to play today is there's still plenty of dev time to go. It's a prototype from I guess towards the beginning. Not prototype. An area towards the beginning of the game.
Game, yeah.
So here we go. Here's the character. And let's see how this goes. So I noticed one of the things actually you added since Eve and I last saw the game was if I go back here, actually you'll see, it'll zoom in and you'll see that character more clearly. But that cool, what do you call? Is it rim shading or rim lighting?
We added a rim lighting because we wanted the character to be more visible in the dark areas.
Yeah. And the game is quite dark, isn't it? There's a great sort of feeling of oppression. And this is, here we go, here's the sort of first look at this particular room. Now, every room has a specific way to get through it. And I'm just going to do something intentionally here. I'm going to ignore the bike to begin with, and let's see if I run through, I'm just going to head over here.
Uh-oh.
And, no, the red line can't be anything bad, can it?
No.
Uh-oh. Sirens. Something's gone wrong. What the? Huh? Okay.
Oh, robot got ya.
So, lesson number 1 is do
Don't
not
cross-
be seen.
Yeah, don't cross the
Stay out of
don't
sight.
cross the red lines.
So I'm not going to do that again. So I'm going to jump on the bike here, and so the machine is working. And just explain what's happening here.
Yeah, speaking about ironic comments, as you see here, it's a guy powering huge machinery with his bike, and yeah, the big machinery is spitting out cogs. So it's, I think, for us, communism is kind of stupid in the way that they thought about building industry and keeping people busy, not thinking and working all day. So.
Okay, so I've got out of the first room there, and I saw the prompts, to run to get it through. Now, if I'd stuck around for too long, bad things would have happened.
Yeah,
but
of course.
I got through to the trapdoor, and I've jumped down, and I managed to time it so that nasty thing there didn't hit me.
Yeah.
And now I've got to head across here, super quick. And okay, so let's see what happens. I'm going to climb up here.
I remember you telling me about Black's character being an older kind of gentleman, which is why he's quite slow when it comes to like running.
So this is the walking speed, and as you can see, I mean, he can run, but the animation here, it doesn't feel like a lithe, athletic youth.
Yeah.
Which is what you expect from most heroes. You expect kind of superhuman.
Superhuman abilities.
Yeah.
Yeah, but as we'll see, Black hasn't got those. Now,
No.
I'm gonna come here now. I already know that red light is kind of dangerous.
Red means bad.
So I see that it's casting a shadow, but I just about got away with that, didn't I?
Yeah.
Okay, so that was alright. So now I'm into the next part.
So all the enemies that you will meet are deadly, powerful, but also stupid.
Okay.
So we play a lot with that. So expect the unexpected when you have to face the enemies. Like here, for example.
Okay, so as we go in, and a common theme is when you enter the room. I really like the kind of zooming out. It's going to show you everything that's happening at this point. So I've got to figure out what's happening here. And okay, so if I was gonna experiment, it doesn't look like I can jump across here and go any further past this wall. So that's a dead end. So I've got to try and figure out how to get down. So I could maybe try and jump down behind that guy so he doesn't see me, but there we go, he's not a superhero.
No.
So let's try that again.
I love the way it zooms out and it gives you a chance to be able to learn the pattern of the way like the kind of bad guys move.
So actually, an interesting thing here, we can see that that guy with the huge belly, he's obviously taking a break from Euro 2016 at this point. But he's got that kind of this laser pointer. Now, obviously, something we learn as we go through that laser pointer, and we'll see it in a minute. In fact, is pretty significant because that's going to help us to solve some of the puzzles. But right now, I need to try and figure out how to get down. Now, what I need ideally is something to break my fall.
Yeah.
If only we had someone
some kind of
walking past.
cushioning.
Yeah.
Yeah, big guy.
Now, here's the challenge, because it's a question of timing. So I'll never do this first time. Okay, there we go.
Yeah.
But at least we know what to do now.
All
So.
Do those guys have names? The big
There we go.
belly guys?
Second time.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
quite
the guard.
proud of that.
Just the guard.
Just the guard.
Good enough.
Can we call him Bob?
Bob the guard.
Bob the guard. Yeah.
Okay.
Sounds good.
So now I've picked up the laser pointer, and I move that around with this, and if it touches something that I can use, I can then take control of that guy.
Yeah.
And then I can keep moving it around and get him to do things with it. So before I do that, I'm just going to do a little bit more exploring.
I think Bob is blocking your way.
Yeah, Bob's belly.
Nasty Bob. So if I just go through to this room for a minute, because I can see that this is the way I need to go, but this is a dead end. So I need to head back through here. So what
You
I
can
need to do
hear back there. You can hear the last speech of Ceausescu, our former dictator.
Ah, interesting.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Nice little Easter egg in there.
Yeah, we have a lot of cultural hints all over the place about what happened just before the revolution.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the game, you'll get to play the revolution in a way.
Oh, okay. I haven't got to the end yet, so I'm excited to know what happens. So would you say this is more of a, well, it obviously is a personal project for you?
Yeah, definitely.
Emotional kind of roller coaster while making it.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, what's happening here is obviously I'm trying, just experimented with the guy to see, and this is what the guard was telling him to kind of go from one place to the next place and back and forth and back and forth. And again, this is a comment on the kind of monotony of this existence,
exactly.
right, which is what we're all trying to escape from. But I've still got control of this guy, but what I need to do is find a way to get past this. So if I just scroll down here and see, right, I can do something here. Let's see how that goes. So we see the guy.
There he goes.
And this is interesting because obviously, you know, these are kind of people, but sort of part of the machine in a way. We have to manipulate them, but we can't save them. And so you sort of, as you play through, you kind of just use them as tools. But if you stop to think about it, yeah, that's quite a dark thing, you know.
Yeah.
You and ultimately having to leave these people behind, right?
Yeah, that's what survival is all about.
Indeed. Tough
Survival
choices.
of the fittest.
So this is I think this is a kind of projector room, and again you get a real sense of the kind of the camera movement here. I really like just kind of going back and forth. But yeah, let's keep playing. So up we go. And what are we going to find here? Oops. Okay, so we have a lift, and now we're going to get this panorama of this thing. So
lots and lots of bikes.
Oops, sorry. Inept here. Sorry, that's because I've got the pointer all the way over the other side of the screen. And when in fact all I need to do is just point it at the floor. Trust me, it'll get worse. Okay, so I need to figure out what to do here now. Okay, so we're seeing that red light sweep across. So there's going to be something about timing here. And let's see how far I can get. Okay, so in fact, I can't get all the way across there before the thing
to hide behind either.
Back. Okay, so I'm trying to escape that.
That's
Alright, so
close.
there's a spare bicycle. So I'm going to jump on here. Now that in itself doesn't look like it's doing anything.
No.
But at least I'm fitting in now, I'm blending in, so I'm effectively hidden to the machine. What I actually need to do, and I need to take control of this guy. And now I really know what I need is a seat at the second bike. So if I get him to move to this bike, and I'm going to run over here and jump on this one.
Yeah, the idea here is that although they are deadly, they cannot make a difference because a worker is a worker.
I was too slow. I was too slow. I was too fast, wasn't I?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we can see what we have to do here.
They're super deadly.
That guy is. I'm from the safety of behind the line. I'm going to grab that guy and send him here. This is definitely a game that, you know, speed runs is something you should only do once you've had a lot of practice.
Yeah.
I guess if I was really clever, I could then send the guy in front of me to the bike I'm on now. But it should work if I...
Yeah.
Now, there we go.
Oh, so tense. It's coming.
So here's a trapdoor. I know what that... I've already been through one of these, so let's see if I can get back in time.
Oh, perfect.
You did it.
Okay, just about got away with it. I can just hear in the background the machine gun start to rev up, so that was kind of close. Okay, so where am I going now? I don't need to... I get a bit obsessed with the laser pointer here.
This is one of my favourite puzzles from this
Okay, so
demo.
figuring this out then. So, okay, I'm never going to be able to jump across there. And there's a guy standing up there. So I need to... But the floor's blocking the way. So, okay. I see. But from this angle, there's no way I'm going to be able to... Ah! We have a shiny thing.
Yeah.
So I can actually use the laser beam.
Yeah.
Reflections.
And I need him to shut the thing off, don't I?
Yep.
So there's the machine. So that I guess is that one there. So let's get him doing that.
So one thing we try to do is to hide clues for the players inside the level.
Yeah.
Because we don't want to use HUD or stuff like that. So if you look in the scene, you'll also see something that will help you.
Yeah, I noticed there's like a little kind of plaque with just the laser
Exactly.
pointer. Yeah. That's nice. Subtle hints.
Yeah. It's not solving the puzzle for you, but
Yeah, it's
a
like
hint.
there if you need it.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so now I need to figure out how to. Can I do it from here? Can I do it from here? I can't remember how to do this one now. Wait a second, I've missed something out, haven't I? I need to get him on the bike.
Possibly.
I need to get him on the bike first. There you go. You got to make sure you look
did
at
it.
everything.
You got
in the
there.
room. This is the thing, you know, if you feel like you've come to a dead end, you then got to figure out, okay, what have I missed?
Yeah.
And I think that's a really important thing for all cool puzzle games. So what's this going to bring? You see those things scrolling across the top now, and it's bringing another nice shiny piece of pipe. So this time I should be able to just move across to here, and I'm going to have to time this right now.
Yeah, time it perfectly.
I was a bit slow. Sorry. Talk amongst
Yeah.
yourselves.
Actually, you're quite good.
You're getting there.
Thanks. That's massively patronising. In a minute, we're going to play through another game, and then it'll be your turn. Okay, let's get this right. Here we go.
Yeah.
Did it.
That timing was like perfection.
So, so we're going to wrap up this one here. I think that's a good chunk of the demo that's on the show floor here, just to give you a sense of what the game is like and how it plays.
Yep.
It gives you a good taste of the puzzles. There's plenty more in there. It's always very hard to kind of say how much gameplay is there in the game as you estimate. What's your in the testing you've done so far? Roughly speaking?
It's hard, but I have to say that medium time gameplay is around 5 hours.
Right. So it's a good chunk there once you've got to figure it out.
Yeah.
And then obviously the speedrun
parts.
championships will.
I mean, I can probably. Should I say it? I can probably do it in 1.5 hours.
See, now this is a challenge, and you're going
Right.
to have to prove this at some point.
Yeah.
Nice
I will.
one. Okay, so that's Black the Fall, and thanks very much to Christian for coming in.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, and it's obviously great to have you here at E3. It's been awesome to see you again. We're now going to look at a game called The Turing Test, and we're going to start off with another trailer just to give you a sense of the game, and also introduce the team behind it called Bulkhead Interactive.
The Turing Test is a first-person puzzler set on Jupiter's ice moon Europa.
We started with a common science fiction question: is there life on Europa? And we went to scientific advisors to try and get an idea of what that life would actually be. So we're telling a science fiction story, and it is really fictionalized, and we have lasers and all this kind of stuff, but it's based in an underlying reality of wanting to tell a story that could actually be true.
The original prototype was really cool because what happened when we saw people play it is they instantly understood what was happening and they understood the mechanics of the game. It's kind of a game where you pick up and you can just play it. You learn through the mechanics, and that's something that we wanted to push in terms of design. We wanted people from any background to be able to come and pick up a controller and find it a fun experience to play.
When the team showed me the Turing test, I thought it was a great development on their last game. You feel a lot more involved in the world, you have a lot more control over the environment, and it just opens the world up to a lot more possibilities, really.
We present the player with, a linear story that they can progress through. But as well as this linear story, there's also elements underneath that will change the meaning of the story for the player as they experience it. Developing the game has been about that challenge of making something functional but beautiful.
So there we go, the Turing test. This is actually the next game that we'll be releasing, and this is going to be out in August. So Amy, over to you. No pressure.
Yes.
I'd hate for you to sort of make any mistakes on.
I'm sure. I'm thinking positively.
With the whole internet watching.
It's fine. It's fine. No pressure. So
we're going to switch to gameplay, and this is just kind of the start of the demo here, and we're in that sort of external environment.
On Europa, on Jupiter.
Europa's moon. Jupiter's moon, Europa.
Yeah.
Get that right.
Get that. So many names.
Just explain what you're doing here then.
So I've basically was outside, and the only place that I can enter is this abandoned kind of what looks like
facility of some sort. Yeah. There's a big story behind this one, isn't there? Which we're not going to talk too much about because
spoilers. Because spoilers. But it's the International Space Agency,
let's say.
And you have basically a tool which is called an energy manipulation tool.
Yeah.
And it basically allows you to kind of, you've got all different types of energy. So you have these physical kind of blocks that you can pick up and place into kind of slots.
And like kind of quite satisfyingly clunky big battery cells, aren't they?
Yeah. So, but then there are also ones that you can collect, kind of.
Yeah, so you can suck the energy out of one and then put it into the other.
Yeah, so
and this really forms the essence of the puzzle element of this game.
Definitely.
As you go through, and the story behind it is you are here in this location, and you are undergoing specifically a test.
Yeah.
So that's the setup for the game, and the test is the game is called the Turing test. The character you play is a woman called Ava Turing.
Yeah.
So there we go, name of the game. But the point is not just that. For anybody that knows their kind of science history, I guess, Turing was, the Turing test was actually, any fans of Blade Runner, for goodness sake,
definitely
will know this. The Turing test is something that is devised to be able to distinguish between a human and an AI.
Yep.
Yes, as I say, if you've seen Blade Runner, then you'll know exactly what I mean. So the point of these puzzles is that as they grow in complexity, you have to kind of figure out the rules as you go along.
Yeah.
And the point is that if you pass this test, then
you are, in fact, a human.
Yeah.
So they kind of
no pressure there.
Yeah,
then,
that's
Amy.
fine. I think I'm a human. They're each. So the basic puzzle elements is that they add more and more different kind of elements to it. So right now we've just added kind of like a handle that can kind of move
change the flow of where the energy is going.
So that will open a different door, which essentially leads me to the next puzzle.
So we've got physically moving the boxes around. We've got we've got a. Well, it looks like there's a bit of damage to the facility there. So
Yeah.
you are in a spacesuit, by the way, in case you're under any doubt about breathing and stuff. You've got physically moving the boxes, the kind of battery boxes around. You've got the energy manipulation tool that you can kind of suck the energy out and put it somewhere else.
Yeah.
You've got the switches. Yeah, and as you go through the game, more and more of these things kind of build up, and so you have to start thinking quite laterally, don't you?
Yeah, definitely. You have to.
It's always a challenge for me.
It's a challenge for me too. You kind of have to. The levels get bigger, so you kind of have to look around at your surroundings, work the puzzles out beforehand. Sometimes get another pair of eyes to look at the puzzle. That helps as well. Yeah. So
I mean, it's similar, I guess. If you've played Portal, which one of the, frankly, in my view, Portal 2 especially, one of the best games ever made. Then you'll be familiar with that kind of. You get stuck on something, you kind of have to go away and maybe sleep on it, and then come back fresh, and then you're like, oh, that's so obvious. Why didn't I think of that?
Yeah, that happened a few times. I've seen a lot of people playing it over the last few days, and they're like, oh, I don't know how to do this puzzle, and I'm just like, look, take a step back. Now have a look at the puzzle again, and they're like, oh, I've got it now.
Yeah. Yeah. I think it's hard, isn't it, if you're on the show floor at E3 or Gamescom or something like that,
Yeah.
and you get a sense that the people maybe publishing the game or developing the game are kind of watching.
Yeah.
I always find that really hard. So here's something else. So this is now just explain what you're doing here.
So this is kind of a lever that I can push that's got like a kind of gravitational device, and I can move it around,
I guess
basically.
it's kind of like a big magnet.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you can move it around. So I've got two kind of slots there for energy. So I should.
So you need to grab that one.
Yeah, that one I can grab.
It's a good job you're not kind of sucked up by the magnet. That'd be
yeah. And then the next one, I'm not sure where it is. Is it down here?
Something just highlighted when you hovered over the.
Oh yeah,
thing there.
up
so
there. There we go.
Actually take energy out of the.
Yeah, so that's another element that they add as well. So, yeah, the puzzles definitely get a lot harder as you go along.
You get hurt by that steam.
Yeah. So this is another puzzle. So what have we got?
So you basically have to kind of look around and sort of try and figure out as they get harder. You've got to look around, walk around, try and figure out. Okay, that energy's going there, and so what do I need to do?
Yeah, it's not a game that you need to rush. It's a game where you need to kind of take your time and.
Okay, so you've changed the flow of the energy there, but now that means that door's shut.
Okay, so can I take this one?
If you take that one, then so it looks like then at that junction there on the left, you can see that it needs 2 energy flows to actually power that door.
Yeah, so maybe popping that in there, and then maybe taking this. Oh, right, hang on, let me look in here. Yeah, so I'm going to need another one for in there. So I should be able to. Oh no, because then that will close the door. Hang on. Oh, okay. Yeah.
So there's a window.
There's a window there.
Yep.
Yeah. So again, you really need to kind of study your surroundings. And
so there, if you'd left the big battery box, of course, you wouldn't have been able to pull it through the window. So you swapped. You actually swapped
them around.
The big box out for the one that you could grab, and that's opened the bit through to the next door.
Yeah. I've definitely seen people try and do tricks, or they've tried to kind of run through the door as they take the energy out, where they've kind of got the puzzle, but the door shuts. You can't get through.
Nice. Well, that's a quick look at the Turing test.
Yeah.
Again, that's probably about half the demo that's here on the show floor.
Yeah, half demo.
And it slowly gets harder. So.
Yeah, and that's just the first chapter as well. So the puzzles definitely get harder.
Great stuff. Well, that's we're pretty much out of time, unfortunately.
Yeah.
It's been fun to be here again, as I say, for Collective's first time at E3.
Yay.
We've got a lot coming up for the rest of this year. Turing Test is in August. We've got Black the Fall coming up later in the year as well, which we're very excited about. Other things to look out for: Tokyo Dark, which for anyone who's been following us on Kickstarter, that was very popular. So keep an eye out for that as well. Another one, Oh My Godheads, which is going to be early next year.
Yeah.
And we'll have more announcements later this year about games we're publishing next year. We're looking to publish up to 10 games a year, so it's going to be busy. But hopefully we can help some teams make some good money and ultimately help them to independently fund their next games as well. So that's it from us. Thanks very much. Thank you to Christian. And we're out of here. It's nearly the end of E3, but not yet, so hold on for more.
A few more hours yet.
As memories lost are slowly drawn back in, two siblings embark on an adventure unlike any before. Welcome to Grimoire, a world of the weest of beings. Here you can befriend adorably familiar monsters and turn tiny enough to jump on for a ride, or turn tall enough for them to ride on you. Join forces with adorably familiar heroes and heroines and witness a most peculiar story unfold. They may be small in stature, but the fate that awaits them is grand indeed. This is the size of a new Final Fantasy, the beginning of a new world, and a tale with countless encounters. World of Final Fantasy.
Hello, and welcome to an in-depth look at World of Final Fantasy. World of Final Fantasy is coming out October 25th, 2016 in North America, and October 28th, 2016 in Europe for the PlayStation 4 and PlayStation Vita. And it's going to be 2016's most adorable and heartfelt epic. If you're watching this, you probably are, like myself, a bit of a Final Fantasy fan, and all you really need to know about World of Final Fantasy is that it is a heartfelt love letter to the series. When I first saw this game, it took me back in the best way possible to the magic I felt when I had played Final Fantasy for the first time. We're going to get to go on a brand new adventure with classic Final Fantasy heroes and monsters. We're going to feast our eyes on the beautiful world of Grimoire, and get to see a brand new version of a modern update to the chibi art style that Final Fantasy fans from the original NES to the original PlayStation 1 will remember fondly. And we're going to get to have a return of the active time battle system with size changing and monster stacking twists. So most of us have grown up with Final Fantasy. It's been nearly 30 years, 3 decades, and multiple gaming generations have come and gone, each generation marking some new fans' first Final Fantasy. We've witnessed an incredible evolution of the series that continues to this day, as Final Fantasy 15 will be an amazing, cutting-edge, utterly epic, and worthy next chapter in the series. Yet for many of us, even as we embrace and eagerly look forward to the new, there's that longing to return to the glory of the past, to recapture that nostalgic feelings of whimsy and wonder. World of Final Fantasy will take you there. In the case of this footage, it is literally taking us back to the beginning, to Cornelia, the castle town of the original Final Fantasy. The game begins as our heroes, siblings Rain and Lan, awake, and each of them have a peculiar design on their arm. If this art style looks familiar, that's because they were designed by superstar artist, designer, and director Tetsuya Nomura. You may know him from Kingdom Hearts, Final Fantasy VII, Final Fantasy VIII, Final Fantasy X, Final Fantasy XIII, and the character design for Final Fantasy XV. So we're off to a good start with that. Soon, Rain and Lan made up with the mysterious Anna Kroos, who asked them if they remember what they did. They do not. She provides them with a portal to Grimoire to regain their memories to a world filled not only with familiar Final Fantasy friends and foes, but also one magical adventure and powerful story. The Mirage Tama will be their companion and navigator as they explore Grimoire. In the world of Grimoire, Rain and Lan are special in that they can change back and forth between sizes as both large as giants with a J and small as the Lillekins. This size-changing mechanic will come into play with many elements in the game. The legendary Final Fantasy characters we saw in the trailer are Lillekins, a modern update to the Final Fantasy series' chibi look, done by longtime Square Enix artist Yasuhisa Izumisawa from the Crystal Chronicles series. Rain and Lan are Mirage Keepers, and the monsters of Grimoire are called Mirages. On their adventure, they're going to have to capture and tame Mirages, and then enlist their power. And here we'll see a video of Rain imprisoning a cockatrice.
Imprison!
So once a Mirage is imprisoned, you can use it to fight with you, and stack it on your head. Obviously, it's just simply the way things are done in Grimoire. So every Mirage comes in small, medium, or large sizes. You want to figure out the best combinations to stack your Mirages in order to gain various benefits and unlock stronger attacks. As giants, Rain and Lon can each stack 2 Mirages on their heads, but if they shrink down to Lilican size, then they can jump on a larger Mirage's back. Different combinations of sizes and Mirages will produce different results. For example, if each part of your tower has a fire element affinity combined in a stack, you could then cast the stronger elemental spell of Firaga. And here we're going to look at a active time battle against some goblins. You can see how attacks from the enemy Mirages can cause your stack to wobble, which could lead to a tumbling apart and weakening your party and leaving you more vulnerable to damage. Longtime Final Fantasy fans will be happy to see the ATB battle system return. And there are some options to set it as you like, so you can have it frenetic with the classic pace of active, or set it for wait for a more strategic turn-based experience, and you can also adjust the battle speed if you need to as well. So one of the hallmarks of every Final Fantasy is seeing the familiar monsters from the series. The Malboros, the Tomberries, the Behemoths, the Magitech armor. But as we saw in the trailers, in World of Final Fantasy, we're also going to be able to see familiar heroes as well. So let's watch a video. We have Rain and Lon and Tama meeting Yuna from Final Fantasy X.
Wait a sec. I know I've seen that before. But where? I can't remember.
Giants traveling with a mirage? It seems clear. The two of you are not from Grimoire.
I totally forgot about hiding!
Yeah, we kind of forgot to shrink down too.
What's your name? You know, that staff.
My name is Yuna. Are you heralds? Have more of you been sent to plague us?
So Yuna's sending ceremony triggered something in Rain's memory, and Yuna didn't seem quite happy to see them, so there's something going on there. Let's see when the heroes meet Cloud in a village overrun by adorable vampires.
Hey, are you okay? What's the matter? Huh? What? Oh.
So after befriending various Final Fantasy heroes, you can then use them as summons in battle. And as a pre-order incentive, if you pre-order today, you can get Sephiroth as a day one summon. So lock that one now at the Square Enix online store. And let's see what some of these legendary heroes can do in action right now.
Lon, Rain, you need me?
Here I am. I'll take it from here.
Now, fans with sharp ears might have heard not only remixed Final Fantasy songs from each of those games, but also returning voice actors as well, who will be reprising their roles. Now, some of you might be wondering, if the Final Fantasy heroes are the summons in this game, what about the traditional summoned monsters? Well, let's take an extended look at our heroes running into some old friends.
What the honk?
Be careful!
Oh, I expected some foolhardy adventurer with a terminal case of curiosity.
What's this?
Well, look who's back.
Ah, the half-pints. Hail and well met.
Hail and well met? That's not our names!
I think he just means hello. Oh, and for the record, he happens to be a half-wit and a half-pint.
Huh.
You haven't changed a bit.
Huh? What's so funny?
Oh, you're having a lawn moment. Guess I'll just add this one to the pile.
Wait, what pile? There's a pile?
Apparently, we've met the three of you before, although we don't remember it.
You do not remember us?
Really? No wonder they haven't summoned us.
Then our course of action is clear. We must ensure the pecking order is pecking in the right order. If you seek to command the three of us again, then demonstrate your strength now or else be destroyed!
Hold now. Why must you two always let the blood rush to your head?
What do you mean?
Would you just look at them? These are not the Mirage Keepers we knew.
Hi.
You're right. They do look rather... How do I put it?
Put what?
Mon does set the bar low.
Like Limbo the Barlow.
Huh? Ah, I see.
See what?
Very well. What say we pit them against just one of us, to keep things nice and fair?
Agreed then. Go on. Choose from among us and choose wisely.
Choose for what?
Time certainly has not made you any more clever.
What we're trying to say is, the two of you are no match for all three of us at once. Which means...
Right, I get it. Thanks. Now, let's see.
Huh? Wait, get what?
So that clip gave you a little bit more background on their memory loss and about the mirage keeping that'll happen in this world, and seeing a little bit more of their personalities and their bantering back and forth. And there's a lot of funny dialogue in the game. A lot of the NPCs and the towns have funny things to say. It's really well written and enjoyable. So we've got another example of the sibling rivalry in the Icicle Cave, along with Rifia from Final Fantasy III. And this is the most criminally adorable boss battle I've ever seen.
We got you now, Furface!
Lon, wait!
Huh?
I don't want to get wolfed down!
I don't believe it. Did the wolves lure us here? No way.
What is it, sis?
Could it be? These wolves have more brains than you?
Where did that come from? That's Cold pointing at me every time something goes wrong.
Yeah, well, in Icicle Ridge, do as the icicles do.
An icicle's the point.
What?
Guys, maybe you should save it?
Okay, that does it. I'll show you which one of us has more brains.
That's what I'm scared of.
We already know who's smarter.
Hey!
Those little Fenrir pups. So some of us are going to fall in battle because we will not be able to even when we come up against them. So poor Lon is wonderfully enthusiastic, but just isn't as sharp as his slightly older sister, Rain. But she still gets hers. This is one of my favorite clips. It's Rain getting mega trolled by the Cactuar conductor.
Guys, are we sure this thing's safe?
Looks like a one-way ticket to, you know.
You know I hate that kind of...
Oh, tickets,
It's just the conductor.
Oh, then this must be the same train as the Always.
Huh? The conductor?
yes, in all my succulentious glory.
What? Why did you scare me?
But miss, you were practically begging for a good heart-stopper. Ask and you shall receive, I say.
What kind of stupid, messed up logic is that?
Zip!
Stop doing that!
Zip, zip!
Would you cut that out?
Zip, zip, zip!
Just let me hit you!
Zippity, zip, zip! 50-odd years of cactuaring. I'd say I know a thing or two about dodging. Come and get me!
Get back here, you prickly punk!
Sis? Rain, are you a... Oh!
Yeah, I still got it.
Yeah, well, you don't have to give it to me!
You better keep practicing, little giant girl. Can't touch this cactuar.
One of these days, I'm gonna get you for this!
Okay, we're kind of getting off track.
That's for the sure.
And what Final Fantasy fan has not experienced a similar rage against those elusive cactuars? So thank you very much for watching our Square Enix Presents on the World of Final Fantasy. Please pre-order it today. Get that day one Sephiroth. And remember, the game comes out at the end of October for PlayStation 4 and PlayStation Vita. Thank you so much for watching. is going to go.
Hello and welcome to Hitman on Square Enix Presents. My name is Travis, and I'm joined by Torben, a very special guest here on my left. And we are going to be doing two things today. We have a half-an-hour stream, so we're going to start by talking about our big news this week. That's the summer bonus episode, which we announced earlier in the week. And that is something that you've been talking about a lot today, Torben.
Yep, I've mentioned a little bit about it.
Yep. So this is our next episode, which includes 2 ICA missions. We're going back to Sapienza, and we're going to Marrakesh.
Yes.
And do you want to talk a little bit about why this is interesting for us?
Absolutely. So really what we wanted to do with this was mark the mid-season, mark the point where, you know, in your classic TV series, you see something a little bit special. This isn't going to be a musical episode, but it's definitely going to be a little bit more fun. So it's 2 missions, one set in Sapienza and one set in Marrakesh. And they are callbacks either to classic missions that you will know and love from Hitman, like, for example, Curtains Down with the film set, which takes place in Sapienza during the evening. So this is a sci-fi superhero epic. And we are going there to kill the actor-director Dino Bosco before he bankrupts the film studio with his relentless perfectionism, taking the same scene again and again and again. The other mission is a house built on sand, and this is in Marrakesh. And it actually does something very different. It takes Marrakesh and makes it back into a place. This is Marrakesh in the evening. This is the more welcoming, calm, great place to visit in the same way that Sapienza was. So actually with the house built on sand mission, we get a Marrakesh location that feels very different. And we get a Sapienza location, which is all about this big, bombastic sci-fi epic. We're seeing a little bit on it here. We're seeing the chromoscoped killer robot chasing our target through the scene as he goes off to do his super jump and punch it in the eye. It's a lot of fun. It's really a crazy mission with some of the same shenanigans that people will really have loved from Curtains Down.
Yeah. So these 2 missions are included in the summer bonus episode, and that's coming out on July 19th for PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and PC.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, they're not just missions, right? They're actually locations, really. So if you imagine you've already got, for those of you who are, of course, full experience holders, and I hope you all are, you've already got the Sapienza daytime and the Marrakesh daytime. So now you also get Sapienza film set and Marrakesh in the evening. There are actually new locations for contracts, for elusive targets, for escalations, for challenges. So, I mean, even more wonderful sandboxes to run around and do crazy, creative, nonsense things with fire extinguishers and God knows what.
Yeah. So contracts mode,
elusive targets,
contracts,
escalations,
elusive targets, all on these missions.
Yes, exactly. So they're essentially like new locations that underlie these missions that you can use for that as well.
Yeah, definitely.
There will also be some fun item unlocks in there as well. Some things that are a little bit more quirky, but it'll be a lot of fun for people to get them.
Yeah. And things like opportunities and challenges.
New achievements, basically everything. Think of this, I mean, this is an episode, right? So everything players have come to expect from an episode, like new challenges, new opportunities, new signature kills, all of that is part of this.
Okay. So that's out on July 19th, and of course, up until that point, we'll be talking about it a whole lot, about more details and some more little insider information about what players can expect when this launches.
And the other thing to keep in mind is that, I mean, the season is at the midpoint. We've had a whole bunch of escalations and 4 elusive targets so far. About 2 hours left on the Sensation, so go get them. But there will be more elusive targets, more escalations, more live content generally coming out over the summer.
And I think we mentioned it, but both of these missions, they're at nighttime. So there's a lot that's changed in the... We talked about how they're new locations. So players that already know about Sapienza and how that's laid out.
Yeah, absolutely.
When they play the icon, it's very, very different though.
Absolutely, and it's got its own set of rules, as a film set would have, as you would expect. Places you can go in certain disguises, places you can't. Everything.
Yeah, so as you could just see then, there's new disguises, and pretty much it's a whole new layout of the location that you already know.
Exactly. Now, the thing we really wanted to do with you here today on the live stream is play the Sensation. We don't have a lot of time. It's only live for another 2 hours, and we don't have a lot of time in the booth, so we're just going to go straight at it.
So the Sensation is the 4th elusive target, which is, you can see on the screen now, it has just less than 2 hours before this guy leaves before he leaves Paris. This is where this elusive target is.
Yes.
So we're gonna jump into the briefing so people can see that, and yeah, let's do that so we can try and get a playthrough in the next 20 minutes.
No.
Not hearing the briefing now.
Okay. But we need to be able to hear the game. No, there should be dialogue as well. Okay, can you just move on?
Alright, so I hope that was the briefing. We can jump into playing the game now, and then we'll let that load through as we go through.
Exactly.
Maybe some planning. Do we want to change?
No,
anything
I think
in the
we just go in. Travis and I discussed a little bit how we do this. We talked about doing it suit only, so maybe really quickly swap to the signature suit.
Absolutely, I can do that. And then we'll jump through and press play and let that load through.
And obviously the classic rules, one try, permadeath. You can restart up until the target is killed, and you have to do it in the time limit available.
Yeah. So this is the fourth elusive target that's that's out.
And it's also an elusive target that kind of does something along the same lines of what we're doing with the summer bonus episode, right? It rigs the level. It adds in a party. In a part of the level where there previously wasn't that kind of content. It kind of showcases our ability to tell new stories on top of these levels, and that's something that we're definitely going to be doing going down the line with our elusive targets.
Yeah, so we'll just wait for this to load in, and then we can jump into the gameplay. We're starting the default starting location.
Yes, that'll be the front gate. And as we discussed, we thought we would do a silent, no, not silent assassin run. That's not our style. A suit only run. So we need a bunch of tools and so forth. So if you swing out, go right into the corner and pick up the lead pipe, because we need things we can use to knock people out. So grab right now, turn right now, go back into the corner.
Yeah, I can see on chat that people are hearing music that's not the game. We're just looking into figuring out how we'll get the game through, but you can still follow us as we go through and play.
Yes. Okay. So just careful as you pick up the pipe there, Travis, because there are guys behind you who will spot it. So
yeah,
just, park
good
it.
there.
Good. Okay, so now we're heading over to the left-hand side. Not this way. We're heading back over the other way.
Not this way. Back where we came.
Because the bodyguards are down there are gone.
Right. So we should remember that for elusive targets, they don't show up on the map.
Yep.
And they don't show up in instinct mode. So we have to physically find them. I think for a split second there, we did get the game audio. For a very split second, but then it just cut out again. We nearly had it. But I'll just head over to the corner, and I'm sure you guys can see. Yeah, we are reading the chat. We have it up on our phone here, so we can see what you're saying. Trying to multitask this as much as we can.
Yes.
But we are still hearing music
so
that's not from the game.
Sling me this. I will appoint myself the chat master or something, and take a look at this. Okay, so you want to swing down the left-hand wall, Travis, and time a scale.
That.
Yes, this is Hitman.
Yeah, and I'm presuming the chat can still hear our voices. It's just the audio that's not coming through.
Yes, and as you can see, we have top min on the case.
I did not time that at all.
Okay, that's not good. Okay, so now we're going down along this wall, all the way down to the bags down at the far end. So we're going straight down, straight down, straight down. And you want to keep an eye on your left-hand side. If you pass anything that you can pick up, like hammers, wrenches, anything that you can use to make a noise and or chuck at guys' heads.
Okay, so let's keep an eye out for them. Is there anything coming from chat, Torben, that's going to help us through this? We have our own playthrough style that we're going to go for, so we're not going to let chat really dictate how we play this one, just so we can try and show you as much of the level as possible within the time that we have.
Exactly. So we see beautiful music setting the mood, yes, and we're pleased to announce the imminent arrival of sound effects.
I think we now have the game audio, so chat, if you can shout out to us if you're hearing the game audio, let us know. I think we're good.
Yes. Thanks, Alex Neat. We need it. So chat, can you hear the sound?
Oh, the guards.
Just voices, no game audio, though.
No
Okay,
game
so
audio, but we can hear the game audio, so at least the playthrough should not be that bad. So Torben, any tips here for getting past these two guys?
So what I did when I tried to do this is I went down on the left-hand side and beamed the guy on the right in the head with a wrench or something similar, and then booked away while the other guy looked, and then tried to come back and beat him in there. But you only got the one thing to throw. There should be, just swing around a little bit. There should be something over there. Yes. Just there.
Oh, hang on.
Yeah.
There we go, hammer.
Okay, great.
But how am I going to get past the two of them?
So, so what we want to do, right, is we want to try and beam. You see, there are three guys there. We want to try and beam those two guys, knock them out.
Right.
And when the third guy comes to investigate, we're going to try and sneak around on the right to go to loop past them.
Should I distract one a bit closer to me before
That's a
throwing
good
the
idea.
hammer?
Yeah, distract him in.
So you can see our objective is to get to Jonathan Smythe. He's the elusive target that we're after. That guy.
Yeah.
And we know where he is.
Yes,
when you play elusive targets, though, you have to listen to the briefing to find clues. Not quite.
Go. Whoop. Good stuff. Prime notice. That's okay. You just need to whack him when he comes along. Now, just a thing to keep in mind, chat, about this game. Remember, this game has permadeath. So if we die playing this mission, we cannot try again. So this explains Travis's tension. So you might want to swing around on the right and see if you can beam this guy as well.
Oh no.
Beam him.
No, but they're both up.
Beam him.
Any idea who we should be?
Beam him on the ground.
Okay, that kind of works.
Careful. Get moving, because there are guys who can come in here. So grab throwables and so forth, because we will need those again. Okay, and we're going up along the water side, being careful of the guy down on the far end. Get ready to duck into the garden in the middle if you can.
Okay. My hands are shaking, because I have not played this before.
Yes.
I do not know what is happening, so Torben's going to guide me as much as possible.
Yes, and also looking at the chat on the phone at the same time. Okay, so has he moved on?
This way round,
yeah,
or behind this guy?
No. We're trying to get up to the wall. Okay, so there's that guy. We'll go around on the right, but just time it, because there are two guys who patrol. What you might want to consider doing, just as a case of like escaping and get the hell out, is walking over to that guy or the guy over in the little shed, knocking him out and laying a disguise. If we need to run and people are chasing a guy in a suit, we can jump out and swap disguises.
So I should take this guy?
If you can, and keep him out of the way. Yes, no silent assassin. Well, no. This could be silent. No, it was combat, right? No silent assassin for us.
Yeah, no silent assassin. That's okay.
Okay, so we're going to swap so just double swap the disguise so that his clothes are on the ground.
Oh, these guys.
Double swap back, and get into cover again. It's okay, he didn't see you, right?
Alright. So we know we can frame this up. For players that have got about 2 hours left to play this, they won't know where the target is. So we're kind of showing you here. We know where he is. From the briefing video, we saw he was back in the pagoda area, where you usually have Max Decker meeting Novikov, right?
Yeah.
So we need to try and get in there. And I think we have an opportunity to go now.
So you're going to go for the wall and vault it very, very quickly. Because the whole trick with Jonathan Smythe's party...
Oh, I can't get over.
Yes, you can. The whole trick with Jonathan Smythe's party is, if you're not invited, you're not getting in.
Right.
But if you're in, you must be invited.
Okay, so I'm okay to be here.
You're now entirely safe to be in here.
Okay, I'm not trespassing.
You're not trespassing.
Okay, so we can see on the map that we can't see the target, and we can see from instinct that the target doesn't show up. Well, I mean, they show up as a regular NPC, so we don't know at all where they are.
Yeah.
But we did see that he was wearing gold. So our next thing is to find him. And Torben, you probably know where he is, but
yes, I do know his path.
If you let me just try and find him.
Yeah.
There's models walking around. There's guards.
There's that guy is feeling really, really sick. The model over there.
Okay.
Yes.
Let's not watch that.
Yes. Moving on.
Let's keep moving.
Hello.
We've got models.
And more models and waiters and music.
There he is.
Yes, there he is.
Gold pants guy.
Yes, Jonathan Gold Pants Smythe.
There you go. Okay. So,
yes. Just really quickly to the chat. Normally we do answer questions in chat when we do our weekly live streams, but we are under such time pressure here that we'll see your questions, but the chances are we won't get a chance to answer them. So try and jump on our weekly live streams, watch the Hitman blog to spot those, and we can talk about questions there. We won't have time today. So sorry about that, guys.
I totally lost him.
What?
I was looking around.
He
oh, there he is. There he is. There he
He
is.
doesn't leave.
Yeah. I was looking around and seeing what this stuff does.
Compromised? What is
Turn off the
compromised?
music.
Someone saw you. They woke up one of the guys out the back.
No, I was compromised because they saw me punch him in the... I punched the guy in the face. So if that
Oh
guy...
yes. If that guy gets woken up, yes.
Yeah,
If that guy gets woken up, you'll be taken up.
I'm compromised by the guy who's knocked out, right?
Yes. So let's hope he stays knocked out. Okay. We're seeing suggestions. Did you grab a screwdriver?
I have a gun. I have fireboy. I have screwdriver.
Ah, screwdriver.
What's the suggestion with the screwdriver?
There's a gas heater. There should be gas heaters in here.
Oh. But there's usually gas. There's a gas heater here.
But that's.
I'm not going to be able. I need a wrench for that. I'm not going to be able to.
that was a screwdriver. Okay.
I'm going to get spotted doing that. Okay.
Yes.
So, this is the kind of trick with elusive targets. You need to keep an eye on where the guy is and kind of come up with a plan as you're playing.
Yes.
Also, while under the pressure of knowing that if one thing goes wrong, then you've got to be able to do something. You have to run or fight or. Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay.
And it seems just looking at the way people did it, it was mostly sniping.
Sniping is an option, I guess.
I mean, all you guys, Two World Ads and Alex Neat and the rest, right? How did you guys pull this off? Just stick it into chat so I can see.
So you there's a sniper barge over there, right? Maybe from up there you could get him.
Yeah, you could take him from up there. I've seen people doing it in through the gate, but that must be risky as hell.
Okay, but he's texting, he's tweeting.
Yeah, he is. He's a social media kind of guy.
What is he writing? Oh, sorry, dude.
Just a moment ago, he was talking to his agent about. He owes money to his agent, and he doesn't want to pay.
Of course not.
Of course not, right? So that's not how it works. So I mean,
he's been playing The Division. He's clapping.
Okay, so he doesn't really leave here, Travis. Did you bring a remote explosive? That's usually our thing.
Oh no, we skipped through the planning probably a bit quickly.
Yes.
We don't have any explosives. I'm thinking...
that was damn skillful, Two World Ads. I didn't even think that was possible.
What was that?
He suggested poisoning him, but we missed that window. It's right at the beginning, right?
Poisoning him, okay.
Yes, but it's right at the start. I didn't think that was even possible.
I also have no poison.
Which would make it more difficult. Now, what I was thinking we could do, right, is
I'm trying to scout the way out, right? If I have to get out of here quick,
we go down here over the wall into disguise, break
is that the
clear
quickest
datum
way?
and run.
Is that the quickest way?
Well, it puts you into a disguise, right? So they're looking for someone else.
I could try and turn this off, see what that does. That might bring somebody over, but I don't really need a new disguise. Can I go out this way?
No, not out here. There's a jump point further
What do I need
down.
to unlock
unless
it?
we pulled that off.
Oh, I didn't take the lockpick. I could have unlocked it and then just not gone through it.
But if you go down and to the right here, there's a climb point. There's a climb point. You can go over that. Unless we blocked that up. Did we block that?
No.
No,
and
not
that
this
would
one.
take
No,
me.
left,
That would take me
left,
to the
left,
chopper.
Left.
So I could do that.
Yeah, it's just risky in case
if
the guards propagate out too much, you're in trouble.
I can't go over there. Oh, I can. Okay. Oh. Okay.
2 shots to the gas lamp will detonate it.
2 shots to the gas lamp. Can I do it from a distance?
Yeah.
I could and then run that way.
Yeah.
Oh, but there's a guy there. It's not easy.
Just stash your gun, right? If he hasn't seen you, he will be going nuts. But you're allowed to be here, I think.
Yeah, but somebody will see me, and it's not going to take them long to figure out this is me.
Yeah.
Okay, we still have a few minutes. We don't have to panic completely.
Okay, so when the timer hits, we've got a timer here. When the timer hits 3 minutes, we're going to go no matter what. Okay?
Okay, so that's in about 3 minutes from now. Torben is saying, in 3 minutes from now, we just get him and run. This is not...
So you could back away a little bit more. Just try backing away a little bit more. Seeing you can probably from the corner there put a shot in his head and go left, stashing your gun as you go.
Oh.
Up along the side, getting ready to gun that guy down if you have to.
But all in one go. If I die, then it's permanently on my record.
Yes, I know.
Okay, so this is a tricky one. These elusive targets, some of the other ones they've had a little bit more freedom. Let's say you're quite constricted here. This guy is enjoying his party, and
I mean, there are ways to take him out. I mean, Chad is pointing to a couple of them. Sniping him is actually easy, but that's the ironic thing, right? It's always easy to snipe a guy. But I mean, if you actually want to hear what they're saying, if you want to learn about their stories, if you want to do it super clean, well, we won't be. We want to do it super clean, then you need to be close. And that's the fantastic thing in a game like Hitman, all the freedom that you have, but then wrapped into the fact that you get one shot.
Yeah. Okay. So there's pretty much guards everywhere. It's gonna be it's gonna be crazy if we try and run for it.
Yeah.
But it seems like that's the best way, or we go the way that we came in.
Yes.
Maybe time it when these guys aren't there.
No, there's a model guy there.
So yeah, but that's okay. If those two guards aren't there.
Oh, that's so risky. I like the other way more.
You do?
It's out to the helicopter, admittedly.
Yeah, but they have to get round the helicopter. It's a long way, and they're going to run straight through the doors.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true. Maybe you can go down. Oh, but we want to do this side. We want to try and do the suit only, right? Unless we absolutely have to.
Yeah, we do want to do so only, but the disguise that we have as a backup is the other way. So there's different ways of doing this that would. Yeah, we need a good plan.
Okay, I think the plan.
And we didn't really make a plan. We just kind of jumped in here, and now we're here. Yes. No poison, no explosives, no rifle, and no plan. But we do have a target. Okay, so this is it. We're gonna try it from somewhere back here.
Yes.
We're gonna try and. What happens if I pick up that knife?
Nothing. You can pick up. Oh well, you pick up the knife. He's going to go nuts. So you pick up the knife.
Will he go nuts?
Yes, because you're not allowed to carry a knife. It's 47. So I would move back, further back down the corner there. I would put one in his head while no one's. Oh, she's watching. That's the problem with killing people in a crowd.
Oh, if I hide and pick up the knife, though, that should be okay. But not with these two here. Why are they deciding to have a conversation now? Go away.
We need a knife, you guys. You're in the way.
If I just grab it and quickly conceal it.
It's risky. Are you good for that one?
Oh, no. Look.
Oh, dear. There they come. Let's stand up so they don't think you're
nothing to see here.
Hitman.
Nothing to see here.
No risks, no risks. Good evening, gentlemen. Okay, I think we should still go for ICA 19 to
I went for it.
Okay.
That gives me some distance. That's a little bit easier than trying the shot. Putting the gun out, as soon as I pull the gun out, I'm going to get spotted.
Yes.
So he's the other side. As soon as he comes back,
yes, we're going to knife him in the face.
We're going to do a knife. And in honor of our other live stream, perhaps that is quite a good idea to do that, actually.
Yes, this is Matsuda-san style.
Okay. So we're past that 3 minutes.
Yes, so now we're going. The next opportunity we have when this guy comes out to that point to take stand or chat. Maybe go further up to the left so you can take him from the side. So you have
as soon as I need to be close enough so that the knife lock-on activates, because I'm going to get spotted as soon as I pull the knife out.
Yes.
Oh.
So
and they're going to freak, and that guy's the worry.
Yes.
I think worst case I can get close combat with him, knock him down, and then just run
over the wall. And so we're going for the chopper.
We're going for the chopper. Yeah.
Okay, right. That's crazy dangerous. We're not allowed to see the chopper. You're going to have to run like a madman, right? Anyways,
you're not allowed where?
He's not allowed out to the chopper. 47's
yeah, but there's no guards there, is there?
Well, they're patrolling, so we're just going to have to run past them while they spike at us, right?
Oh, did I miss him?
Walk up and see.
Yeah, he's just going. I just saw him. He just went through he's going to the other side.
So try and take him from the other side. That shortens the distance.
Oh, but it does, but there's not. I'm closer to the guards. Where was he?
He just walked past him. Walked past him. There he is.
Oh, he's going back. Okay, this could be it.
This is it.
Oh, not from there. That seems a little bit. He was good when he was here. He was by this table.
Just knife him and go left. Knife to head, bro. Almost out of time here, Travis.
He's coming. This is it.
Is it? Yes, come on.
No, wait.
Oh,
okay, now this is it after these guys.
Wait for those guys to move on.
Okay, here goes nothing.
Go. Run.
Give me a beat on the killer. Go.
Oh my god. Oh, there's guards. Come on.
Go down to the right and over to the chopper if you possibly can. Arresting. Just straight to the chopper. Go.
Yeah, I'm just trespassing.
Just taking the chopper.
Yes.
Yes! We're out!
We've got about 25 seconds left on the clock. Okay, so let's just see the score.
Yes. Mission accomplished.
My hands are literally shaking. Okay, so we got the mastery level for taking him down.
Yes, undercover. That's a challenge unlocking from last time.
Yep, and we got 63,901. that's not the best way to do it. But if we jump back to us, we'll just lead you out with a quick recap of what we've done here. So this was the 4th elusive target that is live now. You can play it for around about an hour and a half.
Yes.
And we have announced this week the summer bonus episode. That's 2 missions that we talked about at the start of the stream. We'll catch you up on social with everything that we've shared here, all of the news. So if you've just tuned in, you haven't missed anything. Keep it on the channels and the blog. We'll be back to normal next week. And we'll see you then. Thank you very much for joining us, Torben. Thank you.
Thank you,
We're
Travis.
out of time. This is 100 miles an hour. Thank you for watching. We'll see you on the next one.
Thanks, guys.
Bye-bye.
We're up.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. Thanks for tuning in. I'm really excited to be here. My name is Ryan Avery. I'm a product marketing manager from Deep Silver. I'm really excited to show you guys Mighty Number 9. Here today with me is the wonderful
Will Powers, and I'm back again and showing off Mighty Number 9. So this game's actually coming out next week, right, Ryan?
That's right.
And I don't think we've actually showed off this level before, so I'm going to mess around with it a little bit while we talk about it and die, because it's really hard to talk and play this game. This game's
very
not
demanding.
easy.
Yeah, it's not the easiest game out there. It's definitely going to require you to really be focused on getting through that level without taking a lot of damage here.
So, yeah, so what
what's
we're doing
going on?
here is, I mean, we're basically showing off kind of the core mechanic of the game. It's not like previous Inafune titles where you just shoot enemies until they die and disappear. What you want to do is you want to shoot them until they change color, basically, and then you absorb them. The whole kind of thought process behind that is it's a plot point of the entire world's been affected by this virus, and it's affected all the robots in the world. And Beck, who you play as here, Mighty Number 9, is the only person that's not affected, and he's the only person that can actually heal these robots. So it's not a mission of killing all the enemy robots like you do in previous Inafune games. This is actually a mission of helping them, which is a cool little distinction and plot point.
Right. I'm seeing you playing extremely aggressive here. You're moving through this level very quickly. You obviously had a lot of time in it. I know we both have played it a lot back and forth and doing some time attack. Tell us how moving through the level is critical for success here.
Yeah, well, there are multiple reasons why it's critical for success, and there's multiple ways that you can actually do that to optimize kind of and min-max your time factor. I'm doing kind of a boost jump here, which is what you do if you boost and then jump immediately after. I'll show it off. So boost jump, it kind of flings your character forward right there. But why it's important to kind of min-max is there are multiple criteria that you're judged on after you complete a level, and speed is one of those. There, a couple of the other ones are how much damage you've taken, how many combos you get, and combos are awarded based off of how many 100% absorptions you get in a row. So what we're seeing here is something that's kind of cool. This is that was a section you saw Bat, one of the other Mighty Numbers, helping me out there. Like I said, when you hit an enemy or when you absorb an enemy, you don't kill them, you heal them. That's what happened previously when I fought against Bat. I healed him, and he's now helping me out in this level.
So normally, when you're encountering that scenario with all those drills coming by, that's quite a difficult section for you to work on the timing and get through. But because you had, I guess, rescued him, and he's now helping you in this level, it kind of aids you here, not only just by utilizing his power. I saw you using his power to blow up some of the boxes.
Correct. His ability actually is going to help me a lot right here to clear this area very, very quickly, because there's drills chasing me, and this area is one of the hardest parts of the game. So I'm going to try to... There we go. I got a sprinter bonus on that, and Bat's actually going to help me out right there, too, by stopping the drill to make it real easy for me moving forward. But that's kind of the cool thing, that one of the differences, and that makes Mighty Number 9 special, is that you're actually aiding your brothers, because the other boss robots that you're fighting against are your brothers. You're this team called the Mighty Numbers, this team of fighting robots that's fighting in this this tournament called the Battle Coliseum. And then when they get affected by this robot virus, you actually have to use your abilities to save them and get them back on your team. That's kind of the underlying plot of the whole game.
And prior to this outbreak of this virus, how did Mighty Number 9, how did Beck rank up against the others?
Beck is the weakest of all the Mighty Numbers, but he's strong in heart, which is very important. And this is actually a very tough section. I got hit a little bit. But I'm trying to focus in on him. And this is actually an example of how boss fights work and how they're a little bit different. Is you see, you chunk his health. He has a main health bar there, and you actually you break it apart in various chunks. Oh god. There we go.
Yeah, watch out for those drills.
Yeah, you break it down in different chunks until he starts flashing, and then you absorb damage in phases.
And even when you're absorbing him, I saw 100% pop up there. How do you obtain that 100%? And how do you not die here?
Very carefully. That was me utilizing my unlimited dashes, which is very, very, very integral in these boss fights of staying
probably
above
airborne.
him. Yeah. Staying above him when he does these attacks that literally murder me. I got one hit left.
He's almost there too.
To try to take him out, and hopefully I'll be able to do so without dying. It's gonna be really close here. Come on.
A lot of people are watching.
Go.
There
All
we go.
right. Whew, that's one of the tougher boss fights because I didn't want to use his weakness. I wanted to show that it's really important to know that you can beat all the bosses using vanilla Beck, using his normal ability. You don't need to use the weaknesses. Obviously, they make the boss fights infinitely easier if you're using the one that has a weakness. But you see here, there are different points on your scorecard at the end of every round, and I didn't do a clear time because we were leaving the game idle at the beginning, so didn't get any points for that. My damage was lacking a little bit. I took too much damage. I didn't kill all the enemies because there's a lot of the drills coming through there, and my combos could have done better, but my absorption rate was pretty good. So it ended up giving me a B total. And that's one good thing. It adds a lot of replayability. There are leaderboards, and there's that kind of drive to get S ranks on all the maps. That's really, really, really powerful.
And even past that S rank, you want to try to get the best score possible. I know we've gone back and forth many times trying to find a way to get the best score possible.
There's a lot of fine tuning, and then once you unlock more abilities and more weapon abilities from different mighty numbers that you absorb their powers, you're able to even min-max that score further.
That's awesome.
But cool. We're gonna swap over here and switch over to another Deep Silver game coming up. And I'm going to sub out, and Lee Mather, who's from Codemasters, is gonna join us for F1.
Yeah, that sounds great.
Perfect.
Stay tuned, guys. Hey everyone, thank you so much for staying tuned with us. We are back here now. Thank you to Will, who just showed us Mighty Number 9, but we're also really excited to show you F1 2016. I'm joined here by Lee Mather. Lee, would you mind introducing yourself to the fine folks out there?
Yeah, I'm Lee Mather, and I'm the principal game designer on F1 2016.
Awesome. Well, this is actually like a first look for a lot of people. This is the first time we're showing off gameplay for F1 2016. A lot of people were looking forward to seeing how much this game has improved. Can you tell us what kind of things we're going to expect here?
Yes, I mean, I think the big thing that we're speaking about this year at E3 is the return of the career mode. I mean, obviously people have called out for the career to be the new thing that we're bringing this year.
Right.
And we wanted to bring it back in a new and more impressive fashion, you know, a really rich, deep, immersive gameplay, you know, and include some of the glamour of Formula One as well. So, yeah, so we've got the paddock environments, we've got the characters in there with the race engineer, the agent, you know, to lead you through that career, to give it more depth.
Right. I know I had some time on the build myself, and it definitely seems like a very authentic experience to what you see on the TV, and it sounds like that was the priority for you guys.
Oh, very much so, but as well as sort of the major things as well, the attention to detail really goes a long way with the fans. So just things like the pit boards hanging over the side, or the wheel tethers when you have an accident. You know, the damage on the car is quite a big thing for people. They really want to see that authentic damage.
Well, I think right now what we really want to see is you out on the track, showing us how it's done. Try to concentrate here. I'm not going to distract you too much as you go around the track and see if we can get a really good time.
Okay, so what I'll do is as well, I'll showcase one of the other new cool features in the game, which is the time of day.
Yeah.
So the ability to now play different times of the day. So outside of the career, you can have those beautiful vistas, the sunsets, the sunrises, you know, and the shadows being cast. So yeah, I'm going to go into a bit of time trial with a nice low sun in the sky.
So here we are in Canada.
Yeah,
it's pretty current.
I've picked the Haas, so new team for the season.
Right.
You know, it's great to always have a new car on the grid. and particularly good for America to have a new team on the grid.
We can experience all the latest new things in F1 being displayed here in Formula 1 2016 when it comes out. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's
all
correct.
the current teams.
Yeah. So as always, you know, we've fully authentic licensed Formula 1 experience. All the teams, all 21 circuits, including the new Baku circuit, which is obviously something which we've shown today for the very first time in our announcement of the release date. So I think, you know, people have seen that is an absolutely spectacular circuit, and it's by far the largest one we've ever constructed for the game. But sort of looking at the time trial that's going on ahead of us here, you can see as well the absolutely glorious new visuals we've got in 2016. You know, last year was the first time with the new engine, and this year we've really got to grips with things, so it's something looking really absolutely spectacular.
Yeah, this doesn't look like the official race time here. We're running this track at sunset, it looks like.
Yeah,
that's
correct.
Amazing.
Yeah, so during your career, obviously you'll run each session at the authentic time, but outside of career, you'll be able to adjust that time. So, you know, something that's quite unique this year is that you can run Singapore in daylight, you know, which is something we've never been able to do before.
That's going to change the way you approach that circuit.
It's almost like an entirely new circuit.
Yeah.
I mean, you can see also here from the gameplay that we've got a new element in the bottom right-hand corner to assist the player with understanding when the DRS is available. You know, there's a lot of people who found it hard to understand DRS. There's so many intricate elements in the world of Formula 1 that we wanted to try and make those clearer to the players so that everybody can enjoy them.
Yeah, there's a lot of information that's in here, a lot of detail. How do you feel F1 2016 kind of fits within the racing genre? Would you say it's closer to a sim experience or maybe an arcade?
I mean, we obviously simulate everything, you know, very, very accurately, or as accurately as we possibly can. I think that's important because Formula 1 has, you know, very defined lap times. It's a real-world sport. It exists out there, so people want to see that authenticity. But we also work really hard to make sure that anybody can play the game. I mean, I think that's something we've seen from the last few days. You know, people who aren't necessarily big racing game players but enjoy the sport of Formula 1 have been able to pick the game up and play it really well. I mean, I'm sat here chatting away to you, and yeah, I've got some of the assists on, which I don't normally do. But, you know, I'm happily getting this car around the track, and that's something we've seen from gamers of all levels over the last 3 days.
Okay, well, I play with all the assists on, and I don't find any shame in that. I need a lot of help, so.
But you've also improved quite dramatically over the last 3 days as well. Your lap time's dropped substantially.
So when capturing that sim experience, what kind of things did you guys do in development that's a little bit different from what you've done before?
Well, we've got a guy on the team who you know, used to race single-seaters, so his knowledge is absolutely immense. You know, he's got a sim background as well, so he's helped with the force feedback systems, the suspension in the cars, the tyre model, you know, all those things. It's what makes Formula 1 special. You know, it's a very unique sport. And without, you know, the likes of the guys on the handling team, we wouldn't have a game that felt like this. And again, last year, 2015, the handling was universally well received, and this is another step forward. You know, it's something that people who've played it this week have really commented on being, you know, again, even better than last year.
I noticed when I was playing earlier myself, I was on the Circuits of the America, and they have some pretty aggressive curves on there, and I had a tire that hit it, and it definitely kicked back on my wheel. So I've noticed that you guys really took extra care in getting that experience with the force feedback and nailing that down exactly how it would really happen in real life.
Yeah, because I mean, something else we've worked on this year is the off-track elements. You know, we've looked at the way we model the curbs. We look at the aggression of the rumble strips and the sausage curves. I mean, I'll hit one here for an example. Oh, I missed it. Oh, there you go, a little skip off there. You know, we've worked on making those more authentic so that they do upset the car and they do disrupt your lap, you know, so you can ride the curbs, but you just need to be a little more gentle with them. You know, you can't take the liberties that you maybe could have done, you know, in previous titles. Because, I mean, during a race, the last thing you want is to have an incident, and I'm going to go into the safety car, obviously.
Right.
You know, this year, the second most requested feature for the series, you know, we've got the safety car back. It's an entirely new system, built from the ground up, not built on any of the previous safety cars we had. But beyond that, you know, we've got the virtual safety car as well, which is, again, mirroring exactly what people see within the sport. You know, they're both quite interesting mechanics. The safety car completely mixes up the race. It's a really exciting thing to have in the game.
just like the career mode, when you guys brought this in here, you wanted to make sure that it was as authentic as possible. So from my understanding, that safety car is the actual car. It's built out. It has the exact same specs.
Yeah, exactly.
Engine.
Yeah, we've got a little virtual safety car driver who drives around in a genuine Mercedes. You know, it's the actual physical setup for that car. So this lap time's not looking too bad. It's not quite as good as I ran earlier on while trying to knock you off the top. Still pretty handy, I think.
After you finish this track, let's see if maybe we can take a look at another one. Maybe look at a different time of day too. It's really quick to swap out here.
I think what would be really cool would actually be to see a track in the wet at sunrise. I think that would be pretty special. So we'll move to.
Oh, I don't want you to wipe out, not in front of all these people.
I'll take that risk. I'll take that risk. Yeah, I mean, talking sort of about the authenticity and that immersion. We wanted to really give the glamour and the spectacle of Formula 1 as well, which is why we created the paddock environments this time round. So, I mean, some of the really cool things is we actually got a lot of the team bosses to actually allow us to photograph them so that we could model them as well, so they're characters within the environment. And these are all things that, bring the realism and the glamour of Formula 1 to the player.
Right. Yeah, we'll see a lot of familiar faces when this one comes out.
Yeah, I mean, as the game was going through development, we knew who was coming, but the art guys didn't tell us when they were dropping.
Right.
So we'd be playing the game and it'd be like, oh, look who's just walked in through that door. It's like, how cool is that? I think that's the kind of the way I expect people will react when they see it as well. In the same way that we did. We were really excited to see that. Okay, so I mean, instantly you can see now that we're at Brazil, and you can obviously see the huge increase in the visual quality of the wet weather this year. And you can see in the distance there, the sun's just starting to come up. It's just poking through, so there's that slightly warm glow. But you can also see the huge reduction in grip now. We're going to be seeing lap times very, very realistic. Very similar to real life. So running Spa, for example, on the wet tyres, it'll be a 20-second a lap slower than when running the slick tyre, for example. You can also see as well, the new rain effects on the screen,
I love how
racing line appearing.
Those water drops coming down, especially on the turns. You can see them peeling off on the other side.
Yeah, and then during the race, the particle effects with the spray for the other teams, the other drivers around you, they look absolutely amazing. It's really immersive.
Makes it very difficult to see, though.
It's a tough challenge. I think with the assists on, I'm getting around perfectly easily here around a very, very wet Brazil. I think that's part of the challenge of F1. Is challenging yourself. You can play it at this level, and then you can, if you find it a little easier, turn some of the assists off and challenge yourself to learn how to play the game that way. There's so much depth in the actual on-track experience before you even, look at all of the other stuff we've got in the career this year. With the contract moves, the R&D, building the car up, the rivalries that will formulate between you and other drivers on the track. There's all these cool things that keep you coming back for more. And it's like, practice sessions are a huge part of the sport. So we've tried to fill those again with really, rich, cool gameplay that gets the player wanting to, just play a practice session and come away from a practice session really feeling like they've achieved something and really progressed their career. It's all about giving the what you see in real life and representing it, with really cool, meaningful gameplay in the game. I'm still doing pretty well around Brazil as well.
Yeah, I'm actually very impressed. Everyone's watching. Everyone's impressed. But what if we take away one of those driving racing lines there? He's still going to be able to handle it?
I can take away the racing line.
Yeah?
Right, let's do it.
Okay, so going back to the career mode, that discussion, what kind of elements can we see in that? You mentioned like the practice race week and everything that's involved leading up to the actual race itself. How much of that are we going to be able to see?
Yeah, so what we really wanted to do was give the practice sessions a lot of structure, give the players something to do, give them something really interesting and exciting. That not only is fun gameplay and something that you'll enjoy doing, but it feeds directly into the career. So if you go out and you do the track acclimatization program, which is essentially a great way to teach players how to race a circuit, that also feeds into what they receive for their R&D points from the team. But of course, if you're not researching and developing components, your team's going to start slipping back down the order. So, you may have chosen to start your career driving for Mercedes. You know you're going to be the dominant car, but if you don't work on the upgrades, they could lose their position at the top of the tree, and you start to struggle. And that's where the characters come into the game. The researcher, the R&D guy will speak to you about your lack of input, and that you need to start pulling your weight. You'll get contract problems, and so you'll get the agent speaking to you about the team aren't happy with your performance and they expect you to do more. And ultimately you could lose your drive for that team and end up looking for a drive with another team on the grid, and then having to work your way back up to join one of the faster teams. Or alternatively, work on developing the car and bring that car to the top of the grid.
So that sounds like a lot of work, and it's definitely going to take a long time for you to progress from the very, very bottom and reach to the top. How long are we looking at a career mode?
Yes, I mean, very much depending on how you choose to play the game. You can play for as many as 10 seasons. So you may find that you want to take a team from the bottom to the top, which is obviously going to take some time. Alternatively, if you start strong at the top and you lose your position, it may take a few seasons to actually be able to formulate a contract move to get you back into a top team or to develop the team you're in. So, we want the player to not just think about the on track, not just think about it on a race by race basis, but look at the big picture. There's a lot more that goes on in the world of Formula One.
One of those elements that definitely go into the sport is rivalries.
Yeah.
I imagine that's something that you're going to encounter as you're there out on the practice week within your team. I imagine maybe outside the team. Is that something we can look forward to?
Yeah. So something which we've done this year is when you start your first race of the season, you've signed with a team and you've got a teammate. That's always your first rival. The most important person to beat is your teammate. So the agent will come and explain that to you, and she'll let you know what objectives you have for the coming session. She's always setting you goals and targets that are very important for both your career and the team itself. And then, as that rivalry progresses and as the season progresses, natural rivalries form as well. So it may be that you've had a bit of a battle with a particular driver on circuit, and it's been noticed that you've been racing closely together. The point system, in the points you're quite close as well. And your agent will speak to you about this, and she'll call it out, saying, the press have noticed that you've got a bit of a battle going with Fernando Alonso, and you've got a natural rivalry form, and you're given a period of time to try and beat Fernando. So you need to take those points and prove that you are the stronger driver.
Do you mind doing me a favor here? Could you switch your camera so we can see just how, maybe in the far chase, so we can see water kicking up there? Yeah, it's actually a really cool looking effect. I noticed actually earlier, because I can never quite stay on the track myself. I find myself sliding around in the grass and then coming back onto the track, pulling mud and things like that on.
Yeah.
Is that like the level of detail you guys are trying to achieve here with each track?
I think it's one of those things, that's what you expect to happen in real life, and that's what you expect to happen when you do it in the game as well. So, if you go off the circuit, you do pick up the debris on your tyre, but you also pull it back onto the circuit. And then obviously over time that'll be worn away by the cars driving over it, or if the weather changes, that'll wash away any of the extra grip or any of the debris that you've pulled onto the circuit. So I'm still playing this with no assists on other than the automatic gearbox now.
I'm seeing your personal best pull away from you though.
Yeah, I'm concentrating way too heavily on keeping the car on the track now. But yeah, it's super awesome in the wet this year. You really do get the feeling of that reduction in grip and the balance in the car. As you can see, they just sliding it gently.
Well, I think we're actually going to be running up on the end of our time here. I just wanted to take a quick moment to say thank you to Square Enix for hosting us here, letting us come in and show you guys both Mighty No. 9 and F1 2016. I want to thank you, Lee, for joining us today, showing us the game. Did a great job. Could you tell us when can we expect F1 2016 to be coming out?
Yeah, so we've announced the release date today, and it's August the 19th.
August 19th,
yeah.
on what platform?
PlayStation 4, Xbox One, PC.
That's brilliant. Looking very much forward to it. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us today. Please stay tuned. There's a lot of really exciting things coming to Square Enix Presents. Thank you.
Hi everybody, welcome to the final segment of Final Fantasy XV Square Enix Presents. I'm so excited. It is the last segment of the show. It's been a really fun and exciting show, and I can't believe we're going to close out on such a high note. But before I begin, I'm Social Marketing Manager Kaori Takasue. Out in the audience, I have my trusted community friend, Nozomi Mitsuoka, supporting us, taking photos. Juan Hasmer, Mr. Kyo Ofuji, and tons of fans, so thanks for being here today. But before I begin, I'm sitting next to somebody you might all recognize, Director, Mr. Hajime Tabata. And also joined, to my right,
I'm Matt Kishimoto. And we're also joined by
Ryo Mitsuno. I will be translating today for Mr. Tabata.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Diego.
So today's segment is 15 questions for Mr. Tabata. And how do we get these questions, Kaori?
So basically in Japan, they did a community segment where they collected tons of questions from the fans. I wanted to replicate that for our fans around the world who didn't get a chance to ask questions. So we collected from our social media channels, Twitter, Facebook, forums, any kind of questions that we may not have answered yet. Some we did already answer, but we just wanted to make sure everybody knows about it. So here we are. We're just going to go straight through the questions, starting with number 1.
Take it away.
Take it away. Okay, Mr. Tabata.
And these questions have not been shown to him previously, so this is the first time, right?
This is no joke. He has no script, so this is raw,
見てないですよね、まだ。
this is raw live. Okay.
Can I ask, is he scared?
その前にさ、
はい。
マットの声がすごい枯れてるね。
Your voice, what happened to your voice?
It's been a good E3. It's been very fun. What about
これが E3 最後だね、僕らもね。
忙しい E3 でした。タバさんどうですか？
すごい忙しかったけど、だけどすごくいいプロモーションができたね。
Very busy, but I think we've been able to promote FF15 very well this E3.
I know this.
これ最後キレのいい質問に答えて締めたいです。
So he's ready to tackle on the questions, and let's close out E3 with a high note.
All right, so let's get it rolling.
それネタバレを結構入れてるの
？Are there any spoiler territory questions in here?
I don't think so. I think these are just raw questions that fans wanted to know. Some of them might have already been answered, but these were our favorite questions.
日本のコミュニティ ATR で触れた質問もしかしたら少しあるかもしれないですけど、そんなにネタバレ的なものはないかもしれない。
了解わかりました。じゃあスパスパいくよ。
All right, so number 1, is there an option to turn off the HUD to create a more immersive experience?
あ、これね。Yes. あります。
All right.
Yes, there is.
All right, we're going to roll on to the next one. If you have additional things to ask later,
あります。
you can ask more.
もうちょっと説明する？
Yeah, sure.
あ、そう。プレイ中に没入感を高めるためのHUD すべてを非表示にするオプションがあります。
So there is an option to turn off the HUD.
やっぱこれはね、今やっぱりないとね、みんなスクリーンショットも撮りたいだろうし、普通に標準搭載してます。
Players
安心してください。大丈夫です。あります。
Players probably want to take a lot of screenshots while they're playing the game, so we've definitely enabled this option in the game so that people can turn off the HUD when they want to.
That's cool.
That's really cool.
Okay.
All right, question 2.
ちなみに何問やるんですかこれ
？15 XV.
15問あります。
お、OK。ちょっとテンポよくいこっかじゃあ。
Alright, let's go.
Okay.
All right, cool. That leads perfectly into the next question.
Okay.
It's a smart one. It's a 3-part question.
All right.
Will there be a camera mode, theater mode, or a Coliseum mode?
Ooh, good question.
写真撮影モードはね、あります。
Camera mode, yes.
でも仲間のプロンプトが撮ってくれるっていうのは当然あるんだけど、ファンなら多分もう知ってると思うんだけど、自分でそれを自分で撮ることもできます。スクリーンショットをね。
So fans are probably aware that Prompto is always taking photos during your adventure, but the players themselves can take manual photos as well.
おすすめはプロンプトが写真が上手くなるまで付き合ってあげることなんだけど、付き合えない人たちはこの写真モード、撮影モードで撮ってもいいよっていう。
So Prompto gradually gets better at taking photos, but if you don't want to wait for him to get better, you can just take your own photos.
On Brotherhood, he was also
そう。でシアターモードは製品版には搭載しないです。
There will not be a theater mode in the final version of the game.
残念。今読み込み時間とかもいろいろあってね、今回の製品版の仕様には入れない方がいいかな。あまりいい体験にならないなと思ってやめました。
There's a lot of issue to tackle, like loading times. So implementing into the final game at this point, not in the plans.
でこのコロシアムモードっていうのはオルティシエのことだよね、多分。オルティシエのコロシアムだよね。
The Coliseum is probably based on the Alticia video that we reviewed.
I believe that's how it was written.
あそこにはね、あそこ行くとミニゲームが遊べます。
So there's a mini game at the Coliseum in Alticia.
で自分が参加するコロシアムでは残念ながらない。
So it's not a Coliseum mode where you enter and fight against enemies.
だけどモンスター同士が戦っているバトルコロシアムがあそこにあるんです。
But there is a battle Coliseum there where monsters are fighting against each other.
でどのモンスターが勝つかっていうのに自分がこうベットするっていう感じで参加できるゲームがあそこの中に入って
And you participate by betting on which monster you think is gonna win.
でそうでコロシアムを作っておくと発売後もねそのコロシアムをどんどんこう発展させていけると思って今回入れてあるのでまあ発売後も期待できるんじゃないのかなと思ってます、はい、コロシアムの進化に関しては。
So having a Coliseum mode in there allows us to give us some options later on, maybe post-launch, to do some extra stuff with the Coliseum.
Nice.
今回やっぱり E3 でさすごくポストローンチに関してすごい聞かれるの。ポストローンチっていうのはその発売後にどういうね展開を用意しているのかっていうのすごいいっぱい聞かれたんで、まあ、やっぱそこに期待している人たちが今回もうこのタイミングからは多いなっていうのはよく分かった。
Over the last 3 days at here at E3, we've gotten a lot of questions about DLC and post-launch plans. So we know that everyone's excited and really, really looking forward to hearing more information. So we know that those things are what people want. So we're thinking about that.
はい。
Tabata-san's answers always lead me to want to ask more questions.
Like more.
タマさんの質問答えて、次にもっともっと聞きたくなるような答えになってるんですよいつも。
あそうなの。
But regardless,
ここまでにしようよここまで。
But today we're here for the fans.
まだだってあるんでしょ。
But there's a lot more, so let's go
Let's
on
keep
to
going.
number 3.
Question 3.
All right, question 3. Will there be an option to adjust the camera distance? Ooh, good one.
なるほど。
Camera distance.
ね今現在はないですこの機能。今現在はっていうのはちょっと説明するけどまず今はない。
So at the current moment, there is no plans for this.
で今はねプログラムでカメラの距離というのは動的に変化するんですね。その時のシチュエーションを見てカメラが寄ったり引いたりするので距離をオフセットでもって切り替えるっていう機能は搭載してないんです。
So right now, the camera moves automatically depending on the situation. If you're close to your enemies, you're far from your enemies. So it's set to move automatically. So right now, we don't have the functionality to manually control it.
だけど、カメラのチューニングっていうのはもう本当に時間が許す限りギリギリまでやるんですけど、その中でどうしてもやっぱりユーザーが自分でマニュアルで距離を変更した方がいいだろうなっていう判断をどこかでしなきゃいけなかった場合はこういう仕様にするっていう準備はしてます。いつでも。
So we are using as much time as we can to fine-tune the camera controls. But at some point, we'll need to make a decision on whether it is something that we should do to allow people to manually control the camera. So when that time comes, we'll make that final decision.
まあごめんね単なる事実しか言ってないんだけど。はい、次行こうぜ。
Cool. All right, next question. Matt.
Question 4. So I really welcome the modern ideas being incorporated into Final Fantasy 15. Since Final Fantasy 15 has an action-based battle system, how does strategy come into play, especially during boss battles? Will the game become too easy if you level up too much? It's a good question.
なるほど。これいい質問だね。
Very good question.
おそらく、キャラクターを強化をしすぎると戦闘が簡単になってしまうからそれを避けたいっていう意図だよね。
So this question probably stems from if you level up too much or grind too much, will the game become too easy from that point on?
And then you one-hit everything.
そしたら一発で敵を KO しちゃうのかっていう。
そうだね。実際レベルを上げていけば当然一発で KO するようなシチュエーション出てくるよね。
So if you do level up enough, there will be situations where you can one-hit enemies.
でもそれ自体は俺は悪いことじゃないとは思ってるんだよね。
So Tabata-san personally doesn't think that's a negative aspect of leveling up.
でその RPG の一つの楽しみ方っていうのは強い敵を倒すためにプレイヤーがその敵を倒すために時間をかけて自分を強化してしっかり強くして圧勝するっていうのも一つの楽しみだと思うからそれ自体は悪いとは思わないよ。
So one aspect that he thinks that people enjoy out of RPGs is that when you're faced off against a tough boss or a tough enemy, you work your way towards meeting that level or leveling up so that you can beat him. And when you finally do beat him and beat him easily, he thinks some people do enjoy that kind of gameplay too.
僕はその戦い方好きなの。
And he personally likes that style of play as well.
I like throwing storm. Yeah.
でも敵のレベルに及ばないもしくは同等の時にアクションのね戦闘だからその時に自分のテクニックでその敵との実力差を補い倒すっていうのも今回の15では楽しめるようになってるよね当然。
But in this game, Final Fantasy 15, one way you can enjoy it is when you're fighting against a boss that is at your level or a little bit higher than your level, you can counter that difference with your actual action techniques and basically play your skill.
でさらに レベルを上げたくないっていう人のためにレベルをキャップするアイテムもあります。
So there's actually, for those of you who do not want to level up too high and want to set a level cap for themselves, there's actually an item that will help with that.
それはね、本来その低レベルのまま本当にすごく強敵たちとも戦っていきたい、低レベルでクリアしたいっていう人のために用意するものなので、おそらくこのニーズも満たせるんじゃないかなと思う。それを使えば。
So this is specifically designed and implemented for players who want to do low-level clears and want to tackle strong enemies at a low level, just with pure player skill. So hopefully this will satisfy this person's question right here.
みんなはどうやって遊ぶの？接戦をするの？実力も拮抗するようなテクニックも必要な戦いなの？それとも強化して圧勝するの？それともこうやってレベルを上げずに
So what kind of style do you guys prefer? Do you guys prefer leveling up to the point where you could one hit all your enemies, or do you like fighting against enemies that are tougher than you and beating it with player skill?
I'm not the best player, so I grind, so I feel powerful. And so I feel like I put in the work and I explore things, and then I feel strong, and I'm like, one hit, bam, bam, that's how I play.
あんまり上手くないので、レベルアップしてから戦えるようにするスタイルです。
そうだね。そういう時はね、今回ね、ウェイトモードっていうバトルモードのね、切り替え機能を公表したよね。システム使うといいと思うね。で僕もウェイトモードでかつすんごい強くして一発で KO するのが
My style, Mr. Tabata. I like it.
So the weight mode, the newly introduced feature, might be perfect for you. And you could also use that after you've leveled up, and then it's really easy one hits.
Personally, I like when you level up.
You probably prefer the low level here, right?
I see how it is. All right. No, I actually do like a challenge. So I like when I level up. I like the enemies to get harder because I like to try different combos and different skills too.
個人的には自分のレベルアップにおいて、敵も同じぐらい上がってるのが好きって、まあチャレンジが欲しいっていう。
そうだね。
Because when you get to end game content and it's just all super easy, it doesn't become fun then.
例えば終盤の時に強すぎるとちょっと手応えがないので。
なるほどね。OK、わかった。
Anyway.
Okay.
All right,
Next
let's
question.
keep
そういう
going.
楽しみ方がちゃんと残るようにしておく。
All right. So regarding the recent UI, I preferred the UI from episode Duskai. It felt more intuitive to defend using LBL1 as well as using RBR1 to manually lock onto enemies. Will there be different control layouts that we can choose from? That's a good question.
これ2つのことね。UI の方が好きだった。これデザインのことと多分レイアウトのことをどちらも言ってるんですよね。
So there's two aspects to this question. One is just the design aesthetics, and also in terms of control layout, actual.
はい、UI のデザインはもう一回リニューアルされます。
So the UI design is actually will be renewed once more.
デザイン自体もリニューアルされるし、機能性も多少やっぱ機能がもうちょっと向上するように今修正をかけてる最中ですね。
They're currently working on both functionality and aesthetics of the UI.
今全体の開発の中で UI とNPC がやっぱりちょっとね進捗が他よりも進んでなくて、その他に比べるとまだちょっとねモックアップが残ってたり仮のデータが入ってたりするんです。でここをこれからリニューアルかけて製品版のクオリティにしていくっていうのがまあ残っている工程の中の一つだな。
So in terms of the development state right now, the progress on the UI and the NPC elements are not as far along as some of the other stuff. So right now we're still using things that are placeholder for the time being, not what we envisioned for the final game. But we'll get those back up to speed, we'll renew them, and yeah, work towards.
あとコントロールレイアウトは通常のレイアウトとエピソードダスカの時に採用していたダスカバージョンとが切り替えられるようになります。でもしかしたらもう一個入るかもしれない。
So in terms of control layouts, right now what we have planned are two different layouts. One is the normal layout, and one is actually the layout from episode The Sky. And there may also be a third one that we prepare for the players.
Great question.
And people can choose at any time?
で、いつでも切り替えるんですか、それは。
切り替えられるよ。
Yes.
Oh, that's really cool.
もちろんもちろん。なんでダスカが良かった。ダスカの操
Did you
作が
prefer the episode The Sky layout or the current layout?
I actually really like the current layout. I like the buddy system, how you kind of hit left bumper and then use the directional pad. I like that a lot.
今のレイアウトが結構好きで、レフトトリガーで仲間コマンドを選択できるのがとても好きなので。
そうだね。でもダスカに慣れた人たちはね、やっぱりダスカの操作系がいいっていう人たちも多いから、まあそれは本当に好きな方を選べばいいと思うんだよね。初めて触る人はもしかしたら今の操作系の方がいいって思う人が多いかもしれないんだけど、まあそこはもう好きな方を選択してもらう。
But a lot of players have spent a lot of time playing episode The Sky and gotten used to those controls. So for we want to give choice to the players and.
I think that's cool. So I cheated here. I'm sorry.
You
Kaori,
cheated?
you don't even know this.
What?
So
What
when we asked the community these questions, this was a few weeks ago.
Right.
But personally, I had a few questions
Right.
as we led into E3. So I snuck 2 questions in here.
で実はマストがちょっとズルをして、本当はファンから集めた質問のみだったのはずなんですけど、実は滑り込みでマットからどうしても聞きたいという質問を今入れたらしいんですよ。
何入れたの？
I hope that's okay.
It better be good.
What did you put in, man?
All right, so question 6
I don't even know what the question
is so the final scene in the E3 trailer, the Afrojack trailer, when it's hitting hard, like the bass is hitting. What is that in the story? And 2, it looks like they're wearing what the Glaives are wearing in the movie King's Glaive. Can we answer that?
OK。
聞いてもいいでしょうか？
もちろんいいよ。
Of course.
ノーコメント。嘘嘘。ジョークジョーク。あのトレーラーのラストシーンはストーリーの本当にもう終盤も終盤の方で、旅を終えてインソムニアに4人が帰ってきたシーン。
So that last scene in the trailer, that is towards the very end of your journey, after you make your return to Insomnia.
その時にこの服装は確かにあれはね王の剣キングスグレイブに出ている王の剣というねその国王の親衛隊が着ている服を着てたのもその通り。
And you are right on the money in terms of the costume for the glaives. Those 4 characters are wearing what the glaives are wearing in King's Glaive.
ただなぜかっていうとそれはストーリー的な話になっちゃうのでここで言うのはやめた方がいいとは思うんだけどこれはその通りですっていうことで。
But we won't explain why they're wearing that because that would obviously be spoilers. But at least the current answer is yes, you're right on the money.
That's crazy.
Thank you for
Okay.
answering.
Good question.
ありがとうございます。
はい、じゃあ、
Alright.
ユーザーの質問に戻ろうか。
Oh, so we're going back to user questions now?
Nope, I still have one more.
まだ
もう一つマットからの質問がある。
So Insomnia or Shinjuku, is that a fully explorable town within the game?
なるほど。OK。わかりました。いわゆるタウンとして新宿は今回15の中に出てこないです。
So the Insomnia or Shinjuku area
Yeah.
is not in the game as a town, like an explorable town.
戦闘するためのロケーションとして新宿が登場します。
But it is a location, a field for battle.
で、で、これまで新宿にある都庁って東京都庁ってわかるかな？みんなわかんないよねでも。
Yes, I know the city hall.
City Hall.
Yeah.
都庁前。
その都庁前のロケーションっていうのは結構出てきてると思うんだけど、あそこだけではなくてもっと広い範囲でバトルをすることになります。
So it's not just that area in front of the city hall that we've been showing. There's actually a wider area.
だから新宿を舞台には戦います。だけど新宿という街をオルティシアとかレスタルムのように探索をするっていうのは今回できないです。
So it's not an explorable, full-fledged town like Alticia is per se, but it is a location where you will be carrying out battle.
でそこはキングスグレーブを見たりストーリー的なところを知っていくことでおそらく理解できるようになります。
And I'm sure it will make sense and everyone will understand as they watch King's Glaive and get a sense of what that environment really is.
はい。
Okay.
そこまで。
Thank you. Thank you for answering my 2 questions. All right, back to the community questions.
Okay.
ではファンの質問に戻りましょう。
Alrighty.
これちなみに何分
we have
Eight.
Yeah.
あと
We're
30
number
分。
8, so
Okay.
7 more questions. How many hours of gameplay will there be, which I'd love to know? And aside from the main story, are there a lot of side quests?
これは何度も答えてることなんだけれど、ストーリーを進めるいわゆるそのクリアするためのストーリークリアのためのプレイでだいたい40時間から50時間ぐらいになると思います。今もそのバランスは変わってないです。
So I think questions like this have come up before, but in terms of clearing the main story, we're anticipating about 40 to 50 hours of gameplay.
なので最低でも40時間は遊べますよってことだね。
So at the very least, there will be 40 hours worth of content to enjoy in the final game.
でもちろん今回はそのやり込み要素はかなり用意してます。
But there are a lot of side quests and other extra things that we've planned.
でそれらを全部遊んでいくと、やり込み要素だけでおそらく100時間以上遊べます。
With just the extra stuff alone, we're looking at maybe about 100 hours of gameplay.
トータルだと200時間ぐらいは遊べるんじゃないかなと思います。
So if you count all of that, maybe we're looking at about 200 hours of gameplay. It's a lot of games. 長いですね。
そうだね。製品版としてね。
So yeah, the final version of the game coming out, about 200 hours total.
It's
if
a
you
lot
count
of
everything.
content.
長く待たせてるゲームだからね。買った人たちが本当にこうしっかりいっぱい遊べるようにしなきゃと思ってやってます。はい。
A lot of fans have been waiting for quite a while for this game, so we want to make sure that there's a lot of content for them to enjoy when the game comes out.
That's crazy.
Okay.
Cool.
Next question.
Question 9.
Okay.
Will we see a stable frame rate and anti-aliasing improvement in the final game? And what kind of optimization is being carried out to maximize visual quality while preventing frame rate dips? It's very technical.
OK テクニカルな話だね。まあこれは製品版がどうなるかという話はちょっと今答えがまだないですね。それはやっぱり時間が許す限りギリギリまでオプティマズ最適化するでしょ。だから今回の E3 デモがどういうスペックだったかということだったら答えられる。それでもいいかな。
So it's hard to give a definitive answer right now on the final version of the game because we are constantly optimizing, but we are able to at least tell you the specs for what the E3 demo was for the consoles.
それでいい。
Would that be okay for an answer?
I think that would be good.
Okay. で今回ね、Xbox One と PS4 それぞれで、ちょっとだけ違いがあります。
So there's a slight difference with the Xbox One and the PlayStation 4.
Xbox One は動的解像度ね、ダイナミックレゾリューションで 800p から 900p の間で変化してます。で、大体 900p 出てますね。で、30フレームがほぼ維持できてます。
So for the Xbox One, dynamic resolution ranging between 800p to 900p, always usually closer to the 900p range, and a constant 30 frames per second.
なので、エピソード出すかの時よりも、最適化はいい状態をパフォーマンスできてるっていうことだね。
So it is performing at a more stable and higher level than what Episode of the Sky
はい。
was.
で、プラチナデモよりもいい状態になってます。
As well as Platinum demo, it has improved since then as well.
今ね、30フレームを割り込むのは仲間にコマンドを実行したとき、例えばイグニスに仲間コマンドを実行してイグニスの技が出ると結構エフェクトが同時にいっぱい出るんだけど、そうすると GPU って言ってその絵を描く方のスピードが追いつかなくて26、7フレームぐらいになることがまだまだあるね。
So there are times where it still dips, and that's mostly when you call upon your ally commands. Like for example, when you call on Ignis to do his mark, and he tags all those enemies with warp points.
だけど、
it'll dip to maybe like 26, 27 frames per second.
だけどおそらくゲームプレイしてて気になるようなものはもう全くなくなってきたかなと思うね。
But it won't be something that deters from your experience as you're playing the game.
はい。
I didn't really notice it too much. I thought it was still pretty smooh.
あんまり気づかなかったです。
そうだよね。
26、27
まあちょっとだけ落ちるんだよねまだね。
It's a slight dip, but yeah.
だけど今回このパフォーマンスが出せたことで製品版に向けてはすごくいい見通しが立ってきましたね。
But since we're able to achieve this for the E3 demo, we have a pretty positive outlook on the final version of the game.
で、PlayStation 4は 900p から 1080p、要するに900から 1080p の間で動的解像度を採用してます。
So for the PlayStation 4, it's a range between 900p and 1080p, dynamic range.
で、多分もう常時 1080p の30フレーム出てると思いますね。
And most of the time about 1080p and the constant 30 frames per second.
同じく GPU でちょっと落ちることはあるかもしれないけど、その時は解像度が落ちてる。
Sometimes,
で、30フレームは多分維持できてると思います。
Sometimes it will, just like in the Xbox version, it might dip a little bit when the GPU can't process as quickly as what's happening in the screen, but usually about 30 frames per second, we're able to kind of hit that mark.
で、これはね、まあ本当に時間が許す限りギリギリまで最適化を続けるんです。
But we will continue to pursue and polish and fine tune and optimize as much time as we can.
はい。なので、あまり心配しないでください。
So,
まあアンチエリアシングね、アンチエリアシングもテンポラルって言ってその時間軸に対してアンチエリアシングがかけてますね。
So don't worry about the frame rate for the final version. We are working on it. As far as the anti-aliasing, temporal.
数フレームに1回アンチエリアシングをかけるっていうことをしてるんですね。常時かけるとそれは計算負荷が高いので、何フレームかに1回かけるようにするっていうふうにしてます。
So there's a lot of processing if we do anti-aliasing, a constant anti-aliasing. So every few frames we implement it to make sure the load isn't overwhelming.
はい。そんなところでいいですか。
Hopefully that made sense to all of you.
なんでそれクールかわかんないけど、面白いねアメリカ人は。
Very interesting questions from our North American fans.
I know. No, worldwide fans.
全世界から集めた質問なので。
おー、OK。じゃあ今のでちょっと安心してくれると嬉しいです。
So hopefully everyone is relieved to hear.
製品版完成まで頑張ります。
Cool.
Sleepless night.
Okay.
Next question.
Next question. Is it my turn?
Yeah.
Will movement speed and sprint duration increase as the player levels up? Even with chocobos in the regalia, I think it would be useful considering the sheer size of the fields. Kudos to the whole team. The game looks marvelous.
なるほど。まずちょっと待ってね。 移動スピードやスタミナゲーム。まずさ、普通の走るのとダッシュとは違うのってわかるかな？大丈夫だよね。
So maybe just to clarify, there is a difference between normal movement speed and the dash.
そうだよね。で、ノーマルランじゃなくて、ダッシュをするとスタミナを消費していくんだよね。
So running doesn't take up any stamina, but the dash, the sprint does use your stamina.
で、このダッシュの距離は食事によって距離を伸ばすことができるんだよね。
So the duration of how long your stamina lasts can be influenced by what you eat at camp.
なのでレベルアップで改善をするのではなくて、食事によって改善させていくっていうようなやり方が、これは体験版のエピソードダスカでもそうだったんだけども、製品版でも同じ仕様になります。
So just like in episode of the Sky, where that stamina was influenced by what you eat the night before and what ingredients you collect, that's how your stamina gauge will be affected, not by pure level of your character.
あと、今ってスタミナのゲージが表示されるんです、ダッシュすると。で、そのダッシュしている時に表示されるスタミナは、今は常時表示されている状態で多分デモが出てると思うんだけど、これはオプションでオンオフをすることができますね。
Now, right now in our E3 demo, I think our stamina gauge is constantly visible, but in the final version of the game, we will have it manually sensible, so it's on all the time or off.
なので、ずっとダッシュをしながらスタミナが切れないようにやりたい、確実にやりたい人はスタミナゲージを表示する。そうではなくて、もうあまり画面に表示したくないっていう人はオフにして、なんていうかな、そのままマニュアルな感じで遊ぶ。それを選んでもらうっていう感じになります。
So we want to give users a choice if they want to play with knowing when their stamina is about to run out so that they can let go and then wait for it to recover. We have the option for people to keep it on. For people who don't want any distracting things on the screen, we have the option to keep it off.
Okay.
Got it.
That's smart. Yeah.
Next song.
All right. Question 11. So Stand By Me is now the official theme song, but what happened to Somnus? I really love the lyrics and what they hinted about. Can we still expect tragedy-inspired elements like in Versus 13? I love Somnus too.
マットも個人的にソムナスがすごい好きらしいです。
なるほど。ソムナス。はい。もちろんスタンドバイミーが公式テーマ曲ではあるんだけれど、ソムナス自体もちゃんとあります。そして大切な曲として扱ってます。
So Stand By Me is now the theme song, but Somnus is still in the game and is used in a very, very important way in the game.
そうだね。それとこのベルサスのように悲劇的な要素を期待できるかっていう質問なんだけど、これはそうだね。シリアスな物語の要素もあるし、悲劇的な部分もあります。
So in terms of the second question, the tragedy-inspired elements, I mean, there will be serious moments in the story. There will be kind of tragedy-inspired elements in the story.
Of course.
あくまでベルサスではなくてナンバリングのファイナルファンタジーの最新作なので、ワイドな人たち、ワイドな層に楽しんでもらえるっていう内容にはしているけれども、その中にそういった要素というのはしっかりと入れているので、それはもうそこも安心してください。
Now we made a story appropriate for the latest numbered Final Fantasy title in the series. But within the story, we have all sorts of elements to appeal to all of a wide audience.
明るく楽しいままずっと続くわけじゃないから。
Yeah, it's not a fun, upbeat road trip the whole way through.
Okay.
It feels like that.
Number 12. How many astrals are the summons, are in the game, and how are they related to the story? Also, do they serve as guardians of specific nations?
数1、2数はでもあんまり言わなくてもいいのかなと思うんだけど、すごくいっぱいいるわけじゃないです。15の召喚獣は少数精鋭ですね。
So in terms of sheer number, it's probably no need to say the exact number. There isn't a whole lot in Final Fantasy 15. It's relatively in a lower number.
多分少なっていう思う人もいるかもしれないけど、でも一体一体がやっぱりすごく印象深い召喚獣であるということを大事にしてますね。
So some fans might feel that the total number of astrals is underwhelming, but we made each one so impactful that they all have a presence and really the player is going to have a connection with them by the end of the game.
そして召喚獣はどういうふうにストーリーに関係してくるかっていうと、ノクトが召喚獣たちの力を借りなきゃいけなくなるんですね。彼らの力を借りて何かに立ち向かわなきゃいけなくなる。その時にいろいろとノクトの行く先々で登場するっていう風に出会っていきます。
So over the course of the story, Noctis is going to need to borrow the powers of these astrals. So as you progress in the story, you're going to face off against the different astrals, and it's going to be kind of implemented into an important aspect of the story.
まあ、あとはちょっとストーリーに関係ないのもいます。カーバンクルみたいな。
And there are astrals like the Carbuncle from Platinum Demo.
まあそれもでもいっぱいではないので、数に期待するというよりも一体一体の存在感、その個性に期待してほしいなと思います。
So instead of focusing on the sheer number of astrals, we'd like people to focus on each of their personalities and their characteristics and how impactful we've designed each one to be.
はい。で、特定の国を守護する存在ではないですね。星を守護する存在だね。
So they aren't guardians of specific nations; they're guardians of the planet or the world.
Great question. Next.
I think one important thing to note is he mentioned Carbuncle. So if you guys don't know who that is, Carbuncle appears in the Platinum demo, which is free to download right now. So.
まあカンバンクルはプラチナデモで無料体験版で
手に入る。
そう。
Yeah, just in case people didn't know. Question 13. はい。It's a perfect segue. In episode Disguise, the only way to summon was to be in a critical state. Is this still the case in the main game? Are there other ways to call in an astral? Do you need to set the astral to use prior to battle? There's like 6 questions in here.
なんかいっぱい質問が一つに組み込まれてますけど。
まず召喚獣を呼べる条件は一つじゃないですね。
So there's not just one condition that you could summon an astral.
ノクトがピンチな時に呼べる召喚獣もいます。
There are astrals that you could use when Noctis is in a pinch.
で仲間がピンチになると呼ぶことができる召喚獣もいる。
And there are astrals that you could use when your allies are in danger.
さらにそうではなくてまた全然違う条件で来る召喚獣もいます。
And there are astrals that can be called upon outside of those two situations.
で一応召喚獣ごとにそのなんていうのかなパーソナリティの設定があってそのパーソナリティに沿った条件になってるはず。
And each astral has its own personality, so their actions are kind of specific to different situations.
ね、そうだな。リヴァイアさんは周囲に水がないと召喚できないですね。
So, for example, Leviathan, you cannot summon Leviathan unless there's a body of water near you.
That makes sense.
はい、でどこでどの召喚獣を呼べるかは今のようにリヴァイアさんはここでは呼べませんとか洞窟の中でも、ラムーは召喚できますでもそこまでやってこないで遠くからラムーの杖をバコッとこう投げてきますとかそういう風な変化も結構あります。
So, for example, if you're in a dungeon and you summon Ramu, he obviously can't do his spell from outside the dungeon. So what he'll do is, I think we've seen it in the trailers, he'll throw his staff from very far.
そうそう。はい。
It's really cool.
かっこいいですね。
ね、かっこいいよね。
Yeah. All right. Yes, question 14.
Number 14, second to last question. Will the air step sword, engine sword, or other weapons from the Versus 13 days make it into the final game?
はあ、エアステップソードはおそらくもう入ってるね。でね、エンジンソードは製品版に登場します。
The air step sword probably is already in the current builds. The engine sword as well will make it into the final game.
特別な効果も持ってます。
And it has special functions.
はい、期待してください。
So please look forward to it.
What's the official name of the engine sword?
エンジンソードって正式名称がエンジンソードで
のままだね。ベルサスの頃のエンジンソードっていう呼び方をそのまま使ってます。
Yeah, we've carried over. It is the official name. We've carried it over from the Versus 13 days.
That's cool.
はい。
All right, last question. Question 15.
Honors.
Are there any plans for DLC? I'm curious about additional story content
そうね。
and costumes.
いや今回本当にもう発売日を発表したからだと思うんだけど、この E3 で本当に多くこういう質問を今回受けたね。
So it's probably because we've announced our release date already, but during E3 we got so many questions about downloadable content.
DLC の計画はもう今ほぼ固める段階まで来ました。
So we're actually in a state where we've pretty much finalized our DLC plans.
でそのコンセプトは買ってくれた人が15を買ってよかったって思ってくれるような DLC を用意する。そして長く楽しんでもらえるようにするっていうところ。
And our concept for all of our DLC is to make sure that fans who bought this game and played it feel like they made a great purchase.
でそのプランを見るとね、やっぱり僕自身もこれをこういうことをやっていけたらいいなっていうものが本当に結構いいプランとして組み込まれているのですごく教えたいんだけどもちょっと今教えることはできないんです。
So looking at the plan, the DLC plan, there's a lot of stuff in there that he himself is excited to play and to give to our fans. But now is not currently the right moment to announce all those details.
でその中には追加ストーリーとか、追加コスチュームとかも当然入っているし、そうではないものも、おお、そんなのがっていうような展開もあります。
There are additional story content, there are additional costumes, but there are things that don't fall into those categories that we think our fans might be pleasantly surprised to see.
今回PSVR の、デモを出したけれども、あれもしっかりちゃんと作った、エピソードとして、エピソードじゃないや、その体験の、DLC として、VR 用のコンテンツとして出したいなとも思ってます、DLC で。
I know we've showcased some of our PSVR demos this E3, and those are also some things that we are planning to implement and to develop and provide as DLC experiences.
はい。ただね、製品版が出来上がるまでは開発的な着手はもうほぼできないので、準備できるメンバーだけが準備を進めておいて、開発がマスターしたら一気にそっちの開発に移行するっていうふうにします。
But obviously, we're working towards getting this game out on 9/30. So most of the development priorities are on the final game. So only the specific core members are working on DLC right now. But once the game has gone through master submission, everyone's going to shift over to all the DLC development.
はい。そんなところかな、今言えるのは。
That's about all I can share at the moment.
Okay.
Not even a hint about any costumes?
コスチュームのヒントでもダメですか？
コスチュームのヒント、今ね、今回はね、ちょっと言えないな。
Yeah.
ちゃんと言うタイミングを準備しなきゃいけないからね。
Yeah, he has to prepare a nice announcement first, so not right now, Matt.
でも、そこは楽しみにしてて。
But please look forward to it, everyone.
ちゃんと喜んでもらうものにするから。
It'll be something that the fans will definitely like.
はい。
Cool.
終了
Is that it?
Those are our 15 questions?
So our 15 questions.
But I think we have a little bit more time. So we added on somebody else's question.
15じゃないじゃん。
ちょっと時間が余ったので、もう1問だけマットが入れたみたいです。
なるほど。はい、わかりました。はい、いいよ。
Bonus question. Are you able to change your party members' behaviors during battle?
はい。バトル時の仲間の挙動は、装備している武器、あとは取得しているアビリティで変化します。
So party member behaviors during battle will be affected by the equipment that by the weapons that you're equipping, as well as the abilities that you actually have at that time.
で武器の装備によって変わるのはアクション、仲間の行動のアクションの部分が大きく変わります。
So the weapons that you're equipping will influence their actions in battle.
で取得しているアビリティによって、仲間の行動そのものの部分が AI 的な部分が多少変化します。
And depending on what abilities you've attained up until that point, that actually influences the overall AI of your party members.
で仲間のアビリティっていうのはプレイヤーが使いたいときに、ここの L1 PS4 だと、ここのボタンを押すとね、左下のメニューが切り替わるんです、UI が。普段は装備がそこに表示されてるんだけど、仲間のコマンドに切り替わるのね。それで方向キーを押すことで直接指定した仲間にその技を出さすことができる。そういうふうに使います。
So for player abilities right now, by pressing the left bumper or the left L1 button, the UI at the bottom left of the corner, which is usually your weapons, actually changes to select abilities from your comrades. And then from there, you could manually select what you want, which character to carry out.
でこれはクールタイム制になっていて、1回使うとしばらくの間使えないんだけど、またすぐ使えるようになるので、仲間に何かやってもらいたいときはもうそれをバンバン使えばいい。
So this, I don't know if this is the right term, but there's a cooldown timer for these commands. So once you use one, you have to wait a little bit until you could use it again. But you are free to use it basically as you see fit.
あと仲間がオートで使うアビリティもあるので、そのオートでアビリティを使うような行動ロジックにちょっと変化する。アビリティに関してはそういう感じですね。
And then there are also automatic abilities and actions that your party members carry out. So depending on what abilities you have, it'll kind of affect the way when they use those too.
あとね、魔法、今回タイタンデモで使ってるんだけど、仲間も魔法が使えるんです。アイテム化された魔法、それをサブウェポンにセットすると仲間も魔法を使ってくれるっていうふうに一応なってますね。
And then we've shown a little bit of the magic usage in the E3 demo as well, but your comrades are also able to use magic as usable items. So when you use items, your party members can also use spells.
はい、そんなところでどうでしょうか。
How about that for an answer?
I think that's like really cool. Like the fact that there's passive abilities, active abilities, and there's like kind of cooldown timers. Like all of it's like super integrated. So it's like I don't know. I think it's a good mix of everything.
なんかいいミックスですね。パッシブなアクションもあれば、自分で選んで選択してコマンドするものもあれば。
そうだね。まあ今回はプレイヤーのキャラクターとしては操作キャラクターとしてはノクトなんだけど、仲間に直接指示を出せるっていうのはもうそれは仲間を本当に直接扱っているのにかなり近い感触だし、それでいてちゃんと仲間の個性、自立感っていうのも維持できてるからいいバランスになってるんじゃないかなと思う。
So he feels we've attained a good balance too, because I mean, Noctis is the player character,
Yeah.
but by being able to command your party members, it's almost like you're controlling all of them.
Yeah.
So it's a good mix of carrying out your abilities, their passive abilities, and when you could choose when they want specific abilities done by them.
これちなみに今日本は何時ぐらいなんですか？
今はSo he's asking what time it is in Japan.
Almost 9,
8時45分ですね、朝の。
朝ですか？日本のユーザーも見てるのかな？日本のユーザーの皆さん。
Wonder if all our fans in Japan are watching.
はい。こっちはね E3 が今終わるとこです。
Just about to end E3 over here in LA.
はい、一日頑張ってください。
So have a great day, everyone in Japan.
これで終了かな？
I think that wraps it up, right? Thank you everybody who's watching outside.
はい、皆さんありがとう。
We love you all. Thanks for asking great questions.
いやすごい楽しめました。
He had a lot of fun this E3.
Yes, and keep them coming. We're always listening on social media, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, you name it, we're there. Tabata-san has been really inspirational, strong leader, amazing man. So thank you for all your hard work. Thank you so much for being here with
それは
us.
大げさだけど、はい。Yeah, thank you so much.
You're exaggerating.
Especially strong man.
This way.
Have a great night.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thanks everybody.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for joining us on day 3, the final day of our Square Enix Presents show for all 3 days. I hope you enjoyed all the content. I'm going to go over a little bit with you of what we saw today in case you missed it. We started off with Nier Automata, of course, from Platinum Games. Love it. It looks awesome. I can't wait to play it. We have I Am Setsuna, Deus Ex Universe. Did you see that guy's arm? I got to shake his hand. It's pretty cool. It's a little light. It's like made out of plastic. So that should be pretty cool to get if you need a hand. Then we had Just Cause 3 with Eric So and Kat, and that had some fun. I saw her trying to, I think, pin 3 fighter planes together and explode. I don't know. That's what that game can do. You know why? Just cause. After that, we had Square Enix Collective with Black the Fall and the Turing Test, so you got to see a little bit more insight to that. I don't know if a lot of people are starting to know about it, but now you do. Then we've got World of Final Fantasy. It's sort of that chibi. It's like I've heard it described as like Kingdom Hearts for Final Fantasy, but you know, you're gonna have to see as it comes out. Then we've got the Hitman gameplay live stream, which Travis was literally sweating. I saw him afterwards, and his hands were trembling because he didn't want to mess up that mission. So I'm glad he got through it. It was all good. Then we had Deep Silver back again with Mighty Number 9, finally coming out. I know. And then F1 2016, and of course we ended it off with Final Fantasy 15 with top 20 questions with Hajime Tabata. So, you know, I'm glad you guys have stuck with us. It's been 4 years for SEP now, and for all of you who have tuned in and subscribed, thank you so much. We will be having all the programs that we've had on the live stream coming up as individual programs on VOD next week or so, so keep an eye out for that. We'll be uploading them as we get them ready. And I think that's it. So, you know, guys, thank you again for tuning in, and I'll catch you. I've been wearing a hat this whole time.